Raku lived what appeared to be a normal high school life until he was forced into a fake romantic relationship with Chitoge in order to prevent a serious conflict between their families. While pretending to be in love, Raku became trapped in a complicated romantic situation as several girls connected to a forgotten childhood promise began to appear in his life, each of them holding a key tied to his past. Pulled between obligation, slowly growing feelings, and a promise he could barely remember, Raku struggled to discover who truly held the key to his heart. 10 years earlier, Raku had made a promise with a childhood friend. Before they were separated, they each wore a pendant. Raku kept a pendant shaped like a keyhole, while his childhood friend carried the key. The locket was meant to be opened only when they met again, and the key would reveal what had been locked inside. They had promised to marry in the future. 10 years passed, and Raku grew into an ordinary teenager. On that day, Raku began his morning routine by preparing breakfast. He started by sautéing spices for the meat, cooking pasta, and finishing the dish carefully. Once the food was ready and tasted good, Raku called over the people he casually referred to as troublemakers to eat together. The men, who had intimidating appearances, immediately turned toward him and addressed him respectfully as the young master. They all ate together, genuinely enjoying the meal Raku had prepared. They praised him as a worthy heir. Raku stated that he had no interest in becoming the successor to a Yakuza organization. He explained that he wanted to attend a top university, become a civil servant, and live an honest and upright life while moving forward with purpose. The group reacted enthusiastically. Raku's father, Issei, soon arrived, and the Yakuza members immediately showed respect to him as their boss. Issei mentioned that he would discuss something important with Raku in the near future. Every day, Raku was escorted to school by his father's subordinates. Other students felt uneasy when they passed by the Yakuza members. As Raku walked toward his school, one of the subordinates warned him that an unfamiliar gang had been causing trouble in their territory and advised him to be careful. Raku could not understand why his world was always surrounded by conflict. He even thought about leaving his family behind and living a peaceful life elsewhere. Raku studied diligently so that he could be accepted into a prestigious university, which was why he never had a girlfriend. The only time he had been close to a girl was during his childhood. He often looked at the keyhole pendant as a reminder of that promise. Despite the many challenges he faced in life, that day marked a turning point in Raku's fate. A girl was running toward the school in a hurry. She attempted to climb over the fence and jump down, but unexpectedly landed directly on top of Raku. The impact caused Raku's pendant to be thrown aside. The girl apologized and quickly left the scene. Raku was left confused by what had just happened. Raku then entered his classroom, where Shu and Onodera were surprised to see him. Onodera noticed that Raku's nose was bleeding and showed concern, but Raku reassured her that he was fine. He explained that a girl had accidentally landed on him earlier. Shu was confused, wondering what kind of person would climb a fence and cause such an incident. Raku asked Shu to believe him. Onodera gently handed Raku a bandage to stop the bleeding. Raku was surprised by how close he felt to Onodera at that moment. He even felt that enduring the mishap was worth it just to be near her. Raku felt relieved and happy that he could talk with Onodera, even though he had expected the day to continue going badly. That morning, their homeroom teacher, Hyoko, informed the class that they would be welcoming a transfer student. She then introduced the new student. The transfer student turned out to be the same girl who had collided with Raku earlier that morning. She introduced herself as Chitoge, a transfer student from America with Japanese and American heritage. She spoke Japanese fluently and quickly captured the attention of the class with her bright personality. Her appearance and confidence impressed many of the students, and the classroom atmosphere became lively. Hyoko instructed Chitoge to take a seat in the back row. When Chitoge and Raku locked eyes, both of them were visibly surprised. Raku internally labeled Chitoge as a fierce and troublesome girl, while Chitoge appeared equally displeased. Raku still felt unsettled by the earlier incident, while Chitoge believed she had already apologized sufficiently. The students were shocked by the obvious tension between them. Chitoge was confused as to why Raku continued to dwell on the incident, while Raku felt that the situation had been more serious than she realized. Chitoge grew irritated and viewed Raku as overly sensitive, while Raku responded with equal frustration. Their exchange escalated into visible hostility, startling the surrounding students. Although Raku and Chitoge were seated next to each other, it was clear that the two did not get along at all. Raku was confused because it was his first time ever meeting a girl as annoying as Chitoge. Her personality was completely different from Onodera's and also very different from his childhood friend from long ago. Up to that point, Raku still had not reunited with his childhood friend, and deep down he wished that Onodera could have been his first love. Raku then realized that his keyhole pendant was no longer with him. He remembered that the pendant most likely fell earlier that morning when Chitoge accidentally landed on him. During the school break, Raku asked Chitoge to help look for the missing pendant. Chitoge was puzzled about why she had to help him search for it. Raku explained that the pendant was probably lost when Chitoge accidentally kicked his face earlier. Onodera approached Raku and asked what was going on. Raku told her that he was just trying to find something very important to him. Onodera offered to help, but Raku said that since the pendant was lost because of Chitoge, then Chitoge should be the one helping him look for it. Chitoge reluctantly agreed and asked what kind of pendant she was supposed to find. Raku explained that it was his pendant with a keyhole. Upon hearing that, Onodera looked surprised, as if she recognized the object. Chitoge agreed to search for the pendant on one condition. As a trade-off, Raku was not allowed to talk to her at school ever again, because she disliked boys who complained too much about trivial matters. Suddenly, a teacher showed up and asked Raku to help introduce Chitoge to the school environment. The teacher also assigned them the task of taking care of the school's pet. Raku did not understand why all of this kept happening to him. Chitoge reminded him not to talk to her, but Raku thought it would be difficult to complete their task without communicating, especially since they were not even inside the school grounds at that moment. That day, they ended up spending all their time taking care of the school pet, leaving them with no opportunity to search for the pendant. The next day, during class, Chitoge struggled to keep up with the lesson. Noticing this, Raku gave her his Japanese language notes during the school break because he knew she probably did not have enough time to finish copying everything. Chitoge once again reminded him not to talk to her at school and not to interfere in her business. Raku grew increasingly irritated by Chitoge's attitude. The following day, Raku's class had a physical education lesson, and the students were doing warm-up stretches. At that time, Shu asked since when Raku had become close to Chitoge, because Raku was often seen together with her after school. Raku denied being close to her. Shu commented that Chitoge was very beautiful, and that many boys were curious about her. Raku completely disagreed with the idea of Chitoge being considered beautiful. During the class, Chitoge managed to perform an impressive move on the bar, and her classmates cheered and praised her. In Raku's mind, her beauty felt exaggerated and awkward. Chitoge noticed his reaction and responded by acting recklessly, causing a small commotion that the teachers quickly put under control. When Raku arrived home, he still could not believe Chitoge's wild behavior and wondered what kind of environment she had grown up in. Suddenly, one of the Yakuza members mentioned that there was trouble involving a rival group in Alley 3, and they rushed out to deal with the situation. It could be said that Raku lived in a rather rough neighborhood. The next day after school, Onodera gave Raku some bandages to treat his injuries. Raku mentioned that Chitoge was a very intense and intimidating girl. Even so, Onodera thought that Raku was still being kind to Chitoge, since she had seen him lending his notes to her. Raku felt genuinely happy hearing that. Onodera then asked where Raku had bought the missing pendant. Raku explained that the pendant was a gift from someone 10 years ago. Onodera was shocked to hear that. Raku admitted that he had made a promise, which was why he had to keep the pendant with him at all times. Over the next few days, Raku and Chitoge continued searching for the pendant every time they walked home from school. Chitoge complained because despite searching for several days, they had made no progress at all. Raku then asked why Chitoge had suddenly transferred to the school. Chitoge explained that the move was related to her parents' work, but she refused to go into detail when Raku tried to ask more. She clearly did not want to talk about her personal life with him. As Chitoge walked past Raku, he caught her scent, which strangely made him feel as though he had smelled it somewhere before. After growing tired from searching, Raku went to the riverbank and thought about where he might have encountered that familiar scent in the past. Suddenly, he noticed a disturbance caused by a mafia group nearby. He could not believe that the situation around that area seemed to be getting more and more chaotic. The next day, Chitoge arrived late to help Raku search for his missing locket. She admitted that she was irritated because her friends had been spreading rumors that she was dating Raku. In reality, Chitoge did not feel close to him at all, and every day after school, she still chose to help him look for the locket because she believed it was the right thing to do as a decent person. At the same time, Onodera was walking toward Raku because she wanted to help with the search as well. However, she ended up overhearing a heated argument between Raku and Chitoge. The two of them were caught in a tense exchange, blaming each other for the situation. Chitoge could not understand why Raku was panicking so much over a lost locket. In her view, Raku was the type of guy who overreacted to small things, almost like someone who could not sleep without a childhood comfort item. Chitoge acknowledged that it made sense if the locket had been given to Raku by a girl he cared about, but she still could not understand why he kept clinging to such a childish memory from the past. She believed that the girl who gave him the locket had probably already forgotten about it. Chitoge continued to speak harshly, which eventually made Raku lose his temper. He told her to leave if she truly did not want to help anymore. Heavy rain began to fall, and Chitoge immediately walked away after Raku raised his voice at her. Raku never expected that he would end up seriously scolding a girl, and the realization left him shaken. The following day, Raku continued searching for the missing locket on his own. From a distance, Chitoge quietly watched him. At that moment, Raku recalled Chitoge's words about how his childhood friend might have already forgotten him. Those words frustrated him deeply. Suddenly, Onodera approached and informed him that Chitoge had been looking for him. Raku waited, confused about why Chitoge wanted to meet him. Not long after, Chitoge threw the locket toward him. Raku was stunned that she had managed to find it. Onodera later explained that even after their argument, Chitoge had continued searching for the locket in secret. Chitoge did not want Raku to know that she had been doing so all along. Chitoge had also slipped a short note inside the locket, stating that her task was finished and that Raku should no longer speak to her while they were at school. Raku realized that although Chitoge was often irritating, she also had a genuinely kind side. He also understood that some of the things she had said to him were not entirely wrong. It truly might have been time for him to let go of his childhood promise. Suddenly, Onodera expressed that she did not agree with Raku's decision to forget the promise. She believed that if the other person still remembered making that promise, then that person would surely feel hurt if Raku abandoned it, even if it was a promise made by two children. The fact that it existed meant that the person who made it cared deeply about him. Onodera apologized for saying something that might have sounded strange, but Raku did not mind at all. Instead, he felt grateful because her words helped him feel better. Onodera's face turned red as she looked at Raku. Raku realized that whether or not he would ever meet that person again, he should never forget the promise and must continue to keep it close to his heart. He thanked Onodera and then left. Onodera remained standing there, her face still flushed as she watched him walk away. She felt nervous, and once again, she could not bring herself to say what she truly felt. In truth, Onodera was the girl who had made that promise with Raku in the past. She felt foolish for being unable to confess the truth to him. That evening, Raku returned home, where Issei was already waiting to speak with him, just as he had mentioned before. Issei explained that a long-standing conflict between powerful groups was about to reach a critical point. Raku was shocked and wondered whether it was really acceptable for the situation to continue escalating. Issei then revealed that the leader of the opposing group was actually an old friend of his, and that the man had a daughter around Raku's age. Because of this, Issei planned to pair Raku with that daughter. Raku was stunned by the idea, but it turned out to be a strategic arrangement. If the heirs of both families appeared to be a couple, their followers would hesitate to take drastic action. Raku insisted that he did not want to be involved in such an arrangement. Issei asked whether Raku already had a girlfriend, but regardless of the answer, Issei made it clear that lives were at stake and that his decision would not change. Raku could not refuse his father, especially since the relationship would only be an act and would likely last just a few days. Suddenly, Raku heard a familiar voice. Issei then asked the girl who would be Raku's partner to come forward. To Raku's complete surprise, the girl was Chitoge. In that moment, everything finally made sense to him. Why Chitoge had suddenly transferred schools, why she avoided talking about her family, and why the scent around her had always felt familiar. It was the same sharp scent he associated with gunpowder. Issei declared that starting the next day, Raku and Chitoge would be in a relationship for 3 years. The days filled with constant arguments between them were about to turn into a period of living out a carefully constructed false love. Raku was forced by his father to date the daughter of a mafia boss. He never expected that the girl in question would be Chitoge. Only then did he find out that Chitoge was the daughter of a mafia leader, and at the same time, Chitoge also never imagined that Raku was the heir of a Yakuza family. Chitoge's father, named Adult, was the boss of the Beehive Mafia gang. Issei was the one who introduced Adult and Chitoge to Raku. Adult mentioned that Issei had talked a lot about Raku before this meeting. Both Chitoge and Raku strongly objected to the idea of dating each other, but Issei explained that they really had no other option. Neither side wanted to allow a conflict between groups to break out. Suddenly, a group of people led by Claude rushed into Raku's residence, searching for their young lady. Claude was a high-ranking member of the Beehive Mafia and was assigned to protect Chitoge, so he came to bring her back. Not long after that, more members arrived and prepared themselves, creating a very tense situation with the opposing group. Issei realized that the Beehive members seemed to misunderstand the situation. Issei and Adult then explained together that Raku and Chitoge were a couple who were deeply in love. Everyone present was shocked and clearly found it hard to believe. Claude even looked to his boss for confirmation. Adelt admitted that both he and Issei had already given their blessing to the relationship. The Yakuza members were deeply moved, because they had been worried for a long time that Raku still did not have a girlfriend at his age. Some of them even started thinking about celebrating the news. Claude was also emotional, as he suddenly realized that Chitoge had grown up. He never imagined that the young lady he had protected since childhood would one day become a mature and independent young woman. Knowing this made him genuinely happy. The Yakuza members agreed to maintain peace for Raku's sake, and the Beehive Mafia members were also willing to support Chitoge so she could date without trouble. Raku and Chitoge both tried to deny their relationship. Raku teased Chitoge with a nickname that compared her strength to a gorilla, while Chitoge teased Raku by comparing him to a bean sprout. The tense atmosphere quickly escalated when both sides reacted strongly to the teasing, and the situation almost turned dangerous. Issei and Adelt immediately stepped in and made it clear that any harm toward either Raku or Chitoge would not be tolerated. The subordinates then asked again whether Raku and Chitoge were truly dating. Seeing no other way out, both of them felt pressured and had no choice but to go along with the story. Raku explained that he and Chitoge were indeed in love. He clarified that the nickname he gave her was meant as a compliment, because she was as strong and dependable as a gorilla. He also emphasized that his feelings for her were not ordinary. Chitoge responded in the same way, explaining that she called him a bean sprout because of his very pale skin. They even started calling each other affectionate names. The faces of the subordinates turned red with embarrassment, and they became convinced that Raku and Chitoge were truly in love. That night, Raku and Chitoge sat together while looking up at the sky. They felt unable to complain about the situation, since they had no real choice other than to go along with it. Chitoge admitted that she did not even know what people were supposed to do while dating. Raku also confessed that he had no idea because he had never dated anyone before. Chitoge then admitted that she also had no dating experience, since she was not very good at romantic things. Raku thanked Chitoge for finding his locket. Chitoge explained that she felt bad hearing Raku constantly worrying about it. She became curious about why the locket was so precious to him and wondered if it was connected to someone important from his past. Raku then shared that the locket had been given to him by someone 10 years earlier. When his father once took him on a trip, he became close to a girl he met there. Before they parted ways, the girl gave him the locket as a symbol of their promise to meet again someday. Raku could no longer remember her name or face, but he still remembered the promise itself. He assumed that Chitoge might dislike something like that, because it involved holding on to the past. Chitoge explained that what she truly disliked were men who remained stuck in past mistakes and never tried to change themselves. As for a romantic promise like that, she actually found it sweet. Raku started thinking about ways to handle the situation, since dating Chitoge would definitely be exhausting for him. Chitoge, on the other hand, was also reluctant to date Raku. In the end, the two of them continued to tease each other, even though neither of them was happy about being in this relationship. The next morning, when Raku woke up from his sleep, one of his father's subordinates informed him that a guest had come to see him. Raku immediately went to meet the visitor and was surprised to find Chitoge there with her father. With a teasing grin on her face, Chitoge invited Raku to go on a date that very day. Hearing this, Raku was taken aback. He wondered why he had to go on a date with Chitoge. It turned out that because they were considered to be a couple, they were expected to do activities that couples normally do, such as going on dates together. Raku and Chitoge walked around the downtown area together. Unbeknownst to them, members of the Beehive Mafia and the Yakuza were watching them from a distance. Chitoge did not understand why she had to be put in a situation like this. According to Raku, there was no other choice but to go along with it, and he asked what they should do next. Chitoge admitted that she did not know either, because in her opinion, it was usually the man who was supposed to take the lead. Raku had never dated anyone before, but he had often imagined his ideal date with Onodera. In his imagination, they would chat together at a cafe, watch a movie, eat a meal together, and take a relaxing walk through a beautiful park. Raku suggested that they visit a cafe, but to his surprise, Chitoge kept criticizing the drinks and food that were served. After that, they went to a movie theater. Chitoge chose an action-packed movie, while Raku preferred an emotional film that was currently very popular. In the end, they decided on a romantic movie, since that was the kind of film people usually watched on dates. However, Chitoge ended up falling asleep before the movie was over. Raku never expected that a girl like Chitoge would look much cuter while sleeping than when she was being loud and restless. After the movie ended, Chitoge asked Raku to buy her some juice because she was thirsty. Raku felt irritated and realized once again that Chitoge really did not have a soft or gentle side at all. While Raku was buying the juice, Chitoge was approached by a group of rude men. She said that she was waiting for someone, but they kept bothering her. Even Claude and the others who were keeping watch from afar felt annoyed by the situation. The men continued to bother Chitoge, and she was already preparing to deal with them herself. Suddenly, Raku returned, grabbed Chitoge by the arm, and pulled her away as he started running. Chitoge was shocked and could only follow wherever Raku led her. When they finally stopped at a park bench, Chitoge wondered why Raku had stopped her, acting like a man who had just saved a girl from trouble, even though she could have handled the situation on her own. Raku explained that he only wanted to keep Chitoge away from a confrontation. He did not intend to defend the men, but he believed that if Chitoge lost her temper and caused a scene, people might end up judging her unfairly. Raku reminded her not to lower herself to that level. Hearing this, Chitoge's face turned red. She admitted that she also did not want to waste her time dealing with people like that. Raku realized that this was the first time in his life that he had held a girl by the arm. Chitoge commented that going on a date with Raku was annoying, boring, and full of unwanted advice, which completely ruined her mood. Even so, she admitted that it was not the worst experience ever, and she even added 1 extra point to the score if their date were rated out of 100. After saying that, Chitoge quickly walked away. As she continued down the street, Chitoge kept thinking about what had happened earlier. It was the first time she had ever been led by a man like that, and she felt that it was a mistake. Meanwhile, Raku did not understand what Chitoge actually wanted. He thought that if he had gone on a date with Onodera instead, his dream might have come true already. Suddenly, Onodera appeared right in front of him. She was surprised because she had just heard Raku say her name. Onodera asked what Raku was doing there, and Raku reacted in panic when he saw her. He then asked what Onodera was doing in that area. Onodera explained that she was on her way home after shopping with a friend. In truth, she had wanted to surprise Raku, but she ended up being the one who was surprised when she heard him mention her name. Onodera became curious about what Raku had been thinking. Raku's heart started beating fast as he saw Onodera looking straight at him. At that moment, Chitoge was in the restroom. By chance, she overheard her father's subordinates talking. It seemed that they were starting to suspect her relationship with Raku, because it did not look affectionate like it did back at the Yakuza house. Instead, they often saw the two of them arguing. Realizing that her situation could become risky, Chitoge quickly put on a cute act again. She approached Raku while calling him by an affectionate nickname, her face slightly flushed. However, the moment she reached him, her body froze when she saw that Onodera was standing there as well. Onodera did not expect what she had just heard. After hearing Chitoge call Raku by an affectionate nickname, she asked whether that meant Chitoge and Raku were dating. Raku and Chitoge immediately denied it, but they both realized that their father's subordinates were watching them closely. Raku had no idea what to do, especially because he did not want Onodera to think that he was in a relationship with Chitoge. Unexpectedly, Chitoge suddenly held onto Raku's arm and claimed that she and Raku really were a couple who had just started dating. Onodera was shocked by that statement. Raku froze, unsure how to react. Chitoge then urged Raku to go along with it. She understood that Raku would feel embarrassed if their classmates found out, but at that moment, their safety was what mattered most. Maybe if it were only their classmates, Raku would not care. But the real problem for him was that he did not want Onodera to believe he was dating Chitoge. Onodera admitted that the news surprised her because she had never known about it before. Raku tried to deny it again, but Chitoge kept insisting on the opposite. Feeling irritated, Chitoge lightly stepped on Raku's foot to get his attention, then excused herself and left. Onodera asked whether it was really okay to let Chitoge go home alone. Raku replied that it was fine because he would catch up with her later. Meanwhile, Claude felt that even though he could not follow Raku and Chitoge everywhere, something about their relationship seemed off to him. He decided that he would eventually confront Raku for getting too close to Princess Chitoge, though his intention was more about setting things straight than causing trouble. Raku then tried to explain to Onodera that he and Chitoge did not have the kind of relationship she was imagining. However, Onodera became even more convinced that Raku was simply too shy to admit it. She said that she understood his feelings, but in her view, Raku did not need to treat Chitoge so coldly because it came across as unkind. Onodera also felt that Raku and Chitoge looked very compatible and even seemed like a couple deeply in love. Raku never expected Onodera to believe the story so completely. Onodera prepared to leave, assuming that Raku and Chitoge were on a date. But before she went home, Raku asked whether she had ever seen his locket before, perhaps when they were younger. Onodera said that she had never seen a locket like that at all, and she suggested that Raku should hurry and find Chitoge. After night fell, Raku searched around the park for Chitoge. He apologized for making her wait so long. Chitoge scolded Raku, saying that even though she had tried her best, Raku had ended up doing the opposite of what she expected. Raku bought dorayaki as a way to apologize. His face turned red as he admitted that everything really was his fault. Chitoge was surprised that Raku was actually aware of his mistake. Raku urged her to try the dorayaki right away, but when she opened the package, it turned out she did not like dorayaki at all. That night, Onodera returned home, where her mother offered her a new dorayaki flavor. Onodera chose to go straight to her room instead. She looked at an old photo of Raku from when he was a child and felt conflicted because she had not told him the truth. She realized that by staying silent, it was only becoming harder for her to ever say what she really felt to Raku. One day, Chitoge accompanied Raku while he took care of the school's animals. Chitoge admitted that even though Raku handled everything on his own, he took very good care of them. Raku explained that he treated the animals like his own family. Unexpectedly, many of the animals he fed became overly energetic and crowded around him, but Raku laughed happily and casually complained about how troublesome they were. Chitoge asked how many animals were actually there. Raku said there were about 90, which shocked Chitoge and made her say that the place felt like a zoo. Some of the animals had names while others did not. Chitoge wondered why only some were named even though Raku considered them family. It turned out that precisely because he saw them as family, Raku was very careful when choosing names. One animal was named Divine Spacer Kiyoshi, which Chitoge felt was far too long. Raku then told Chitoge that she could name the animals instead, but she ended up just numbering them. Raku pointed out a few animals he had already named, such as Rodriguez IV, the turtle, and Crusher Kato, the chicken. Chitoge reacted with curiosity, casually wondering what kind of food those animals might like, which made the moment feel awkward but lighthearted. In the past, a young Raku approached a little girl and asked why she was crying. The girl explained that the picture book she was reading had a sad ending. She said she loved the book very much, but the story made her heart ache. After hearing that, Raku changed the ending into a happy one. The girl felt relieved and happy because the new ending was beautiful. She smiled warmly and asked for Raku's name. However, before she could say her own name, the adult Raku suddenly woke up from his sleep. That moment from his childhood had once again appeared in his dream. Yet even now, Raku still could not remember the little girl's name. His face turned red as he recalled the girl's face from the dream, but he felt irritated because the dream never continued, even though he dreamed about her quite often. That morning, Raku quickly prepared breakfast while his mind was still stuck on the dream. After yesterday's conversation with Onodera, it was already clear that Onodera was not the girl from the pendant promise in his past. On top of that, Onodera had also been thinking about the fact that Raku was already dating Chitoge. Raku suddenly let out a frustrated scream, feeling overwhelmed by everything that was happening to him. His reaction made the Yakuza members around the house feel worried. After that, Raku headed to school with the intention of talking to Onodera to clear up the misunderstanding. He remembered Onodera's words about how the girl from the promise must have truly cared about him. Raku wondered whether that girl was still holding on to the key after all those years. Suddenly, Chitoge greeted Raku affectionately from across the street. Raku was surprised to see how exhausted Chitoge looked. She explained that she was tired because of what happened the day before. It turned out she had been overwhelmed by endless questions about her relationship, asked by her father's subordinates. Chitoge felt irritated because even at home, she could not catch a break. Raku realized that school might be the only place where they could relax, even just a little. Chitoge wondered how long this situation would last and whether it really had to continue for 3 years. According to Raku, the most troublesome person was Claude, since he was completely suspicious of their relationship. Raku asked where Claude was at that moment, but Chitoge did not know because she had not seen him yet that day. For Chitoge, the most important thing was making sure their relationship did not become known at school. She reminded Raku to explain things to Onodera, because if Onodera misunderstood and spread rumors, it would cause more problems. Raku felt confident that Onodera was not the type of person who liked gossiping. As soon as Raku opened the classroom door, he saw Onodera chatting with 2 of her friends. Onodera immediately greeted him. Just as Raku was about to explain what had happened the day before, all the students in the class suddenly congratulated him and Chitoge on becoming a couple. Their classmates hoped that the relationship would last all the way to marriage. Raku quickly tried to deny it, but Shu explained that on the previous Saturday, Itano and Shirogasaki had seen them together and assumed their relationship was real. Shu admitted that he felt jealous, since he never expected Raku to be the first one to get a girlfriend. Some of the male students wondered why Chitoge would choose someone as ordinary as Raku to be her boyfriend. Their homeroom teacher Kyoka was also surprised by the relationship between Raku and Chitoge. Raku tried to deny everything and clear up the misunderstanding, but at that moment Claude was secretly watching them from outside the classroom. Raku and Chitoge were shocked when they noticed Claude there. Claude was eagerly waiting to see how Raku would explain their true relationship, since he was ready to remove Raku if it turned out that Raku was not truly dating Chitoge. Their classmates waited for a clear answer about what kind of relationship Raku and Chitoge actually had. Left with no choice, Chitoge stated that she and Raku were a couple deeply in love. The class erupted in cheers after hearing that confirmation. Raku signaled to Onodera that he would explain everything to her later. Onodera praised them, saying that just as she had expected, Raku and Chitoge seemed like a well-matched couple. After school, Raku and Chitoge could not understand why their bad luck kept following them. Chitoge felt that her high school life was already ruined, and she could not understand why Raku seemed so calm about it. Because Claude kept watching them during breaks and lunchtime, Raku never got the chance to talk to Onodera. Chitoge told Raku to go home first, because she still had something to take care of. When Raku asked what she was planning to do, Chitoge responded by lightly tapping his head in annoyance. Raku worried that Onodera would continue to misunderstand him all the way until graduation. He did not want that to happen, and he was determined to talk to her somehow, but no matter what he did, he could not find the right opportunity. Unexpectedly, Raku ran into Onodera, who had just finished a committee meeting. Raku realized that this was a rare chance to talk to her, so he felt that he had to act right away. He wanted to start a conversation, but he worried that Onodera might ask why she was the only one being told about this. Raku began to panic about what he should say if Chitoge ever questioned him like that. If he said that he wanted Onodera to understand his situation, it would be the same as openly confessing his feelings to her. A confession was something that needed to be prepared carefully, and at that moment, Raku felt that his heart was not ready for it. In the end, Raku said that he thought he and Chitoge did not really suit each other. Onodera reminded him that he should not say things like that while he was still in a relationship. She felt that Chitoge might have her own reasons for being able to like Raku. Raku was not convinced because he believed he had no special strengths. However, Onodera told him that he actually had many good qualities. Raku genuinely felt happy hearing that from her. Onodera mentioned several of Raku's strengths, such as the time when Chitoge struggled with studying Japanese and Raku quietly gave her his notes, or how Raku could not stand seeing abandoned animals and always felt the urge to help them. She also brought up how Raku once helped an elderly woman for hours without expecting anything in return. Another example was when Raku lied to a teacher by saying that he had also forgotten his homework, just like his classmates, so they could all be scolded together. In Onodera's eyes, Raku had many admirable qualities. Raku never expected that Onodera paid such close attention to him. From Raku's perspective, it seemed unlikely that Chitoge would be drawn to those kinds of traits, yet he felt that he finally understood why Chitoge might like him. Suddenly, another student accidentally bumped into Onodera, causing a necklace from her bag to fall out. Both Raku and Onodera were startled when they saw it, and Onodera's face immediately turned red as she noticed Raku's curious expression. Raku thought that the key attached to it did not look like a house key. He began to wonder if it might be connected to the pendant he owned. Cold sweat formed on Raku's face as he thought about the possible connection between Onodera's key and his own pendant. Onodera quickly picked up the key and nervously said that it was her house key, only to suddenly correct herself and claim that it was actually the key to a bookshelf at her home. She looked extremely flustered and hurried away. Raku was surprised that Onodera could act like that. His heart was still racing even though Onodera had said that the key was not what he thought it was. Despite that, Raku found himself hoping that Onodera might be the girl involved in that promise. He could not stop thinking about whether the key was really just for a bookshelf. Meanwhile, Onodera continued watching Raku from a distance, her face still red as she thought about him. Raku then realized that he had once again missed the chance to tell Onodera about the true nature of his relationship with Chitoge, but he believed there would still be another opportunity the next day. The next morning, Raku and Chitoge greeted each other warmly when they met in class. They were forced to act that way to avoid making Claude suspicious. Their classmates cheered happily when they saw how close the two of them looked. In reality, neither Raku nor Chitoge enjoyed keeping up the act, but they had to stay cheerful in front of everyone, especially since Claude continued to watch them from outside the classroom window. At that moment, Ruri, Onodera's close friend, admitted that she felt jealous of how close Raku and Chitoge seemed. During the lesson, Onodera kept staring at Raku again and again. When break time arrived, Raku approached Chitoge and asked why she looked so nervous. The two of them chose a quiet place to talk privately. Chitoge complained about how everything had turned out this way. Raku felt that they needed to find a way to outsmart Claude. Chitoge said that since Claude was already suspicious, he would not be willing to listen to anything Raku had to say. She also mentioned that Claude probably would not show up after school that day because he had other business to attend to. Chitoge felt that if things continued like this, nothing would change. Raku thought that it might be okay to tell the truth to a close friend who could keep a secret. He believed that if someone else knew about their situation, the burden on his shoulders might feel a little lighter. Chitoge told him that he should be the one to say it first. After that, she did not want Raku to keep talking with her. She even asked him to go home first because she had something to take care of. Raku was confused about why Chitoge suddenly started acting that way. That afternoon, Raku was heading home together with Shu. Shu had not expected Raku to open up about Chitoge to him. Raku felt confused because he believed he had not done anything wrong, yet Chitoge had acted strangely toward him. According to Shu, girls were naturally sensitive. Shu even wondered whether Chitoge's lips might feel soft, but Raku explained that nothing like that had ever happened between him and Chitoge. Shu said that he was willing to listen to Raku's worries because he was Raku's close friend. The two of them went to a spot near the river to talk. Raku explained Chitoge's behavior that day, while Shu admitted that he did not really understand the idea of keeping secrets from friends. Raku still could not understand why Chitoge had suddenly started acting that way, or perhaps she was simply in a bad mood. Shu guessed that Chitoge might be having trouble fitting in socially. Raku thought that if Chitoge had close friends, her secrets would not feel like such a burden. It seemed that Chitoge truly did not have friends. Although she had spoken with other girls before, she never acted close to anyone other than Raku. After school, when Raku turned in his assignment at the teacher's office, he asked about Onodera. Ms. Kyoko told him that Onodera had already gone home because there was no committee meeting that day. Raku felt disappointed, since that day had been a good chance for him to talk with Onodera. As he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered what Shu had said earlier, that Chitoge never acted close to anyone except him. Raku wondered why he was the one worrying about Chitoge. By chance, Raku overheard other students talking. They were discussing how Chitoge seemed distant whenever she talked with them. They admitted that it felt difficult to get close to a mixed heritage student like her, yet she looked friendly when she was with Raku. They felt as though Chitoge looked down on them. Raku immediately ran back toward the classroom. Only then did he realize that Chitoge really had been spending most of her time with him, ever since she transferred to the school. Especially when they were pretending to be a couple, Chitoge had pushed her own personal life aside. At that moment, Chitoge was making notes about the names of her classmates. Raku could only watch quietly. After Chitoge finished writing, she felt confident that she could finally start talking with them. Raku slowly approached her. Chitoge was startled when she noticed Raku and quickly covered her notebook, asking how long he had been standing there. Her face turned red with embarrassment after realizing that Raku had seen what she was doing. Chitoge reflexively tried to lash out, but Raku stopped her before it went too far. Chitoge was sure that Raku would laugh at her. She admitted that she did not know any other way to get close to people and confessed that she had no idea how to approach classmates. Claude had been protecting her since she was little. He had always been extremely protective, even escorting Chitoge to school and constantly keeping an eye on her. He also always tried to find out who she spent time with, which made it difficult for Chitoge to make friends. In truth, she wanted to live like a normal girl. She had thought that moving to Japan would mean no one would know that she was the daughter of a mafia boss, but the situation turned out to be no different. Chitoge herself wondered why she had ended up telling all of this to Raku. Raku felt that his own life was not that different from hers. He had even made similar notes before. Since Raku was little, his father had been part of the Yakuza, and every time he changed schools, people always whispered about him. Raku explained that Ueshida was actually a nice person who got really excited when talking about sports. He suggested that Chitoge ask Suzuki about schoolwork because she was smart, and he hoped that Chitoge could get closer to Maria, who clearly wanted to talk with her. Raku knew a lot about his classmates thanks to the notes he had once made, and he even offered to help Chitoge become closer with everyone. Raku admitted that Chitoge could be annoying, but he understood how she felt. Chitoge's face turned red, yet she acted as if she was reluctantly accepting Raku's help. Raku became even more convinced that Chitoge was not cute at all. Chitoge stated that she would not act sweet toward Raku, because their relationship was only pretend. Unexpectedly, that conversation was overheard by Onodera, who was standing at the front of the classroom. She was shocked and could not understand what was really going on. One morning, Chitoge headed to school together with Raku. Suddenly, two fellow students came over to greet Chitoge. At first, she looked very nervous, but moments later she started talking about sports. They seemed very comfortable chatting about a sports match from the previous night. Raku noticed that the note she had prepared earlier seemed to help a lot. From that day on, little by little, Chitoge managed to grow closer to her classmates. She was not the type of person who struggled to make friends. Rather, her natural personality allowed her to connect easily once she was given the chance. That day, Chitoge was assigned to take care of the plants at school, and she quietly sang to herself because she felt happy. Her high school life was finally going the way she had imagined. Her mood even improved whenever she saw the school's plants and animals. She proudly told Raku that she was planning to go to McDonald's with her friends later. Raku did not feel jealous, since he also went there often. In Chitoge's mind, she felt that if she were to break up with Raku, her life might become even more perfect. Previously, whenever Raku was near her, Chitoge always showed a sulky expression, but this time she actually smiled at him. Unfortunately, Raku misunderstood her attitude. Chitoge had not really changed at all, and was still the same troublesome girl as ever. At the same time, Ruri and Onodera were watching them from a distance. Ruri did not like how close Raku and Chitoge seemed to be. Instead, she was worried about Onodera's feelings, since she realized that her best friend had feelings for Raku. Hearing this, Onodera was surprised and tried to deny it, but Ruri was completely convinced that Onodera liked him. Onodera felt that she was nothing more than an obstacle, because Raku already had a girlfriend. Ruri confidently stated that she believed Raku also had feelings for Onodera. Onodera's face immediately turned red, and she could hardly believe what Ruri was saying. Ruri had been watching the two of them for a long time and even suggested that Onodera should try dating Raku. Onodera admitted that Ruri's words were painfully honest. Ruri gently patted Onodera's head and reminded her that there was no rule saying Onodera could not get close to someone just because that person liked someone else. Onodera realized that Ruri had a point. Ruri told her not to worry and promised to create an opportunity for her. She then walked straight toward Raku, making Onodera panic and worry about what Ruri might say to him. In the end, Ruri simply suggested having a group study session in Raku's room. Raku was surprised by the idea, but immediately agreed. After school, Raku invited Ruri, Onodera, Shu, and Chitoge to his house. They were greeted by members of the Yakuza. One of them, Ryunosuke, asked whether Raku was planning to hold a study session. Raku asked Ryunosuke to prepare some tea right away. He did not understand why Ruri had suddenly suggested studying at his place. He also never expected that Onodera, the girl he liked, would join them, which made him feel extremely grateful. Ruri then asked why Shu had come along as well. Shu explained that there was nothing wrong with him joining, especially since he and Ruri were both glasses-wearing classmates. Raku wondered if this had all been Onodera's idea and tried to get Ruri to admit it. At that moment, Raku and Onodera accidentally made eye contact, but Onodera quickly looked away. Her face turned red, and she could not bring herself to look at Raku. The group then headed toward Raku's room. Raku tried to calm his racing heart, but suddenly Chitoge started moving around excitedly in front of him, prompting Raku to wonder what was making her so nervous, or rather, so cheerful. Chitoge admitted that it was her first time ever studying in a group with friends, and wondered if it was wrong for her to feel that happy. When they arrived at Raku's room, Ruri was amazed by how spacious it was. Shu mentioned that it had been a long time since he had last been there. Chitoge, on the other hand, commented that the room felt small and had a strange smell. Raku felt irritated that Chitoge would say something like that in front of Onodera. Onodera's face turned red when she noticed the familiar scent of Raku's room, making her feel even more embarrassed. Once again, Onodera and Raku accidentally locked eyes, but she quickly turned her face away. She was truly too shy to look at him directly. Not long after, Ryunosuke arrived with tea for everyone. Raku picked up the tea tray, and Onodera hurried over to help him. However, when their hands accidentally touched, Onodera panicked and ended up tossing the tray into the air. Ryunosuke immediately became flustered and asked whether Raku was all right, while Onodera, overwhelmed with embarrassment, quickly apologized. At that moment, Raku felt so restless that he did not know what to do. He tried to calm himself down and focus on his assignment. Onodera asked Ruri to help her with a problem she found difficult, but instead, Ruri told Raku to help Onodera. Onodera was surprised and wondered why Ruri had pointed her toward Raku instead. Ruri admitted that she was not good at that particular subject. Onodera found it strange because Ruri had been able to solve even harder problems the day before. Worry then asked Onodera not to question her any further. Onodera quickly approached Raku, looking nervous as she asked for his help. Their faces both turned red because they were standing so close to each other. At that moment, Raku's heart was beating extremely fast, not only because Onodera was right beside him, but also because he was not confident in math. He did not know what to say to her and even worried that she might be able to hear how fast his heart was pounding. Raku tried to calm himself, but the math problem truly was difficult. Suddenly, Chitoge suggested that they should align the variables first. Raku told Chitoge that she should just focus on her own assignment. Chitoge replied that she had already finished it, which Raku could hardly believe since the homework that day was 3 full pages. Chitoge then showed the completed assignment to him. Raku was shocked and realized that Chitoge was actually smart, even though he had assumed he was better than her. It turned out that when Chitoge studied in America, she consistently earned straight A grades. She was also willing to help Onodera. Onodera felt very happy because Chitoge explained everything in a clear and easy-to-understand way. Hearing the praise, Chitoge laughed cheerfully and looked down at Raku with confidence. Raku felt extremely annoyed and silently wished she would stop acting so smug. Not long after that, Chitoge suddenly asked whether there was a guy that Onodera liked. Both Raku and Onodera were caught off guard by the question. Raku wondered why Chitoge would bring up something like that, but to Chitoge, it was a normal topic among girls. Onodera admitted that she did not have feelings for anyone yet. Hearing that, Raku smiled to himself because it meant he still had a chance. Chitoge also admitted that she did not like anyone at the moment and hoped she would experience something romantic someday. Their classmates felt confused by Chitoge's statement, and realizing the awkward atmosphere, Chitoge claimed that she was only joking. Raku immediately played along to help smooth things over. They continued acting close so their classmates would not grow suspicious. Shu suddenly asked how far Raku and Chitoge's relationship had progressed. Chitoge panicked upon hearing the question. Raku quickly stopped Shu from continuing and led him outside, clearly uncomfortable with the topic. Raku warned Shu not to talk about things like that. He then explained the fake dating situation and asked Shu to keep his secret. However, Shu revealed that he had known from the start and had only pretended not to know so he could enjoy the situation. Raku was surprised that he had ended up telling Shu everything. Shu advised Raku not to let Onodera misunderstand anything and suggested that Raku should be honest and confess his feelings to her. Shu even offered to help, as he believed that Onodera had feelings for Raku as well. Raku was shocked and felt that such a possibility was hard to believe. Raku and Shu then returned to the others. Raku kept thinking that if Onodera truly liked him, his life would become incredibly happy. Unbeknownst to him, several Yakuza members were watching from a distance. They were suspicious because there seemed to be no progress in Raku and Chitoge's relationship. Even inviting Chitoge to his house required bringing other friends along. The Yakuza members decided to help Raku grow closer to Chitoge. They asked Raku and Chitoge to retrieve some expensive tea stored in the warehouse. Ruri felt relieved because she had been feeling awkward around Onodera at the time. When they arrived at the warehouse, Raku asked Chitoge to go inside with him, but she refused and chose to wait outside. Suddenly, someone pushed them both inside and locked the door from the outside. It turned out that the Yakuza members had done it on purpose to give Raku and Chitoge time alone together. Raku repeatedly knocked on the warehouse door, but it was no use. He wondered why the Yakuza members would go that far, especially after they claimed they could only help up to that point. Despite the situation, Raku remained calm because he believed they would eventually find a way out, especially since there was a ladder and a window inside. He apologized to Chitoge for the Yakuza members' actions. Unexpectedly, Chitoge held on to Raku tightly from behind. She was extremely frightened and reacted defensively when she realized how close they were. Chitoge admitted that she felt uncomfortable in dark, confined spaces due to a past experience where she had been stuck inside a washing machine for several hours. She asked Raku to stay still because holding on to him helped her feel calmer. At that moment, Raku realized that there was another side to Chitoge he had never seen before. Being so close to her, he became aware of her shaky breathing and her teary eyes, and he could sense the warmth of her presence. Raku admitted to himself that Chitoge truly had a gentle and charming side. However, he quickly pushed those thoughts away, reminding himself that he had already decided to give his heart to Onodera. Chitoge noticed a ladder and wondered whether they could get out through the window, but her condition at the time made it impossible for her to climb. She asked Raku to go out first and look for help, yet he could not bring himself to leave her alone in the storage room. He believed the Yakuza members would eventually open the door, so he chose to stay and keep her company. Chitoge grew irritated, feeling that Raku was trying too hard to act cool in a way that did not suit him. After that, she suggested that they talk. because staying silent would only make her feel more scared. Raku did not even know what they were supposed to talk about. Chitoge suggested that he tell an amazing story, but Raku admitted that he was not good at talking about things just like that. She then asked how he felt about Onodera at that moment. Raku was startled and wondered why she suddenly brought that up. According to Chitoge, Onodera seemed like an impressive person who was sweet and friendly, so she felt she could probably get along well with her. Raku admitted that Onodera really was kind, warm, and thoughtful. He also thought that she was beautiful, neat, charming, and feminine, and he felt confident that Onodera was the kind of girl many people would admire. Chitoge asked whether Raku might be hiding feelings for Onodera. He panicked, realizing that she had noticed. Chitoge admitted that she agreed with his opinion about Onodera. She then suddenly wondered why everyone kept bringing up questions about kissing and whether it was really that important. Raku did not understand why people enjoyed talking about that topic so much. Chitoge commented that she would rather face something extreme than ever kiss Raku, though the remark came off as exaggerated and emotional rather than serious. Raku became convinced that she had never kissed anyone before. Chitoge, on the other hand, suspected that Raku was the inexperienced one, while she claimed to have kissed many people, explaining it as a form of greeting in other countries. Raku pointed out that they were talking about kissing on the lips, not a friendly greeting on the cheek. They kept arguing back and forth about the subject. As the debate went on and became more heated, Raku unexpectedly stopped feeling scared. Because of that, Chitoge felt confident that she could finally climb the ladder. She quickly stood up, but then she stumbled and her body landed right in front of Raku. Their faces turned red because they were suddenly so close that it looked as if they were about to kiss. At that moment, Claude arrived and opened the storage room door. Seeing how close they were, he teased Raku, implying that he should not rush things like that. Ruri then appeared and admitted that she felt relieved, since she had been worried about them the entire time. Unexpectedly, Onodera also arrived and saw the scene. Her face turned red, and she apologized for interrupting before quickly leaving the area. Raku felt deeply upset because Onodera had misunderstood the situation. He never imagined that such drama would bring their group study session to an abrupt end. That night, after taking a bath, Chitoge read through a friend's notebook. Before this, she had viewed Raku as loud, overly heroic, and annoying. She added a note about him, writing that he might possibly have a good side, though it seemed like it was probably just her imagination. In the end, she thought of Raku as nothing more than a bean sprout. Earlier during the group study session, Onodera had gone to look for the restroom, leaving Ruri alone with Shu. Shu asked whether Ruri had ever kissed anyone, which caught her completely off guard. Ruri refused to answer and wondered why Shu was suddenly acting so familiar with her. She brought up her suspicions about the relationship between Raku and Chitoge, feeling sure that Shu knew something. But he only continued teasing her, making her feel uncomfortable and turned off by his attitude. Meanwhile, Onodera became confused about where the restroom was and decided to ask Ryunosuke for directions. That day, during the break, Raku bought a drink from the school vending machine. His mind was still stuck on what had happened at his house the day before. He desperately wanted to forget the incident with Chitoge in the storage room, but he could not stop worrying about Onodera, who might have misunderstood what she saw when Raku and Chitoge were together there. When Raku reached the area near the classroom, he noticed Ruri trying to cheer Onodera up and telling her not to stay gloomy. Onodera explained that she felt like she could not interfere in someone else's relationship. Unfortunately, Raku could not clearly hear their conversation. Ruri then asked why Onodera was still keeping that key and whether she was still searching for the boy she had made a promise with 10 years ago. Hearing this, Raku began to wonder if Onodera might be the girl from that promise long ago. Ruri continued encouraging Onodera to give herself a chance to express her feelings to Raku and even planned to ask Chitoge for help. Ruri was very confident that Raku truly liked Onodera, especially because she strongly suspected something complicated about the relationship between Raku and Chitoge. That same day, Ruri asked Chitoge for help by inviting her to join the school swimming team. Ruri explained that the swimming team would hold a group practice the next day, but they were short on members. She chose Chitoge because of her excellent athletic ability. Chitoge did not mind at all since she genuinely enjoyed sports, although she was surprised to see Raku there as well. Raku was confused about why Ruri had invited him, considering it was a girls' swimming team. Ruri explained that she needed Raku's help to support someone. Raku, however, was still distracted by the conversation about the 10-year promise that Ruri and Onodera had earlier that morning, making it hard for him to focus. Suddenly, Onodera arrived and was confused about why Ruri had signed her up for the swimming team even though she could not swim. Raku was startled when he saw Onodera in a swimsuit. He had not expected how sweet and charming she looked in it. Onodera became extremely nervous upon noticing Raku, while Raku kept wondering why she continued carrying the key she referred to as a bookshelf key. Onodera's face turned red as she stood there, unsure of what to do. Chitoge quickly scolded Raku for staring too much and snapped him out of it. At that moment, Onodera began to wonder if Raku might actually have feelings for her. She felt awkward being so close to him. Suddenly, Ruri casually brought up what Raku and Chitoge had been doing together in the dark storage room the day before. The question shocked everyone, and Onodera was confused as to why Ruri would mention that. Raku explained that it had only been an accident caused by losing balance. Hearing this, Onodera felt relieved and realized that Ruri had asked the question for her sake. Ruri then made sure that nothing inappropriate had happened between them. Not long after, Shu approached them, having come specifically to watch Onodera and Chitoge help the swimming team. He was clearly impressed by Chitoge and Onodera, though he showed no such interest in Ruri. Annoyed by his attitude, Ruri pushed Shu into the pool to shut him up. She then firmly warned him to stop causing trouble. Ruri explained that she had asked Raku to help teach Onodera how to swim. Both Raku and Onodera were shocked to hear this. Chitoge looked excited, while Raku became visibly nervous. Onodera's face turned bright red when she realized that Raku would be the one teaching her. It turned out that Ruri had planned everything without telling Onodera beforehand. Chitoge wondered why Ruri had invited Onodera, even though she could not swim. Onodera apologized to Chitoge for the sudden situation, but Chitoge did not mind at all and even said that she was enjoying herself. Seeing how friendly and kind Chitoge was, Onodera felt that Chitoge truly seemed like someone worthy of Raku's affection. Suddenly, a suspicious man approached while disguised, offering to help Chitoge with sunscreen. Ruri immediately kicked him away, revealing that it was actually Shu in disguise. She told him to go home if he was only going to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Raku wondered whether Claude had been watching him the day before. If Claude had been there, Raku was certain that Shu would not have acted so recklessly. In fact, Claude was watching Chitoge from a distance and was surprised to realize how much she had grown up. Chitoge demonstrated to Onodera how to jump and swim in the pool. She moved skillfully through the water, kicking swiftly, and when she reached the edge of the pool, she checked whether Onodera understood the idea. Onodera was completely amazed by Chitoge's impressive movements. Raku thought that Chitoge was so skilled that her technique might actually be difficult for a beginner to follow. Feeling a bit discouraged, Chitoge fell silent at the side of the pool. Raku then stepped in and began teaching Onodera the basics, starting with simple leg movements. Raku felt genuinely happy to be able to teach Onodera privately, especially since she was standing so close to him. He did not expect to be guiding her so closely, even holding her hand to help her balance. Onodera's hand felt warm and soft, and with a flushed face, she asked him not to let go. Unfortunately, Raku became too nervous and accidentally loosened his grip, causing Onodera to fall into the pool. Raku immediately apologized, but Onodera realized that it happened because she was still inexperienced. Raku suggested taking a short break, but Onodera refused, saying that since Raku was putting so much effort into teaching her, she wanted to stay motivated. Onodera's bright smile made Raku's face turn red, and he became flustered, running off while shouting in embarrassment. Onodera looked incredibly sweet, leaving a strong impression on Raku's heart. Onodera herself looked shy as well and soon went to buy a drink as a small gesture of thanks to Raku. In the end, Raku felt more motivated than ever to continue teaching Onodera how to swim. Padasae 2. Raku noticed Onodera's key lying there. He slowly moved closer to it, thinking that if the key really was the one from 10 years ago, and if Onodera was the person who had made that promise with him back then he could end up marrying Onodera. For now, the most important thing was to confirm whether the key could open his locket. Raku then tried to insert the key into the keyhole of his locket. Unexpectedly, the key would not fit at all, and he suspected that it was a different key. Suddenly, Onodera arrived carrying tea together with Chitoge and Ruri. Raku was startled by their sudden appearance. Onodera looked confused and wondered why Raku was holding what appeared to be a key from the girls' changing room. The situation quickly escalated, and they restrained Raku, completely misunderstanding what was happening and assuming the worst about his intentions. Raku desperately tried to explain the misunderstanding, but they did not listen. He himself was confused about why the changing room key had such a strange design. Ruri explained that the principal had designed it and that the principal's taste seemed old-fashioned. Onodera believed that everything was just a misunderstanding and that Raku was not the type of person who would do something inappropriate. Hearing Onodera defend him like that deeply moved Raku. Because of Onodera's trust, Ruri released Raku and asked him to continue teaching Onodera how to swim again the next day. Raku thanked Onodera sincerely for believing in him. Ruri then apologized to Chitoge for having to borrow Chitoge's boyfriend to help Onodera practice swimming. Chitoge became flustered when Ruri mentioned the word boyfriend, and her reaction made Ruri even more suspicious. The next day, Raku returned to the swimming pool to teach Onodera again. Not long after that, Chitoge came over to them. Raku felt curious about why Chitoge was not wearing the same swim outfit as before. Chitoge explained that everything had been rushed the previous day and that she had not prepared a proper school swim uniform. She teased Raku by implying that he seemed very curious, which led Raku to comment that things would be easier if her behavior were calmer. Hearing that, Chitoge immediately got upset and lashed out at him, then asked about Onodera's progress. Raku explained that as long as Onodera used a flotation device, she would be able to manage. Chitoge was shocked, thinking that meant Onodera still could not swim properly at all. Raku felt that this was normal, since no one could master swimming with just one day of practice. They continued arguing back and forth until Onodera arrived with Ruri. Raku asked if Onodera was feeling okay. Onodera said that she had practiced swimming techniques in the bathtub. Raku told her not to push herself too hard and reminded her that all she needed to do was swim until the finish line. Seeing this, Chitoge wondered why Raku treated Onodera differently compared to others. Raku responded that there was no reason for him to be especially considerate toward Chitoge. Chitoge felt hurt by the difference in how Raku treated her compared to Onodera. Because of that, they ended up arguing intensely once again. Ruri found it strange and wondered whether the two of them were fighting because they were close or because they truly disliked each other. Their public behavior toward each other was very different from what she was seeing now, which only made her more curious about what kind of relationship they actually had. The swimming competition then began. Raku reminded Chitoge to warm up first, but she refused. Only Onodera wore a flotation device, since she was still unable to swim on her own. She encouraged herself to make it to the finish line. When the signal was given, all the participants jumped into the pool. Raku apologized to Ruri, feeling that just one day of practice was not enough to make Onodera skilled at swimming. Ruri was surprised that Raku took it so seriously, since she had only been joking. Still, Onodera was able to keep going and did not sink during the swim. Suddenly, Chitoge began to sink because both of her legs cramped up due to not warming up beforehand. Raku immediately jumped into the pool to save her. He managed to reach Chitoge and support her, and everyone there praised Raku for his quick action. He quickly brought Chitoge to the edge of the pool. Shu rushed over and asked about Chitoge's condition. Raku said that she had not swallowed much water, but after Shu checked her, he realized that Chitoge was not breathing. Everyone panicked. Shu told Raku that emergency breathing assistance was needed, which shocked Raku. He thought that this was not something he was prepared to do and wondered why it had to be him. Onodera's face turned red, and Ruri pointed out that Raku was the one who should do it, since he was Chitoge's boyfriend. Raku never expected that he would end up having to give emergency rescue breathing to Chitoge in front of so many people, especially with Onodera being there as well. However, because it was an urgent situation, someone had to step in and help. In his mind, Raku could not stop thinking about how giving rescue breathing felt no different from putting his lips close to hers. He felt extremely conflicted and hesitant, but in the end, he decided that helping her was the right thing to do. Just as his face moved closer to Chitoge's, she suddenly regained consciousness and reacted in shock, causing Raku to be sent stumbling back in surprise. Later on, inside the girls' changing room, Onodera was changing clothes together with Ruri. Onodera mentioned that Raku was an amazing guy because he bravely saved Chitoge when she was drowning. Ruri then wondered whether Onodera secretly wished that she herself had been the one in danger instead. Feeling flustered, Onodera quickly denied that idea. Ruri noticed that Onodera often looked timid and unsure of herself, yet in the end, it was still hard to tell whether the relationship between Raku and Chitoge was good or bad. Their chemistry seemed both compatible and conflicting at the same time. But one thing was certain, Raku and Chitoge did not look like a couple at all. Seeing how Onodera always carried her key everywhere she went, Ruri pointed out that Onodera had been carefully protecting that key for 10 whole years. Onodera explained that it was something very precious to her. Ruri felt that the promise connected to the locket from 10 years ago was a waste of time, especially since Onodera could not even remember the face of the boy from back then. Ruri believed that the feelings right in front of her mattered more. Still, she also thought that the love from 10 years ago was connected to the feelings in the present, and she was convinced that Raku had simply mistaken the changing room key for the locket key the day before. Meanwhile, Raku was waiting outside while the girls were changing clothes when Shu suddenly approached him and brought up the incident at the swimming pool earlier. Shu then teased Raku by asking who he would choose between Onodera and Chitoge, making immature and inappropriate comparisons that crossed the line. Hearing that careless conversation, Chitoge reacted immediately and, in her frustration, pushed both of them back into the pool to put a stop to it. Back when Chitoge was still in middle school, she once made chocolate for Valentine's Day. The subordinate members of her father's mafia group were asked to try it. The chocolate she made was actually quite bitter and tough to chew, but because they were intimidated by Claude, they forced themselves to praise it and said that Chitoge's chocolate was the best they had ever tasted. Later, on the way home from school, Shu asked Raku whether he had received any Valentine's chocolate. Raku said that he had received far too many, as it turned out that all the Yakuza members had given chocolate to him. Meanwhile, Onodera never found the courage to give her Valentine's chocolate to Raku, even though she had made it herself. Ruri noticed the chocolate and asked who it was meant for. Onodera said that it was not for anyone in particular, so Ruri asked if she could have it instead. Unexpectedly, after eating it, Ruri ended up feeling unwell because Onodera's homemade chocolate did not turn out right. During the New Year's celebration party, Chitoge was invited to Raku's residence. The Yakuza members asked Raku to show his talent and skills in front of everyone. Raku then sang a song beautifully, surprising everyone who listened. At that moment, Chitoge realized that Raku was actually very talented when it came to singing. One day during the lunch break, Chitoge had lunch together with Ruri and Onodera inside their classroom. She opened the lunchbox she had brought from home, and the moment the lid was lifted, Ruri and Onodera were stunned by what they saw. Inside were fish roe, foie gras, caviar, lobster, fried pork cutlets, shark fin spring rolls, and even a filet mignon steak. Onodera became curious about what kind of job Chitoge's parents actually had. Chitoge looked nervous and said that she came from a normal family. Ruri found it hard to believe and realized that Chitoge was actually from a wealthy background. Chitoge herself noticed that the lunch she brought did not look ordinary at all. The three of them were getting closer and agreed to call each other by their first names only. Nearby, several male students looked delighted while watching the friendly interaction between the three beautiful girls. Chitoge apologized because she had been disqualified from the swimming practice match, even though she was supposed to help Ruri's team. Ruri said it was not a problem, especially since she had been the one who pushed Chitoge too hard from the start, and she was just relieved that Chitoge was still okay. Even though Ruri had done it for Onodera's sake, she still felt deeply guilty. Chitoge explained that the reason she had sunk was because of Raku, since everything he had said before the practice match had annoyed her. She even felt that, while she was unconscious, Raku had still tried to startle her, and in her eyes, he was nothing more than someone beneath her. Onodera then told Chitoge that the person who saved her was actually Raku. Chitoge's face instantly turned red, as she could not believe that the soft and unreliable Raku had helped her. Onodera said that Raku's actions the day before had been impressive, especially when he suddenly dove in to save Chitoge. Onodera also felt uncomfortable hearing Chitoge describe Raku in such a demeaning way. Chitoge began to feel bad for having lashed out at Raku twice. Ruri said that it was not too late for Chitoge to apologize and thank him properly. Chitoge insisted that she could never do something like that, but Onodera encouraged her and even offered to help. Chitoge eventually went to see Raku. She looked nervous about bringing up what happened the day before, but Raku misunderstood and thought she was talking about Shu's comment about her stomach looking a bit round. He promised he would never tell anyone about it. Chitoge was shocked, since that was not what she meant at all. Raku was also confused about why Chitoge had been so rough with him the day before, even though he had not said anything offensive. He even suggested that she might feel better if she balanced her diet by eating more vegetables and less meat. Chitoge became irritated and reacted harshly toward him again. After that, she tried once more to apologize, this time asking about Raku's favorite food. Instead of understanding her intention, Raku suspected that she might be planning something unpleasant and wondered what she was actually trying to do. Earlier, Onodera had suggested that Chitoge give Raku something as an apology. Chitoge handed him a peanut butter bread as a way to thank him for what happened the day before, but Raku said that he preferred chunky red bean paste instead. Chitoge grew annoyed once again and responded sharply toward him. Chitoge still did not give up and tried to meet Raku again later. She brought up the incident from when she had sunk in the pool and said that she had only just learned that Raku was the one who saved her. She admitted that she never expected Raku to be someone who could act so bravely. Raku's face turned red after being described as brave by Chitoge, and it was a relief to him that she did not feel uncomfortable about his attempt to help her breathe. Raku admitted that he had panicked because Chitoge had stopped breathing. Chitoge was surprised and wondered if Raku had truly been worried about her. Raku then asked why she did not seem bothered by it, even though it had been a first-time experience for him. Chitoge misunderstood and thought he was talking about saving her from drowning. She said that it did not scare her at all and that she actually felt happy about it. Raku was confused about why Chitoge felt that way and did not see it as a serious issue. He became even more surprised and confused by what seemed like hidden feelings from her. The misunderstanding continued until Raku finally mentioned the attempt to help her breathe, which made Chitoge angry and caused her to react strongly once again. At that point, Chitoge seemed exhausted and decided that she would never properly thank someone as annoying and foolish as Raku. Onodera tried to calm her down. Ruri remained unsure whether Raku and Chitoge were actually a good match or not. She asked whether Raku and Chitoge were truly dating. Chitoge was startled by the question, but she remembered that Raku had once said that secrets could be shared with close friends. In the end, Chitoge chose to be honest with them. Ruri and Onodera were shocked to learn that Chitoge and Raku were not actually dating. Chitoge explained that their parents had a unique relationship, and because of that situation, she and Raku had been forced to pretend to be a couple. She added that if the circumstances were different, she would never choose to be with someone like Raku. Hearing that, Ruri asked what Chitoge would do if another girl developed feelings for Raku. Chitoge said that she would not mind at all. She asked Ruri and Onodera to promise to keep the secret, because if it ever leaked out, the consequences would be disastrous. Ruri became curious about what Chitoge's family was really like. But Chitoge once again insisted that she came from an ordinary family. After that, Chitoge excused herself, saying she had to go take care of the animals. After Chitoge left, Ruri suggested that Onodera should finally confess her feelings to Raku as soon as possible. However, Onodera felt that doing so would be too sudden. Ruri warned her that if she did not act soon, someone else might take Raku away. Onodera admitted that she had almost given up on expressing her feelings to him, but she realized that this was a rare and valuable opportunity. She did not want those emotions to keep weighing on her heart, so she decided that she would try her best to confess her feelings to Raku. Onodera had no idea how she should do it, and even imagining the moment already made her feel embarrassed. Ruri encouraged her to be brave, and reminded her that she needed to keep trying no matter how difficult it felt. Meanwhile, Raku still did not understand the way girls behaved, especially Chitoge, whose actions often came across as rough and unpredictable. Because of that, the pendant Raku treasured now had several scratches. He really wanted to replace the chain, since if he left it as it was, it might completely break before he ever reunited with the girl connected to the promise behind that pendant. Raku wondered what that girl was doing now. He would not even be surprised if he turned out to be the only one who still remembered the promise, since 10 years had already passed. Suddenly, Raku accidentally bumped into someone carrying items, causing his pendant to fall and the chain to snap. Later, Raku arrived at the animal shed to help take care of the pets together with Chitoge. Because he arrived late, Chitoge scolded him for it. Raku then casually asked whether Chitoge had been about to thank him earlier. Chitoge was caught off guard and nervously denied it, insisting there was no reason for her to do so. She then asked why Raku had saved her and wondered if he did not actually dislike her. Raku felt that of course he would help her, since he did not have time to think about things like personal grudges in that moment. He explained that his body had moved on its own without him realizing it. Raku believed there was some kind of hidden connection between the two of them. Even though their relationship was only an act, they were still technically a couple. Chitoge stayed silent, which made Raku think she had not heard him. Her face slowly turned red as she quietly expressed her gratitude for him saving her, and she also apologized for how harshly she had treated him before. After that, Chitoge said she was heading home. Raku stopped her because he had not heard her clearly, but her reaction once again came across as clumsy and defensive. Although Raku had not heard her words clearly, he was sure that Chitoge had thanked him. He wondered why she could not be a little gentler with him. As Chitoge walked away, she accidentally noticed Raku's pendant lying on the road. At the same time, Ruri asked Onodera what it was that she liked about Raku. Even though Ruri had been friends with both of them for a long time, she still did not fully understand that part. She admitted that Raku was not a bad person. Onodera found it difficult to put into words why she liked Raku so much. Suddenly, Raku entered the classroom and greeted them. Seeing that, Ruri quickly left so that Raku and Onodera could be alone together. Onodera's face turned bright red from nervousness. Raku was confused about why Ruri had run off so fast. Onodera truly wanted to confess her feelings to Raku, but not in such an abrupt situation. It turned out that Ruri was watching from a distance to make sure Onodera would not run away. Onodera's heart was pounding intensely, and she felt so nervous that she could not bring herself to say anything that day. Raku noticed how red her face was and wondered if she might have a fever. When he instinctively checked her temperature, it only made her feel even more flustered. Raku panicked and offered to take her to the hospital immediately. Onodera tried to calm him down, but Raku was still worried and believed she needed medical attention as soon as possible. Onodera smiled and admitted that this very side of Raku was the reason she had fallen for him. After checking the money in his wallet, Raku decided to buy some medicine, but Onodera gently stopped him by holding his hand. After that, Onodera began to explain that she still could not say it yet. Slowly, she started to express what she had been wanting to tell Raku, but suddenly a baseball flew toward them, startling them both. Raku scolded the students who were playing baseball nearby and immediately went to report the situation to a teacher. Before leaving, he asked what Onodera had been trying to say earlier. Onodera simply smiled and said that it was nothing. After Raku left, Onodera felt deeply disappointed. She had almost managed to confess, but once again, something had gotten in the way. Her heart was still racing as she tried to calm herself down. Meanwhile, Raku thought that Onodera might have been about to confess her feelings to him, since her words had sounded close to a love confession and her face had been so red. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, believing it was impossible for Onodera to like him, and that such a beautiful moment would never really happen. Onodera was walking home when she ran into Ruri, and the two of them decided to head back together. Onodera apologized because, in the end, she was unable to go through with it. Ruri commented that Onodera turned out to be weak, just as she had expected, but she also believed that Onodera had tried her very best. Ruri realized that she herself had been pushing Onodera too hard, and if something like this happened again, then it would be enough for them to simply cherish their friendship as it was. Deep down in her heart, Onodera actually felt relieved that she had not yet confessed her feelings to Raku. Even though she truly wanted to express those feelings, she felt that it was better to keep things this way for the time being. Still, Onodera was certain that someday she would tell Raku how she really felt. Meanwhile, Chitoge brought home Raku's locket that she had found on the street. She did not know what to do with it at first. The locket was clearly very important to Raku, so it seemed like she should return it to him the next day. Chitoge found herself wondering what kind of girl had made such a promise with Raku. She started to question whether Raku might still have feelings for that girl, and she was surprised at herself for even thinking about something like that. In the end, Chitoge decided to return the locket right away. That night, Chitoge visited Raku's house and gave the locket back to him. Raku reacted in a panic when he realized that Chitoge was the one who had found it. He explained that he had only just noticed the locket was missing and had been searching for it everywhere. Thanks to Chitoge, it had finally been found. Hearing this, Ryunosuke also felt relieved and happy that the item Raku had been looking for was safely returned. Chitoge reminded Raku that he should be more careful from now on. Raku wondered when he could have dropped it, since he always wore the locket around his neck. After that, Chitoge excused herself and went home, and Raku thanked her sincerely. Raku never expected that Chitoge could be so kind. He was also surprised to see that the locket's chain, which had been broken before, was now fixed. It turned out that Chitoge had deliberately asked one of her subordinates to repair it. Chitoge did not mind that Raku had not noticed the repair at first. She found it strange that, even though the locket was such a precious item to him, Raku seemed more worried about disappointing the girl connected to his promise. That made Chitoge recall that she too had made a promise when she was little, and the story felt very similar. She remembered the words tied to that promise, which were always in love. One day, Claude called in one of his subordinates and assigned a target along with a mission. He handed over a photo of Raku and explained that Chitoge was currently in a relationship with him. However, Claude was convinced that Chitoge was being deceived and taken advantage of by Raku. Hearing this, the subordinate felt upset at the thought of Princess Chitoge being treated unfairly. Claude went on to describe Raku in an extremely negative way, expressing his strong personal dislike and frustration toward him. He could not accept the idea of Raku being close to Chitoge. Because Claude could not protect Chitoge directly, he entrusted the task to a subordinate he had trained carefully, ordering him to watch over her. In Claude's view, this was the best way to keep Chitoge safe and away from what he believed to be bad influences. The subordinate vowed to protect Princess Chitoge and to prove the promise that had been made 10 years ago. On that day, the students at the school were buzzing about a transfer student. The student had a beautiful face but was wearing a male uniform. Shu shared the rumor with Raku and Chitoge, saying that the transfer student was suspected to be a very handsome boy. Not long after that, Ms. Kyoko arrived and informed the class that there was indeed a new transfer student. The student soon entered the classroom and introduced herself as Shukumi. The students burst into cheers, admiring Shukumi's looks, which reminded them of a fashion model. Ms. Kyoko then asked Shukumi to take a seat in the back of the room. Shu appeared to dislike the newcomer. As Shukumi walked toward her seat, she glanced at Raku with an expression that looked like she was quietly mocking him. Raku did not understand what was going on between them. Chitoge was shocked when she saw Shukumi, and Shukumi suddenly hugged her. Chitoge's face turned bright red, and the surrounding students reacted loudly in excitement. Chitoge quickly pulled away from the hug because so many people were watching. Shukumi was deeply moved to be able to meet Chitoge again. During the school break, Shukumi apologized to Chitoge for her earlier behavior. She explained that Claude had ordered her to stay close to Chitoge and keep an eye on her. Chitoge asked why Shukumi was wearing that kind of uniform, and Shukumi admitted that she had trouble finding the proper school uniform. At the same time, Shu asked Raku the same question, and Raku immediately repeated what Shukumi had just explained. Shukumi revealed that she already knew about Chitoge having a new boyfriend and asked to be introduced to him. Chitoge then called Raku over and introduced him to Shukumi. Raku forced a smile and tried to act friendly. Shukumi said that she had heard many things about Raku and believed that he was someone reliable. Raku felt confused, since Shukumi was connected to the mafia yet looked completely ordinary and harmless. Shukumi formally introduced herself and mentioned that she and Chitoge had been friends since childhood. She also admitted that she had been thinking about Chitoge a lot lately. Without thinking, Raku accidentally referred to Chitoge using a teasing nickname. Chitoge quickly tried to cover his mouth and brushed it off as a joke. Raku felt puzzled, since Chitoge had previously claimed that she did not have any close friends. When lunchtime arrived, Shukumi tried to take care of Chitoge by offering her food, but Chitoge refused. Shukumi kept persuading her, recalling how they used to share meals when they were younger. Chitoge became irritated and asked Shukumi to behave more appropriately. Shukumi even brought Chitoge her favorite assam tea. She simply smiled and commented that Chitoge had become even more beautiful. Raku watched all of this in confusion, while Shu asked him if he was really okay, since his rival seemed quite strong. Chitoge finally snapped at Shukumi and told her to stop pampering her so much. Shukumi looked confused by Chitoge's reaction, as they used to be extremely close in the past and spent almost all of their time together. Frustrated, Chitoge walked off toward the restroom. Soon after that, Shukumi asked Raku to talk with her privately. Shukumi led Raku up to the rooftop so they could talk alone. She wanted to know whether Raku truly loved Chitoge sincerely. Raku was taken aback and nearly let the truth slip out. He insisted that he loved Chitoge very much, but Shukumi did not believe him and questioned how deep his feelings really were. Shukumi declared that she loved Chitoge deeply and was willing to give up everything for her. In a tense moment, Shukumi revealed just how serious she was by showing how far she would go to protect Chitoge, which left Raku completely confused and shaken. Shukumi felt disappointed, believing that Raku lacked the awareness and quick judgment needed to protect someone like Chitoge. She became convinced that someone like Raku would never be able to keep Chitoge safe. Shukumi suspected that Raku might be deceiving Chitoge and dragging her into a false relationship. She even questioned whether Raku had hidden motives related to territory or power. At that moment, Raku realized that Shukumi was far more dangerous than she appeared. Shukumi could not understand what made Chitoge fall for someone like Raku. And even if Chitoge was not being missiled, Shukumi did not want her to be drawn to someone she considered weak. She was simply too devoted to Chitoge to accept that. Shukumi believed that someone insignificant like Raku could never compare to her, and she was determined to take Chitoge away from him. She wanted to prove someday who truly deserved to be by Chitoge's side. At first, Raku did not care much, since he claimed that he did not like Chitoge at all. However, he knew he could not allow Shukumi to take Chitoge away, because it could trigger a major conflict. Raku stated firmly that he was the one who belonged beside Chitoge, and that he would not let Shukumi take her away from him. Unbeknownst to him, Chitoge overheard everything. Her face turned red as she listened to Raku's unexpectedly bold words. Raku himself could not believe that he had said something so embarrassing. Shukumi began to give off an intimidating presence, and sensing that things were getting out of hand, Chitoge rushed over to stop the confrontation. She asked Shukumi and Raku to get along peacefully. Shukumi refused to back down and asked whether Chitoge still remembered the promise they had made 10 years ago. Shukumi tried to become stronger so she could protect Chitoge. She went through countless intense training sessions and difficult challenges to sharpen her skills and push her limits. She trained so hard that she sometimes ended up injured, yet in reality it was someone as physically weak as Raku who stayed by Chitoge's side. Shukumi could not accept that fact, especially because Chitoge was the daughter of the powerful Beehive Mafia family. Feeling conflicted and frustrated, Shukumi wanted to test Raku's worth. She decided to challenge Raku to a duel. If Raku managed to defeat her, Shukumi would acknowledge him as Chitoge's boyfriend. However, if he failed, Shukumi planned to make his life extremely difficult. Raku was terrified and asked her to talk things through first, but Shukumi immediately told him to meet her after school in the school courtyard. She made it clear that running away would not be tolerated. Neither Raku nor Chitoge could stop Shukumi once she had made up her mind. Chitoge felt irritated that things had escalated this far, though she had expected it. Shukumi had no parents and had been taken in by Claude, who raised her with strict discipline and specialized training. Because of that background, Shukumi grew up with skills meant for dangerous assignments. Chitoge also recalled an incident from the past when Shukumi single-handedly dealt with people who had caused her trouble. Raku looked extremely uneasy. He wondered if explaining the situation about their relationship might stop Shukumi, but Shukumi was simply not the kind of person who could be talked out of something once she decided. Chitoge ended up blaming Raku for provoking Shukumi in the first place. Raku then realized that Shukumi had devoted nearly 10 years of her life to becoming strong solely to protect Chitoge. At first, Raku assumed Chitoge wanted Shukumi to win. However, Chitoge instead urged him not to lose because if he did, something truly bad could happen to both of them, especially after everything they had gone through to maintain their fake relationship. Raku realized once again that Chitoge did not really have a gentle or sweet side, which she immediately proved through her actions. With no other option left, Raku accepted that he had to face Shukumi. After classes ended, Raku went to the courtyard to meet her. Shukumi praised him for not running away. Raku was confused by the large crowd of students cheering Shukumi on. Unexpectedly, Shu had even organized bets among the students. Shukumi used a coin as a signal to start the match. When the coin hit the ground, Raku prepared himself, only to be overwhelmed by Shukumi's use of various training tools meant to immobilize him rather than seriously harm him. Raku was shocked and desperately dodged each attempt. Chitoge silently hoped that Raku would somehow win. Raku kept running through the school hallways, trying to avoid Shukumi's relentless pursuit. Shukumi grew irritated and demanded that Raku face her head-on. She believed that Raku was incapable of protecting Chitoge, and that only she was fit for that role. Raku thought that Shukumi completely misunderstood Chitoge. In his view, Chitoge was not the kind of person who would quietly sit back and be protected without having her own strength and will. Raku continued running and used benches and obstacles around him to slow Shukumi down. He believed Shukumi should act more maturely and pay closer attention to what Chitoge truly wanted. Shukumi was deeply offended by Raku's words and increased her speed to catch him. Raku panicked as he saw how furious she had become. With no time left to think, he jumped out of a window. Shukumi followed immediately, but Raku had planned his move carefully and landed in the swimming pool below. He believed that the water would give him the advantage. When students heard the splash, they rushed over in concern. Raku managed to pull Shukumi to the edge of the pool. He felt relieved that his plan had worked, as Shukumi had lost consciousness from exhaustion. Unsure what to do next and worried about what might happen as she woke up, Raku started shivering from the cold and decided to change his clothes. He brought Shukumi to the locker room so she would not be left unattended. As Raku tried to help her dry off and remove her soaked outer clothing in a non-intrusive way, Shukumi suddenly woke up, startling him. At that moment, Raku finally realized that Shukumi was actually a girl, something he had never noticed before because she always wore a male school uniform. Shukumi became visibly embarrassed, and Raku was left in disbelief. Suddenly, the voices of other students calling out for Raku echoed nearby. Panicking, Raku hurriedly stepped back and urged Shukumi to put her clothes back on herself. When Chitoge opened the locker room door moments later, she found no one inside, even though she was certain she had heard voices coming from there earlier. Raku and Shukumi were hiding inside a locker. Raku had no other choice because the situation outside had become critical. Their bodies were pressed close together in the tight space. Before long, some students who had already checked the girls' locker room began asking why Chitoge had told them to search there. Chitoge explained that Shukumi was actually a girl, and the students immediately reacted in shock upon hearing that. Shukumi had never expected that Raku thought she was a boy. She herself did not understand why she was always assumed to be male. Raku asked why Shukumi wore a boy's uniform, and she explained that it allowed her to move more easily and act faster whenever necessary. Raku apologized for only realizing the truth now and admitted that the duel earlier should not have happened in the first place. Shukumi felt miserable about losing to someone she considered beneath her, and she believed she could not face Chitoge in such a state. Her expression looked unusually sad and different from before, especially since Raku had only just realized that Shukumi was a girl. Being stuck in such a narrow space with their bodies so close made Raku's thoughts spiral, but he tried to calm himself and focus on thinking about Onodera instead. He became so flustered that he even struck his own face to snap himself back to reality. Shukumi then revealed that she had been an abandoned child and was adopted by Claude. The name Shukumi had been given to her by Claude, and for reasons she could not explain, Claude had believed she was a boy. Even after 10 years had passed, Claude still had not realized that Shukumi was actually a girl. Shukumi did not mind this misunderstanding because her mission was to protect Chitoge. She had long since cast aside her femininity and trained herself to be strong enough to stand against any man. She could not imagine what she would do if she ever failed to protect Chitoge. Raku felt that this burden must have been incredibly heavy for Shukumi, especially since she was actually kind and gentle by nature. Shukumi's face turned red when Raku described her that way, particularly because no one had ever said such things about her before. Suddenly, Chitoge opened the locker. She was irritated and struck Raku in frustration. It was then that Chitoge realized Raku had also believed Shukumi was a boy. Chitoge asked about the duel earlier, and Shukumi immediately insisted that she had not truly lost. From the beginning, the duel had been meant to test whether Raku was capable of protecting Chitoge, so Shukumi considered the match invalid. She made it clear that she would not hesitate to threaten Raku if she felt he was unworthy, and she warned him to care for Chitoge sincerely. Shu arrived soon after and told Raku to write a letter of apology for using the swimming pool without permission. After Raku left, Shukumi admitted to Chitoge that she had been completely defeated. She also mentioned that Raku had told her Chitoge was not someone who simply sat quietly while being protected by others. Shukumi acknowledged that although many people worried about Chitoge, she herself was energetic, strong-willed, and truly unique. Even at that moment, Shukumi still wondered why everyone continued to mistake her for a boy. Chitoge then gave Shukumi a girl's uniform, and all the students were stunned when they saw her. Shukumi looked embarrassed by her appearance. Chitoge was confident that the outfit suited her and made her look cute, and she encouraged Shukumi to keep dressing that way since she was a girl. Shukumi responded that appearances did not matter to her, because she had come to protect Chitoge and to fulfill a promise she had made long ago. Chitoge had completely forgotten about that promise. She tried hard to remember, but nothing came to mind. Shukumi explained that the promise had been made when they first met as children, during a moment when they were spending time together at a bathing area with proper supervision. At that time, Shukumi had promised to become someone who would always protect Chitoge. Chitoge wondered why Shukumi still held on to that promise after all these years, but Shukumi considered it something incredibly precious. Chitoge praised Shukumi for being so dependable and cool for remembering a promise made 10 years earlier. Shukumi's face turned red again at the praise. Chitoge then tied a ribbon in Shukumi's hair so that no one would mistake her for a boy anymore. Shukumi thanked her, although she felt the ribbon was a little too feminine for her taste. When Raku later saw Shukumi, he complimented her and said she looked cute. Shukumi's face flushed red once more as she insisted that she was not cute. That evening, Shukumi quietly wondered whether it was possible that Chitoge had also forgotten the promise she made to her first love 10 years ago. One day, Shukumi was practicing assembling and handling a pistol with her eyes closed, while Claude deliberately tested her in order to monitor her skills. Shukumi completed the task quickly, convincing Claude that her abilities had not faded. Claude then asked for Shukumi's opinion about Raku and whether Shukumi could deal with the situation efficiently. Shukumi admitted that she was not yet able to resolve it. Claude instructed that if Shukumi became completely certain that Raku and Chitoge were not truly dating, then Shukumi should take immediate action to remove Raku from Chitoge's life. Shukumi firmly stated that she would not hesitate to carry out her duty if necessary. She was convinced that Raku was not a good match for Chitoge. Shukumi's face turned red when she remembered Raku once calling her sweet. By that day, Shukumi had already been attending the same high school as Chitoge for 3 days. She introduced herself again to Ruri and Onodera, explaining that although her name sounded masculine, she was actually a girl. Shukumi apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Onodera admitted that she had been surprised because she initially thought Shukumi was a boy, while Ruri revealed that she had known the truth from the beginning. Not long after, Shu arrived and casually praised Chitoge's beauty. Shukumi immediately raised her guard because Shu was acting overly familiar with Chitoge. Chitoge reacted strongly and made it clear that Shu was also her friend. The male students felt relieved when they found out that Shukumi was female, and the female students in the class stopped cheering in admiration, although many of them continued to gather around Shukumi anyway. They clearly seemed to like her a lot. From Raku's point of view, Shukumi appeared capable of adapting to the environment. At first, Raku thought everything would return to normal after that, but Shukumi continued to keep a close watch on him. Over time, this made it increasingly difficult for him to get close to Chitoge. That afternoon, Raku informed Chitoge that their teacher had instructed them to buy food for the animals at school. Chitoge wondered why the two of them had to go, since deliveries were usually an option. Raku explained that there were several rare animals at their school, so the food had to be purchased directly from a nearby pet shop. Chitoge suggested that Raku go alone, but he refused because the supplies would be too heavy to carry by himself. Suddenly, Shukumi appeared from behind some plants and startled them. She offered to take Chitoge's place, saying that she could not allow Chitoge to do physically demanding work. Shukumi immediately set off to buy the animal feed, thinking that this would be a good opportunity to find out whether Raku was truly Chitoge's boyfriend or not. If Raku was only pretending to date Chitoge, Shukumi intended to confront him and put an end to the act. Before they left, Chitoge asked Shukumi to wait for a moment. It turned out that Chitoge had changed Shukumi's outfit into something more feminine. In the middle of the crowd, people kept staring at Shukumi, making her feel extremely embarrassed. Chitoge had intentionally altered Shukumi's appearance so she would not be mistaken for a boy, especially since Chitoge had also removed all of Shukumi's weapons. Shukumi felt deeply self-conscious about her feminine look as it drew so much attention. She wondered if she looked strange dressed like that. Raku commented that the outfit suited Shukumi well. Hearing Raku praise her caused Shukumi's face to flush red, and she reacted sharply because she thought he was teasing her. When they arrived at the pet shop, Shukumi was captivated by a very cute white dog. Raku admitted that Shukumi's feminine appearance made her seem different. Shukumi became irritated when she noticed Raku staring at her, and she lost her balance while wearing high heels. Seeing this, Raku immediately caught her before she fell. Shukumi scolded Raku for holding her so suddenly, and Raku sincerely apologized to her. On the way back, Shukumi's feet were badly scraped because of the high heels. When Raku noticed how severe the injuries were, he wondered why Shukumi had not said anything earlier. Shukumi believed that if she could not endure minor pain, she could not truly call herself Chitoge's bodyguard. Raku thought that enduring pain in silence was not a wise thing to do. With no other option, he carried Shukumi on his back. Shukumi was shocked and asked to be put down, insisting that she could walk on her own. Raku refused, saying that he could not simply leave her like that, and he asked her to stay quiet and let him help. Along the way, Shukumi wondered why Raku was willing to help her, even though she considered him an enemy. She also reflected on how Raku was kind to her and even complimented her. Raku asked how long Shukumi had been with Chitoge. Shukumi explained that she and Chitoge had been together since they were 5 years old, which meant 10 years ago. She shared a story about how Chitoge once met her first love and happily talked about it. Raku was confused because Chitoge had told him that she had never fallen in love before. Hearing this, Shukumi laughed and assumed that Chitoge did not fully trust Raku. Raku then asked about Shukumi's own first love. Shukumi admitted that she had never experienced such feelings. She believed that she would never fall in love because her mission was to serve Princess Chitoge, and that alone brought her happiness. She felt that she had already set aside her femininity, and for her, seeing Princess Chitoge happy was more than enough. Raku thought that if Shukumi showed loyalty to someone the way she was loyal to Chitoge, then one day someone would surely fall in love with her. He concluded that Shukumi's first love simply had not appeared yet, and he found himself curious about what Shukumi's expression would look like when that moment finally came. When Raku glanced back, he noticed Shukumi's face turning red. Shukumi dismissed his thoughts and told him that he was acting as if he knew everything. Later that night, Shukumi returned to training with Claude. When Claude suddenly asked about Raku, Shukumi's concentration instantly fell apart, and she apologized to him. Claude then asked whether there was anything unusual about Raku. Shukumi admitted that she had not found anything strange about him so far. Claude reminded her to stay focused and continue her mission. Around that time, Shukumi began to feel that something inside her did not feel quite right. The next day at school, Shukumi kept following Chitoge as usual. Chitoge scolded her and told her to stop following her everywhere, but Shukumi explained that her duty was to always stay close to Chitoge and protect her. Shukumi genuinely felt happy whenever she was with Chitoge. Not long after that, Raku arrived, and Chitoge immediately greeted him warmly. Unexpectedly, Shukumi became extremely nervous the moment she saw Raku. She asked him not to look in her direction, not to touch her, and not to talk to her. Raku was surprised and could not believe that Shukumi seemed to dislike him that much. Shukumi then urged Chitoge to leave right away. As Raku tried to help by brushing some dust off Shukumi's shoulder, Shukumi was startled and panicked, moving away in a flustered manner. Raku and Chitoge were both confused and had no idea what was going on with her. At that moment, Shukumi finally realized that something truly strange was happening to her. Shukumi later explained everything to Chitoge. She said that she was experiencing physical changes that only appeared in certain situations, something she had never felt before. Chitoge asked what kind of changes Shukumi meant. Shukumi admitted that her heart would race around a certain person, her chest would feel tight, her face would grow warm, and when that person was nearby, she could not speak properly. Chitoge suspected that Shukumi might be dealing with a serious illness and suggested that she get checked at a hospital. Shukumi refused, because she felt that what she was experiencing did not seem medical in nature. Even though these strange sensations kept happening, Shukumi felt oddly happy and could not understand why. She was confused about why her thoughts kept circling around one person, especially since she believed those feelings could interfere with her mission. Shukumi decided to ask Claude about it, but Claude admitted that he had never heard of such symptoms before. He suggested that Shukumi consult professionals and reminded her to take care of herself, stay alert, and remain healthy while carrying out her mission. Still searching for answers, Shukumi asked Shu about her condition. Shu immediately guessed that Shukumi was talking about Raku, then laughed at her, which irritated Shukumi. She continued asking other friends, including Kyoko, but the answers she received were vague and unhelpful. Eventually, Shukumi went to see Onodera and Ruri and asked them directly. Onodera guessed that Shukumi might be in love. Shukumi's face turned red, and she reacted strongly, insisting that it was impossible and that she would never experience love. Ruri then mentioned that Onodera herself was going through the same thing. Shukumi became curious about the person Onodera liked. Ruri almost revealed it, but Onodera quickly stopped her. Even though Shukumi continued to deny the feelings growing inside her, her thoughts kept drifting back to Raku. She realized that Raku was Chitoge's boyfriend, and as Chitoge's protector, she believed she should never have feelings for him. Shukumi tried desperately to push those feelings away, growing increasingly frustrated with herself. Her inner turmoil drew the attention of nearby students. Raku noticed her distress and asked what was wrong. Startled by his sudden presence, Shukumi reacted reflexively and pushed him away before quickly leaving the area. Raku was left confused, unable to understand why Shukumi acted that way. Shukumi later sat alone on a park bench, feeling exhausted and unsure of how she could properly protect Chitoge while feeling so conflicted. She felt completely lost. Chitoge came over and brought her a drink, then asked whether Shukumi had gained any clarity. Shukumi mentioned that people kept saying she was in love. Chitoge said that idea made sense, because Shukumi's symptoms matched what people often experienced when they fell in love. Shukumi asked whether Chitoge felt the same way. Chitoge admitted that she had never really felt what falling in love was like. Shukumi found that strange and pointed out that Chitoge had a boyfriend. Chitoge quickly corrected herself, surprised at how careless she had been with her words. Shukumi then brought up Chitoge's first love from 10 years ago. At first, Chitoge did not understand what Shukumi meant. Moments later, she suddenly realized what Shukumi was referring to and wondered why she had forgotten about it for so long. Shukumi laughed and mentioned that Chitoge used to sneak out of the house back then to meet a boy. Chitoge was certain that the boy was the one who had made a promise with her 10 years ago, but she could not remember what that promise was. She also admitted that she could not recall his face or even his name. Shukumi could not remember him clearly either, but she remembered how deeply and romantically Chitoge had fallen in love at the time, believing that Chitoge had loved him with all her heart. Chitoge looked extremely embarrassed and admitted that she truly did like that boy back then. After that, Chitoge suggested that they return to discussing the strange symptoms Shukumi was experiencing. Shukumi shared a story about the first time her heart started pounding when someone was close to her. Right at that moment, Raku suddenly appeared nearby and casually mentioned that what she was feeling sounded like a sign of falling in love. Shukumi was caught completely off guard and reacted on instinct, aggressively aiming her weapon toward Raku before anyone could stop her. The situation quickly settled down, but it left Chitoge lost in thought, wondering whether she herself had ever felt the same kind of feeling in the past. Chitoge was convinced that the boy from back then probably did not remember anything about the promise they once made. Still, she could not ignore the fact that Raku continued to hold on to a promise from 10 years ago. Driven by curiosity, Shitoge tried to look for an object or keepsake that might help her remember. She opened her closet, which was filled with all kinds of belongings, and eventually came across an old diary. She found it strange that the diary was written in Japanese and began to wonder if she had once lived in Japan. She slowly flipped through the pages. An entry dated July 30 said that Chitoge could hardly wait for the next day so she could play again with the boy who was her first love. Another entry on August 2 described something frightening that happened while she was playing on a mountain slope. A large dog suddenly rushed toward her, and she twisted her ankle, leaving her unable to run. Fortunately, the boy came to her rescue, and she remembered feeling incredibly relieved and happy afterward. At that moment, Chitoge clearly recalled being attacked by a stray dog on the mountain and how the boy had ended up with a scrape on his forehead. Back then, she stayed by his side the entire time, waiting for him to recover. The entry from August 5 mentioned that the boy still had a scar, but his condition had improved, and they promised to go out and play together again. On August 9, Chitoge wrote about spending another joyful day playing with him, feeling truly happy. The August 12 entry described them playing by the river and catching a big fish together. Then, on August 15, Chitoge slipped between some rocks, but once again, the boy rushed over to help her. He always showed up whenever Chitoge cried. On August 18, she wrote about how happy she was simply because she got to spend the day playing with him. Reading all of this, Chitoge was surprised by just how happy she had been during that time. She had always believed she had never experienced love, yet it turned out she had felt it when she was still a child. This realization made her even more curious about what kind of boy he had been. On August 21, she had even written that she would be willing to marry him someday. That diary also contained an entry about the day they had to part ways. The day before Chitoge left for America, she met the boy and made a promise with him. Unfortunately, there was no record explaining what that promise actually was. Chitoge felt frustrated with herself for not writing down something so important. Just then, a small key slipped out from between the pages of the diary and fell to the floor, leaving her completely stunned. A key slipped out from inside Chitoge's diary, and she started wondering whether it might be connected to that promise from long ago. She opened her bedroom window, only to find Shukumi already there. Shukumi asked if something was wrong since Chitoge had not eaten anything all day. Chitoge admitted that she had forgotten, and then asked whether Shukumi knew the place where she had once met her first love. Shukumi said she was willing to investigate that location. Chitoge asked her to prepare transportation for the next day because she wanted to look around that place. Chitoge assumed that the next day was Saturday and that school would be off, but she had completely forgotten that it was actually the day of the school field trip. Chitoge really wanted to find answers about that promise, but she could not bring herself to skip such a fun school event. Not long after that, Kyoko arrived and told all the students to gather with their assigned groups because they would soon be boarding the bus. Raku noticed that Chitoge looked confused and asked which group she was in. He then realized that Chitoge must have fallen asleep the day before during the group assignments. Each group consisted of 6 students. Raku's group included Shukumi, Chitoge, Raku himself, Onodera, Ruri, and Shu. At the time, Raku and everyone else in the group except Shu were seated in the back row of the bus. Raku ended up sitting in the middle, squeezed tightly between others, and he was convinced that Shu had planned it on purpose. All the male students stared at Raku with obvious jealousy because he was sitting right next to several beautiful girls. Raku's heart was pounding because his shoulder kept pressing against Onodera's, and he worried that she might hear how fast his heart was beating. Meanwhile, Onodera's face turned red as well, and she worried that Raku might notice her own racing heartbeat. Ruri looked for opportunities to nudge Onodera closer to Raku whenever the bus went around a corner, causing their bodies to press together. Onodera scolded Ruri for pushing her on purpose. Shukumi pointed out that Raku was overreacting because he kept leaning too close to Chitoge. When Ruri pushed Onodera again, Raku lost his balance and nearly fell over. Shukumi quickly stepped in and firmly stopped things before anyone got hurt. The same kind of chaos happened at every turn along the road, repeating dozens of times throughout the trip. Once they arrived at the field trip location, Shu proudly asked whether the bus seating arrangement he planned had been exciting. Raku admitted that the plan had been effective, even though he was clearly exhausted by it. Onodera hoped that she had not caused Raku any trouble, while she lightly scolded Ruri for earlier antics that had left her feeling embarrassed. Kyoko then arrived and explained that the students' task for the day was to cook rice and make curry. Shukumi asked Onodera and Ruri to gather firewood. Chitoge was extremely excited because it was her first time staying overnight on a school field trip. Although she still wanted answers about her first love, she decided to focus on enjoying herself for now. Raku noticed how genuinely happy Chitoge looked as she took in the experience. Even so, Shidoge could not stop thinking about the boy who had made that promise with her 10 years ago. She was certain that he had a scar on his forehead, and that detail felt like her only clue. At the same time, Raku was also thinking about the person who had made a promise with him in the past, and he still did not understand the purpose of Onodera's key. Shidoge returned carrying hot water, but she tripped and accidentally spilled it onto Raku's head. She quickly apologized. Raku looked annoyed and reminded her to be more careful. As Raku brushed his hair aside, Shidoge froze when she noticed a scar on his forehead that looked exactly like the one she remembered from her childhood. She asked about it, and Raku explained that he had had the scar since he was little, although he could not remember how he got it. He guessed that it might have been caused by one of his old pets. Shidoge immediately thought of the boy who had once saved her from a dangerous dog. She was not fully convinced that Raku was that boy, but she also noticed that he carried a key-shaped pendant, just like the one tied to the promise from 10 years ago. Raku asked why Shidoge suddenly seemed so distracted. Shidoge brushed it off and hurried away. Raku was completely puzzled by her behavior. Meanwhile, Shidoge convinced herself that Raku could not be connected to her childhood memories. After finishing their tasks, Raku and his friends went into their lodging rooms. They were thrilled to see how spacious the accommodations were. Shu became overly emotional when he noticed that a sliding door separated the boys' and girls' rooms, joking that it almost felt like they were all staying in one room. Ruri immediately told Shu that he could sleep on the porch or in the hallway instead. Raku's face turned red when he realized that he would be sharing a room with Onodera, and just imagining it made him nervous. Onodera mentioned that the hotel had a hot spring bath, and invited everyone to go together later. Raku became flustered the moment he heard that. Shidoge could not wait to try the hot spring, while Shugumi looked uneasy since she was not used to bathing with a large group. Raku reflected that Shidoge had been acting strangely earlier, but he concluded that he was probably just worrying too much. Shu suggested playing card games together and proposed adding penalties to make things more exciting. At first, his ideas crossed the line, so Ruri immediately shut him down. In the end, Shu suggested that the penalty should be sharing innocent stories about first crushes, and Ruri agreed. Raku and the others were shocked and suddenly very tense. Talking about first love made everyone nervous, and they all became determined not to lose the game. As soon as the game began, Raku commented that Shidoge looked pale, but she insisted that she was fine. Raku thought that this probably was not the right moment to worry about other people. Onodera's face lit up with excitement when she drew her card, and Raku was convinced that she must have picked up the Joker. When it was Raku's turn to take a card from Onodera's hand, her expression kept changing every time his fingers brushed against the cards. Raku admitted to himself that Onodera's expression looked incredibly sweet. Because of that, he was able to guess which card in Onodera's hand was the Joker. After that, it was Chiyoge's turn to draw a card from Raku's hand. She showed an adorable expression while choosing, and Raku felt sure that she did not want to lose. He suggested that she should probably keep a straight face instead. The game continued until only Raku and Chiyoge were left for the final round. Everyone else who had already finished felt relieved that they had avoided the punishment. Raku could tell where the Joker was just by looking at Chiyoge's expressions. He felt annoyed, because even though he knew he would win, he somehow ended up looking cowardly. When Chiyoge took a card for her turn, Hyoko suddenly showed up and scolded them for not leaving the room. At that moment, Chiyoge ended up drawing the Joker and lost, but thankfully the punishment was ultimately not carried out. The students then enjoyed their meal together. After they finished eating, Shu invited Raku to go take a bath, but Raku was convinced that Shu was really trying to drag him along to sneak a look at the girls. Shu denied it, explaining that the bathing times for boys and girls were different. Not long after that, Kyoko informed them that there was a phone call for Raku. Without any suspicion, Raku immediately walked to the front desk to answer it. At the same time, Claude followed behind Raku, and Chiyoge noticed him. She became curious about what Claude was doing there and hoped that he would not cause any trouble. Onodera then called out to Chiyoge, inviting her to go take a bath together. When Raku arrived at the front desk, it turned out that there was no call for him. He then headed toward the men's bath, but Claude secretly switched the curtain signs so that it became the women's bath instead. Claude did this on purpose to mess with Raku. Raku found it strange that the bath area was so quiet and thought that maybe he was the last one to use it. While soaking, he casually thought about how interesting it might be to hear about Onodera's first love someday. Suddenly, someone jumped into the pool, startling him. Raku reacted in surprise, only to realize that it was actually Chiyoge. They stared at each other, both equally shocked. Chiyoge scolded Raku for being in the women's bath, while Raku was convinced that he had entered the correct place. Chiyoge quickly realized that this must have been Claude's doing. Raku could not understand how Claude had even managed to come along to the inn. Shidoge forgave Raku for the incident, knowing that it was all Claude's fault, and urged him to leave right away before anyone else arrived. She tried to keep him from staring and hurried him along. Unfortunately, before Raku could get away, Onodera and the others showed up. Shukumi looked extremely nervous, and Ruri quickly reacted in a panic. Just as Raku was about to move, Onodera ended up facing his direction. Meanwhile, Claude confidently believed that his plan had succeeded and that Raku would be labeled as a serious troublemaker. Fortunately, Shidoge stepped in and helped hide Raku from the others. Onodera briefly asked if anyone else was in the bath, but Shidoge denied it. Raku was genuinely surprised that Shidoge would go so far to help him. She did it because Raku was her boyfriend and Shukumi was also there. If he had been discovered, Raku could have gained a terrible reputation, and they would have been mocked by their classmates for years. Shidoge urged Raku to quickly think of an escape route. He could not leave through the main entrance because Onodera and the others were there, and the fence was far too high to climb. Raku then hurried toward a staff-only exit. Meanwhile, Onodera, Shukumi, and Ruri were rinsing off in the wash area. Shukumi became flustered because she was not used to the situation, and her reactions drew attention. At the same time, Shu and the other boys were lingering nearby, reacting to the commotion and wondering why Raku was taking so long to join them. Raku continued struggling to reach the staff door. When Shukumi and the others came out, Shidoge deliberately distracted them. Raku felt deeply grateful for Shidoge's help. Unfortunately, just as he was about to slip through the door, Hyoko and other students arrived instead. In the end, Raku decided that the safest option was to stay hidden until everyone had finished bathing. While that was happening, Kyoko and the other students chatted casually and complimented Shukumi, making her even more embarrassed by the attention. Shu and the others reacted loudly to Shukumi's nervous outbursts, joking among themselves and thinking that Raku was missing out by not being there with them. After hearing something strange, Shukumi immediately threw a bottle of soap toward Raku. Fortunately, Raku quickly hid himself at the bottom of the pool. He was extremely worried because if he were discovered, he could end up being expelled from high school. Shidoge tried to help by shielding Raku with her body, but suddenly two of her friends approached and invited her to chat. They were curious about how far Raku and Shidoge's relationship had gone. At that moment, Raku found himself pressed closely against Shidoge due to the tight space. Shidoge suggested that it would be better to talk about Shukumi's first love instead, and the two girls quickly moved closer to Shukumi. Seeing this, Raku realized that he might have a chance to escape. Suddenly, he noticed a hole at the bottom of the pool. He quietly informed Shidoge about the hole and prepared himself to enter what he suspected was a passage connected to another pool. At the same time, Shukumi asked everyone to discuss Onodera's first love instead. Hearing that topic made Raku curious, and he wanted to listen. Shidoge became confused about why Raku did not immediately move toward the hole. Raku did want to know who Onodera's first love was, but his main priority was still getting out of that place safely. Unexpectedly, Onodera shifted her position, and her body ended up blocking the hole. That moment had been Raku's last chance, but it was now completely obstructed. Seeing this, Shidoge quickly grabbed Onodera's hand to move her aside. However, she suddenly lost her balance and fell toward Raku. Onodera felt something soft in the water, but Shidoge believed it was only Onodera's imagination. Shidoge then pushed Raku forward so he could quickly enter the hole. Suddenly, Shidoge herself was pulled slightly underwater, and she accidentally caught a glimpse of Raku in an awkward situation. Both Shidoge and Raku were shocked, and Raku immediately swam into the hole to escape. Later, sounds could be heard from the girls' bathing area. Shu was caught trying to listen in, but everyone was suddenly startled when Raku unexpectedly emerged from the water. Shu asked what Raku was doing there, and Raku explained that he had just finished practicing holding his breath underwater. Shu invited Raku to join him, but Raku refused because he felt completely exhausted. After bathing, Raku immediately went to find Shidoge to apologize. Shidoge could not understand why Raku had acted so foolishly earlier. Raku asked her not to bring it up again, explaining that he was the one who had suffered the most from the situation. Shidoge then asked what Raku had seen. She was upset at the thought that Raku might have seen her without clothes, but Raku denied it, explaining that the steam had been too thick for him to see anything clearly. Shidoge then asked one last question that Raku did not understand. With her face turning red, Shidoge quickly walked away. That night, Kyoko instructed all the students to go to sleep early because they would be heading to the mountains the next morning. Before going to bed, Ruri warned Shu and Raku not to open the connecting door between their rooms. Shu promised that he would not do it. Once the lights were turned off, Shu tried to persuade Raku to open the connecting door, but Raku refused again because he was too tired. Shu decided to open the door by himself, only to find Ruri standing right on the other side. She immediately reacted and stopped him forcefully. As a result, that night both Shu and Raku were made to hang outside their room as punishment. The next morning after the incident at the women's bath, the students gathered together for breakfast. Raku accidentally ran into Chitoge while picking up his meal. As soon as he saw Chitoge's face, his mind involuntarily drifted back to inappropriate memories from the night before, which made him feel uncomfortable with himself. However, Chitoge acted as if everything was completely normal. Shu wondered whether Raku and Chitoge were having an argument. Raku felt confused about why Chitoge seemed so relaxed, as if nothing had happened the previous night, and he started to think that maybe he was the only one overthinking the situation. Meanwhile, Chitoge questioned why her heart was beating so fast, and she quickly finished her breakfast on her own. Shu then told Raku that the annual courage test would be held that night. Not only that, but the male and female students would be paired by lottery. The most important rule of the courage test was that each pair had to hold hands no matter what obstacles they faced. Shu was extremely excited about the event, and thought it would be great if Raku ended up paired with Onodera. Shu even claimed that he could get the same lottery number as Onodera and asked whether Raku was interested in buying the lottery so he could be paired with her. Raku admitted that he was willing to pay 2,000 yen for that chance. At the same time, Ruri encouraged Onodera to aim to be paired with Raku. Onodera felt confused since the pairs were supposed to be decided by lottery. Ruri urged her to strengthen her resolve, believing that nothing would change if Onodera did not take the first step. Ruri even offered to give her own lottery slip to Onodera if she happened to draw the same number as Raku. Ruri boldly suggested that if Onodera were paired with Raku, she should be more assertive and honest about her feelings in the darkness. Onodera was shocked by Ruri's words and did not even know what she should do if she really ended up paired with Raku. When Onodera saw Raku getting a drink, she gathered her courage and greeted him. Raku was startled when he heard Onodera's voice, and his face turned red as memories from the previous night crossed his mind again. Onodera wondered why Raku looked so nervous. Raku quickly moved away from her, unable to look her in the eye after what had happened the night before. Onodera never expected Raku to avoid her like that. That night, Hyoko announced that the annual courage test would begin. The students were filled with excitement as they looked forward to the event. The teachers planned to relax that evening so they would not interfere with the students' activities. The lottery drawing began soon after. Raku noticed that Chitoge was afraid of the dark and warned her not to cling to him no matter what happened. Chitoge believed she could overcome her fear. Raku felt sorry for whoever ended up paired with her, imagining how tight her grip might be when she got scared. The female students drew their lottery slips first, their hearts pounding as they unfolded the papers. After that, it was the male student's turn. Raku felt as if this moment would decide his fate, and he was desperate to know what number Onodera had drawn. Suddenly, Ruri announced that Onodera had drawn number 12, which made Onodera extremely embarrassed. Hearing that, Raku did everything he could to draw the same number. When it was his turn, he carefully shuffled through the slips, searching for number 12. Sure enough, Raku drew number 12. He was overjoyed, and Onodera could hardly believe that she would be paired with him. Meanwhile, Shukumi took on a male role due to a shortage of male participants and was paired with Ruri. Shu was paired with Chitoge and was more than willing to support her if she got scared. Raku, on the other hand, could barely believe his good luck. His eyes sparkled when he saw Onodera walking toward him, but once again his thoughts betrayed him and he became flustered. His face turned red and he found himself unable to look directly at her. Onodera asked whether Raku was uncomfortable being paired with her since he had seemed to avoid her earlier that morning. Raku explained that he had been nervous because they had stayed in the same room the night before. Hearing this, Onodera felt relieved, as she had worried that Raku might dislike her. Her gentle expression made Raku like her even more, and he felt that the day could not have gone any better. Raku made it clear that there was no way he could ever dislike Onodera. Meanwhile, Chitoge wondered why Raku looked so shy despite being paired with Onodera. She heard voices from students playing the role of ghosts behind some bushes and went over to check on them. It turned out that one of the ghost actors had a stomachache, and they had not found a suitable replacement yet. Chitoge initially tried to step away, thinking she would not be able to help, especially since she was afraid of the dark. However, no one else was willing to take the role, since all the students had already been assigned their pairs. The organizers were worried that without enough ghost actors, the event would be delayed and less exciting. Hearing their concerns, Chitoge decided to help and quickly put on a costume. She wondered whether she could really handle it, but the others thanked her and prepared for the courage test. Equipped with a flashlight, Chitoge headed to her assigned location. At the same time, Shu found himself confused as he searched for Chitoge. Chitoge walked toward the spot where she was supposed to scare other students, believing that nothing bad would happen as long as there was some light nearby. She never expected that she would end up handling the task alone, since the other ghost actors had scattered to different areas. Chitoge genuinely felt terrified, especially because the place was dark, silent, and filled with unsettling sounds. She was extremely frightened, yet she tried hard to calm herself down. To make things worse, her flashlight refused to turn on. No matter how many times she pressed the button, it simply would not light up. Chitoge kept trying to fight her fear, but when a small lizard suddenly crawled across her foot, she was startled beyond control. She panicked completely, overwhelmed by her bad luck, and wondered whether anyone would come to help her. At that moment, Raku's face unexpectedly crossed her mind. Chitoge felt completely helpless in her fear, unable to do anything but endure it. Unbeknownst to her, the teachers had deliberately asked Chitoge to cover their duties while they relaxed elsewhere, leaving her alone with the responsibility. Meanwhile, Shukumi and Ruri began walking through the forest, while Shu was still confused after being left behind by Chitoge. At the same time, Raku asked Onodera not to misunderstand his situation. Before long, it was time for pair number 12 to start their walk. Raku invited Onodera to go with him, and the two of them shyly held hands as they moved forward. Both of their hearts were pounding rapidly. Raku could feel how soft and warm Onodera's hand was, and he knew she was extremely nervous. At the same time, Chitoge was trembling in fear elsewhere. Raku's face turned red from embarrassment, and he felt incredibly tense, convinced that a moment like this would never come again. He tried to steady himself and gather his courage. His hand was sweating heavily, and he worried that Onodera might feel uncomfortable because of it. Raku could barely contain his nervousness when he suddenly noticed that Onodera's face was deeply flushed. He began to wonder whether her heart was also racing because she was holding his hand. Suddenly, Shu appeared and called out to him, disrupting the moment. Raku felt annoyed that the atmosphere had been ruined. Shu had come to ask about Chitoge's whereabouts, unable to understand why she had suddenly disappeared. One of their friends mentioned seeing Chitoge enter the forest while wearing a ghost costume. She had taken over for another ghost actor who was not feeling well. Raku found it strange, knowing that Chitoge was extremely afraid of the dark, yet she had still volunteered to help. Soon after, Ada-chan, who was also acting as a ghost, could be heard searching for Chitoge. She explained that she had asked Chitoge to fill in, but had forgotten to replace the batteries in Chitoge's flashlight. She assumed Chitoge would return once she realized the flashlight was not working. The forest was pitch black without a flashlight, but everyone believed that Chitoge would manage. Ada-chan apologized to Raku and reassured him that the forest was not very large and that there were no dangerous animals. The others teased Raku, encouraging him to go check on Chitoge in her ghost costume. Raku and Onodera immediately headed into the forest together. Raku kept thinking about Chitoge's condition, though he tried to believe she would be fine since she had chosen to take on the role herself. However, remembering how frightened she was of the dark, Raku decided he needed to help her. He gently let go of Onodera's hand and apologized, leaving her to continue on her own. Raku then ran as fast as he could into the deep, dark forest. Meanwhile, Chitoge was trying to calm herself by counting sheep in her head. Even so, her fear of the darkness would not fade. She desperately wanted to go home. Her body continued to shake, and she felt weak all over. Chitoge slowly realized that she had experienced a similar moment long ago, back when she was still a child. Meanwhile, Shukumi was extremely frightened when she came face to face with a fake ghost. She clung tightly to Ruri, while Ruri tried to calm her down, but Shukumi truly could not hide her fear. All of a sudden, Raku ran past them without either of them noticing. In the dark and silent forest, Chitoge was reminded of a time long ago when she had fallen into the gaps between large rocks. Back then, young Chitoge had been so scared that she could only cry. There was nothing she could do except cry and hope that she would somehow get out. After that, a boy appeared. That boy always showed up whenever she was in trouble. Suddenly, Chitoge flinched when she heard the sound of bushes moving. She quickly turned toward the source of the noise, and her mind drifted back to an entry in her old diary. On August 15, 10 years earlier, she had been careless and fallen between rocks. She had cried because the space was extremely narrow and dark. Then the boy came and saved her. That boy always appeared whenever Chitoge cried. Unexpectedly, Raku came over to her and mentioned that ghosts were not supposed to cry. Chitoge felt deeply moved when she saw him arrive. They then walked together, and Raku checked to make sure that Chitoge was alright. He suggested that she should not push herself too hard, especially since she was easily frightened, yet still forced herself to play the role of a ghost. Chitoge explained that she felt bad seeing the other ghost actors struggling, but Raku pointed out that her actions had made everyone worry. He reminded her that she should think carefully before doing something like that. Chitoge asked whether Raku had been worried about her as well. Raku admitted that he had not been overly worried. As they continued walking through the forest, Raku asked if Chitoge was tired and even offered to take a short break. Out of nowhere, Chitoge asked Raku to call her by her given name, since he had always been calling her by her family name. Raku was surprised and wondered if Chitoge had a fever, thinking that she was saying strange things. Chitoge explained that the night before, her friends had commented on how she and Raku were still calling each other by their family names even though they were dating. According to her, in order to avoid suspicion about their relationship, Raku should start calling her by her given name. Raku felt confused, since Chitoge rarely talked about something like that. In the end, Raku went along with what Chitoge wanted and tried calling her by her given name. Chitoge responded warmly and also called Raku by his given name. Their faces turned red when they looked at each other, and they both quickly looked away out of embarrassment. Eventually, they got lost while trying to find their way back, but they managed to return just as the courage test came to an end. Raku ended up missing his chance to spend time alone with Onodera. As soon as Shukumi saw Chitoge return, she shouted her name in relief. Shukumi immediately hugged Chitoge and apologized, saying that she should not have let that happen to her. Not long after, Onodera came over to Raku. She had been told by Shukumi that Raku had gone to look for Chitoge. Raku sincerely apologized to Onodera, even though he had promised to come back quickly. Onodera understood, since what mattered most was that Chitoge was safe. Raku could hardly believe that he had missed such a golden opportunity to be alone with Onodera during the courage test, but he felt relieved that Onodera was willing to forgive him. Shukumi then asked Chitoge what they planned to do during the 2-day break. Shukumi suggested that they should prepare to visit the place where Chitoge had met her first love, especially since school would be closed for 2 days starting the next day. Meanwhile, Shu deliberately teased Raku for missing his perfect chance to spend time alone with Onodera. Chitoge did not seem very interested in going to the place where she had met her first love. She asked Shukumi not to rush her into going there, explaining that she did not really feel like visiting it at that moment. Instead, Chitoge looked happier as she gazed at the beauty of the night sky. One day at school, Raku felt incredibly excited when he saw Onodera standing in front of him. He immediately walked toward her, and just as Raku was about to touch Onodera's shoulder, Chitoge suddenly called out to him. Chitoge asked where she was supposed to put the journal. Raku looked annoyed because he felt that Chitoge had interrupted his chance to talk with Onodera. Raku explained that the journal needed to be placed in the science room, just like the teacher had said earlier. He also reminded Chitoge not to accidentally enter the wrong room again. Onodera was surprised to hear Raku calling Chitoge by her real name. Raku explained that he and Chitoge had agreed to call each other by their first names. He admitted that he was still not used to it, even though they had been dating for quite a while. Raku wondered why it was so difficult for him to act naturally as Chitoge's boyfriend in front of Onodera. Ruri immediately nudged Onodera in the stomach and commented that Chitoge was already one step ahead of her. Ruri suggested that Onodera should also start calling Raku by his first name, but Onodera felt hesitant about doing so. Not long after that, Shukumi came over and asked Raku about Chitoge. Raku mentioned that his girlfriend had gone to the science room. Shukumi explained that she wanted to talk about something with everyone without Chitoge knowing. Shukumi then revealed that it was Chitoge's birthday, and that she wanted to prepare a surprise birthday party for her. She invited Raku and the others to the surprise party, believing that Chitoge would be extremely happy if her friend showed up. Everyone was willing to attend, and Raku suggested that they buy a present. According to Shukumi, Raku was a special case since he was Chitoge's boyfriend, which meant she had no choice but to invite him. Shukumi looked nervous and admitted that inviting Raku was not because she wanted to see his face. Raku responded that he was willing not to come if Shukumi truly did not want him there, but Shukumi immediately shouted at him and told him to come anyway. Ruri then asked Raku and Onodera to go shopping for the gift together after school. Both Ruri and Raku were surprised, and Raku asked why Ruri was not joining them. Ruri claimed that she had a stomachache and could not go with them. She said it would be faster if only Raku and Onodera chose the gift. Raku begged Ruri to come along, but she refused. To make things even stranger, Ruri told them to meet at a cafe at 5 in the evening and asked them to wear casual clothes. Raku and Onodera were genuinely confused. especially since Ruri was not even coming, but was the one giving all the instructions. That afternoon, Raku arrived at the cafe first. He felt very nervous about meeting Onodera. He still could not believe how forceful Ruri had been and could not understand what she was thinking. Inside the cafe, there were many couples on dates. Raku felt that if he and Onodera met in a place like that, it would look exactly like they were on a date. He then realized that aside from the fake date in the past, that day might actually be his first real date with Onodera. He wondered whether buying a gift together could really be considered a date. Raku also found it strange that Onodera had not arrived yet. Soon after, he noticed Onodera outside the cafe. She looked confused as she searched for Raku, since he had not told her that he was already inside. While looking at the cafe window as if checking her reflection, she even smiled, but her face suddenly turned red when she realized that Raku was right behind the glass. Onodera quickly entered the cafe, unable to show her face to Raku. She then suggested that they discuss what kind of gift they should buy. Seeing how unusual her behavior was, Raku realized that Onodera was probably pretending that nothing had happened earlier. Raku found Onodera's face incredibly sweet. When the cafe staff came over, Onodera quickly ordered a coffee. She looked very cute in her casual outfit, but she was clearly nervous because she kept wondering whether Raku had seen her earlier. At that moment, Raku thought about whether people around them might see them as a couple on a date. Raku was actually curious about the boy who had made a promise with Onodera 10 years ago, as Ruri had mentioned, but he felt that it was not the right time to ask about it. Onodera asked what kind of gift might make Chitoge happy. At that moment, Raku instead found himself thinking about when Onodera's birthday was and how he might want to buy her a birthday present someday. Onodera then suggested that they check nearby shops so they could find something more quickly. Raku wanted to ask about Onodera's birthday, but he did not have the courage to bring it up yet. Before long, they found the gift they were looking for. Raku felt like a coward for not being able to ask what he truly wanted to know, and he realized that their time together was about to end. Seeing Raku fall silent, Onodera asked whether he was happy going shopping with her. She worried that Raku might not have enjoyed it, especially since he had come along because Ruri pushed him to do so. Raku denied that idea and explained that he truly enjoyed spending time with Onodera. Hearing that made Onodera feel relieved. She then asked Raku to take a short walk with her. They walked along the road together, passing through a narrow street, and before long they arrived at a spot where the entire city view could be seen clearly. Raku instantly fell in love with the place. He never imagined that there could be a roadside location with such a beautiful view. He was sure that no one else knew about it. As it turned out, the place was Onodera's secret spot, which she had discovered by accident. Raku wondered whether it was really okay for Onodera to show her secret place to him. He asked whether Ruri also knew about it. Unexpectedly, Onodera said that she had not told anyone else and asked that the place remain a secret shared only between the two of them. Raku was surprised to hear that. Onodera admitted that she felt incredibly happy that day, and she considered sharing that secret place her way of thanking Raku. Raku felt genuinely happy to be seen as someone special by Onodera, and he promised that he would not tell anyone about the place. Onodera smiled sweetly while calling Raku by his real name. Raku fell silent as he looked at her smile, which reminded him of someone from his past. Onodera felt embarrassed for calling him by his real name, and at that moment, Raku began to wonder whether Onodera might be the girl who had made a promise with him 10 years earlier. Raku stayed quiet, which made Onodera think that maybe he did not like being called by his real name. Raku then gathered his courage to ask Onodera something, since the atmosphere felt just right. He hesitated, unsure whether it was appropriate to ask about her birthday and invite her to celebrate it together. Unfortunately, the words that came out of his mouth were not what he intended. Instead, he asked whether the girl who had made a promise with him 10 years ago was Onodera. Raku was shocked at himself for suddenly being so straightforward and emotional. He felt confused about how to explain himself, but to his surprise, Onodera admitted it. Raku's face turned red in disbelief when he realized that Onodera was the girl he had been searching for all this time. Onodera then showed him a key and explained that she had also been looking for the person who made that promise with her 10 years ago. The memory was vague in her mind, but she recalled that 10 years earlier, when she was 5 years old, she had befriended a boy. When they parted ways, the boy gave her a key. She could not remember his name or face, but she clearly remembered that the boy wore a pendant identical to the one Raku had. Raku never imagined that Onodera was the girl connected to the pendant promise. Onodera apologized for denying it in the past, explaining that she had been too shocked when Raku first asked her about it. Onodera explained that she had played with the boy during the summer back then. She had been very shy, and the boy was the one who invited her to play outside. For some reason she trusted him deeply, and she admitted that he could be considered her first love. Raku's face turned even redder upon hearing that. Onodera said that she had been extremely surprised the first time she saw Raku's pendant, which made her suspect that he might be the boy who made the promise with her 10 years ago. Raku finally understood why Onodera once said that even though it was just a childhood promise, she was sure that the person who made it truly cared about her. Onodera admitted that she had always hoped that the boy was Raku. Both of their hearts raced as Onodera slowly leaned closer to him, leaving Raku flustered and overwhelmed. Suddenly, the moment was interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. Shukumi called Raku and asked him to come to the party immediately. In the end, Raku and Onodera stopped their conversation and hurried away. They got on the bus together, and throughout the ride, neither of them spoke. Raku kept thinking about whether the girl he had been searching for all this time was truly Onodera. There was an easy way to confirm it, which was by opening the pendant. Soon they arrived at Shidoge's house. Shu, Ruri, and Shukumi were already waiting in front of the gate. Shidoge's house was enormous, leaving everyone in awe. Ruri even became curious about what kind of job Shidoge's father had. Ruri worried that their gifts might not be good enough for Shidoge, but Shukumi reassured her that Shidoge was not the type of person who judged others based on the gifts they gave. Shukumi was puzzled as to why Shu had come along even though she had not invited him. Not long after, Shidoge arrived and was shocked to see her friends standing in front of her house. Shukumi explained that she had secretly invited everyone to Shidoge's birthday party. Shidoge was stunned and quickly pulled Raku inside. She panicked because she had never told her friends that her family was part of a mafia organization. Raku found it strange that Shidoge was still so bothered by something like that. Shidoge admitted that her family background had always troubled her, and that was the reason she had not had friends before. Raku then told everyone that Shidoge's family was essentially a mafia group, similar to the Yakuza in Japan. Onodera was surprised by the revelation, as she had always seen Shidoge as an amazing and extremely wealthy girl. Shidoge was shocked to hear Onodera praise her and realized that it did not become a problem for their friendship after all. Shukumi led everyone into a room inside Shidoge's house. As soon as Shukumi opened the door, the members of the Beehive had already prepared a lively surprise party for Shidoge. That day was Shidoge's 16th birthday, and it was the first time she had ever invited her friends over. The Mafia members greeted Shidoge's friends as well. They were surprised to see how happy Shidoge looked, since that kind of expression felt unusual for her. Not long after that, Claude arrived and greeted everyone. Claude then started teasing Raku, and was convinced that Raku must have prepared a special gift for Shidoge. Raku realized that Claude was becoming more open and straightforward when making fun of him. As the party went on, Onodera gave Shidoge a set of stationery, while Ruri gave her a novel. Shidoge felt genuinely happy with the gifts they gave her. After that, the Beehive Mafia members presented their gift, which was a 1-year supply of bananas and 1,000 Enka CDs. They chose that gift because they knew how much Shidoge loved those things. Meanwhile, Claude wanted to show off his own gift for Shidoge, but he deliberately acted humble by saying that his present could not compare to what Raku had prepared. It turned out that Claude had bought a luxury car with the newest and coolest model. However, Shidoge did not need it, since she did not have a driver's license yet. Next, the Beehive members pressured Raku to finally show his gift to Shidoge. Raku did not expect that giving a birthday present could feel this difficult. In the end, he revealed a gorilla plush doll that looked exactly like him. The Beehive members immediately protested, unable to accept why Raku would give such a gift. Raku admitted that the moment he saw the doll, he really liked it and thought it was a good plush. Unexpectedly, Shidoge ended up liking the gift very much. The Beehive members could not understand why Shidoge reacted that way. Raku was left staring in surprise at Shidoge's cute expression. While the party continued, Shidoge approached Raku on the balcony. She mentioned that Raku's taste in choosing gifts was terrible. Raku did not expect that her earlier reaction had only been an act, and he told her that she could just throw the gift away if she did not like it. Shidoge replied that since they were dating, she would not throw it away and said that she would keep the gift. Raku started to think that Shidoge actually liked his present, but she kept denying it. Raku was confused as Shidoge began to show a sweeter side of herself, making his heart race. Raku wondered why his heart was pounding just from looking at Shidoge, especially since he had only recently realized that he had found the girl who made a promise with him 10 years ago. Thinking about it all made his head spin. Shidoge then asked whether Raku still liked the girl who made that promise with him 10 years earlier. Raku was surprised by the question, but he also found himself wondering if Onodera was truly the girl from that promise long ago. Raku admitted that he still liked that girl. After hearing that, Shidoge asked whether Raku had ever heard of the term "zossing in love." That night, Chitoge asked whether Raku had ever heard the phrase "Zasen in love." Raku was startled and wondered where Chitoge had learned that phrase. He did not understand why his heart kept pounding so hard. Raku remembered that "Zasen in love" was a line he and a certain girl had once spoken as part of a promise. Chitoge explained that she had been reading her old diary, and it brought back many memories. She recalled meeting a boy 10 years ago while playing together during the summer. They became close friends, and when the time came for them to part ways, she and the boy made a kind of promise. Raku was shocked because the story matched the promise he remembered exactly. What made it even more unsettling was that he had just talked about this very thing with Onodera the day before. Chitoge admitted that she did not remember the boy's face or his name, but she clearly remembered the words of the promise. She also found a key tucked inside her old diary. Raku's heart started racing again. He had seen that key before. He had always believed that the girl from his memory was Onodera, but now it turned out that Chitoge also had a key and knew the same phrase. Raku explained that if he and that girl were ever to meet again, they were supposed to open a locket together. If the girl still remembered the promise, she would definitely have the key. Both of them looked nervous as they stared at each other. Even so, they soon felt that it was almost impossible for them to have made such a promise together, especially since Chitoge insisted that she did not remember ever meeting Raku back then. Raku also pointed out that Chitoge felt very different from the girl who had lived in his memories all this time. Chitoge was convinced it was just a coincidence, because Raku was nothing like the boy described in her diary. In her mind, that boy was kind, amazing and cool, nothing like Raku. Raku, in turn, said that the girl from his promise was gentle, sweet, and feminine. Chitoge grew annoyed at the idea that she might have been the one who made a promise with Raku. At the same time, Raku was not convinced at all that the girl was Chitoge. Raku then asked Chitoge to prove it by trying her key on his locket. If the locket did not open, it would clearly mean they had no connection in the past. Neither of them truly believed it would work. Chitoge was especially sure that Raku was not that boy, because to her, that boy was like a prince who could do anything and always came to her rescue. Raku wondered what Chitoge would do if he really were that boy. Chitoge went so far as to say that she would do anything if Raku truly turned out to be him, precisely because she was convinced that person could not possibly be Raku. Raku and Chitoge prepared themselves to find out the truth. Raku hoped the locket would not open, because it felt impossible for Chitoge to be the girl he had been searching for. Chitoge was just as certain that Raku was not the boy from her past. She was too nervous to start right away, and both of their hearts were pounding intensely. When the key actually slid into the keyhole of the locket, their faces grew even redder. Then, unexpectedly, the key snapped as Chitoge turned it. Raku was stunned when he saw the broken key and could not understand how Chitoge had managed to break it. Chitoge explained that it was an accident, and that her nerves had caused her to twist the key too forcefully. Raku became frustrated when the broken piece got stuck inside the locket. Chitoge was at a loss, unsure of what to do. Raku was upset because this meant he could no longer try opening the locket with Onodera's key. Chitoge asked Raku to forget about it, especially since they both felt they had never truly shared a promise together. She quickly ended the conversation. Raku tried to stop her, but Chitoge ignored him and walked away. Raku was confused by her behavior and could not stop wondering what might have happened if the locket had actually opened. Meanwhile, Chitoge continued watching Raku from a distance. Raku walked down the hallway, still lost in thought about Onodera and Chitoge, who both seemed to have made promises 10 years ago, and both possessed similar keys. He convinced himself that it had to be nothing more than a coincidence. Raku concluded that one of them had to be the girl who made that promise with him, which meant he had definitely met one of them back then. If he could solve that mystery, he would finally know who that girl was. Suddenly, a man called out to him and thanked him for coming to Chitoge's birthday party. Raku felt like he had seen the man before, and then he realized it was Adelt. Adelt asked whether Raku was close to Chitoge and apologized for forcing him into the difficult role of pretending to be her boyfriend. Adelt mentioned that Chitoge had seemed much more cheerful since coming to Japan, and he believed it was all thanks to Raku. Raku remembered Chitoge once saying that she did not have a single friend back in America. Adelt was confident that Raku and Chitoge got along very well and even thought they were a perfect match. Raku denied it and said that he and Chitoge argued all the time. Adelt laughed and revealed that Raku and Chitoge had actually been close friends when they were children. Raku was shocked to hear this, and Adelt had already guessed that Raku would not remember something like that. Adelt explained that 10 years earlier, he had held a series of meetings with Raku's father at a secret location in Japan for almost an entire month. At that time, Adelt had brought along Chitoge, who was still 5 years old. Back then, Chitoge had been very close to Raku. Raku never expected that he and Chitoge had actually met 10 years ago. He began to suspect that Chitoge might have been the girl connected to the promise, and that Onodera might have been mistaken in thinking that Raku was the boy she had been looking for. Adele also mentioned that Onodera had played together with them as well. Raku was shocked, and his heart raced as he listened to the story. He realized that he had not spent time with just one of them, but with both of them. At that time, Chitoge had approached Onodera, and Onodera had wondered why she did not see Raku around. Chitoge had pretended not to know where Raku was. Raku finally understood that 10 years ago, he had met both Onodera and a younger Chitoge at the same place, and that the two of them were connected to the same promise. He could not understand why things had turned out this way. The two keys carried different symbols, and Raku was certain that only one girl had made a promise with him. After Adele left, Raku began to think seriously about who that girl truly was. He wondered if it could have been Onodera. If that were true, then he believed it really was fate, because Raku truly wished for someone like Onodera to be his future wife. If it turned out that the girl was Chitoge, then Raku felt he would not be able to accept it so easily. Even if the girl from the past was Chitoge, everything had happened when they were still children, and the person Raku cared about now was Onodera, and that would not change. Raku's pendant was being repaired by Shu's uncle. The next day, Shu called his uncle to ask whether the pendant could be fixed. It turned out that Raku's pendant was quite complicated and rather rare, so it would take some time to repair. Raku felt relieved knowing that his pendant was being taken care of. Shu asked what had happened to the pendant and wanted Raku to explain it, but Raku said that he would talk about it another time. That morning, Raku met Chitoge at the shoe lockers, and they walked to class together. Raku told her that both his pendant and their keys were being repaired by Shu's uncle, who worked as a locksmith. Raku found it strange that Chitoge seemed to be acting so normal. When they arrived at the classroom, they noticed Claude watching them from outside. Raku immediately suggested that they act like a couple. When Raku touched Chitoge's shoulder, she was clearly startled. Raku was confused when Chitoge's face suddenly turned red. Chitoge asked Raku not to act so carelessly. Raku reminded her that Claude was watching them. Not long after that, their classmates came over to greet them. Raku quickly put his arm around Chitoge and acted as if he were deeply in love. Seeing Chitoge's flushed face, Raku was surprised and curious about what was going on with her. Chitoge tried to calm herself down. At that moment, Onodera was also there, quietly observing their behavior. While Raku was watering the flowers, Onodera approached him and mentioned that Chitoge's behavior seemed a little strange. She wondered whether Raku and Chitoge had argued. Raku suspected that Chitoge might be feeling awkward around him because she could be the girl who had made the promise with him 10 years ago. But he kept pushing that thought away. Onodera then asked where the pendant Raku usually wore was. Raku explained that it was being repaired by Shu's uncle. Raku felt curious about whether Onodera remembered that they had played together in the past. His heart started to race just thinking about it. Raku was worried about Chitoge, but he believed she would be fine, and he promised himself that he would continue to look out for her. Onodera smiled when she heard that. She recalled how attentive Raku had been toward Chitoge, especially when Chitoge had gone missing before. She found it puzzling because even though Raku and Chitoge were only pretending to date, she wanted to know what Raku's true feelings really were. Kyoko came into the classroom and announced that the photos from their school trip had been posted on the bulletin board. She encouraged everyone to buy photos of the people they liked and promised that she would not tell anyone who bought whose photos. Onodera smiled to herself, and Ruri noticed her reaction. The students quickly gathered around the bulletin board to look at the school trip photos. Chitoge was amazed by the pictures and wanted to buy them. Raku reminded her not to buy too many photos, since each one cost 100 yen, which was expensive for him, and he suggested that she choose only the photos she truly liked. Unexpectedly, Chitoge became even more excited and picked out many photos anyway, with Shukumi helping her choose. Raku felt relieved as it seemed that Chitoge had finally returned to her usual self. Onodera invited Raku to buy photos from their school trip. Raku wanted to buy one of the photos that showed Onodera during the trip. Onodera, on the other hand, wanted to buy a photo of herself together with Ruri. Ruri then pointed at one photo that featured Raku, with Onodera and Ruri visible in the background. Onodera's face slowly turned red when she noticed Raku's face in that photo. Ruri deliberately chose that picture because she was confident that Onodera would want to have it. Not long after that, they came across another photo of Raku standing together with Onodera. Onodera really wanted to buy that photo, and Raku also wanted the same one. However, he felt embarrassed and worried that others might notice how much he wanted it. Raku and Onodera both acted shy and hesitant, which made Ruri feel extremely annoyed by their indecision. Shu then showed up and offered several photos of the girls that Raku had rarely seen before. The male students gathered around to choose photos they liked. Ruri and Shukumi were convinced that the boys were selecting inappropriate pictures. Shu denied it, explaining that he only collected embarrassing moments. He even had funny photos of Ruri and Onodera. Ruri and Onodera were shocked when they saw those unflattering pictures of themselves. Ruri, clearly irritated, reacted harshly toward Shu for making her upset. Raku was very curious and wanted to see those photos as well. Shu mentioned that he had a special photo meant just for Raku, which turned out to be a picture of Onodera sleeping next to Ruri. Raku was immediately fascinated by it, and was even willing to pay 500 yen for the photo. He treated it like a personal treasure. After that, Raku made a plan to look for a photo that showed himself together with Onodera. Later, Raku noticed a photo of Chitoge, but his attention shifted to a girl standing behind her. It turned out to be Onodera in the background, captured at an awkward moment while she was adjusting her clothes. Raku became anxious, worried that someone might notice the situation in the photo. He quickly picked it up and planned to hand it to Kyoko so the file could be deleted. While walking down the hallway, Raku ran into Onodera, and the photo accidentally slipped from his hands. Onodera picked it up for him. Raku panicked, afraid that Onodera might think he had intentionally searched for a photo of her in an embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Onodera had not yet realized that she was the one in the picture. Raku quickly took it back and hurried away. Onodera felt confused about why Raku had taken a photo with Chitoge's face on it. She started wondering whether Raku might actually like Chitoge. That thought lingered in her mind as she kept questioning his actions. After returning home, Raku immediately went into the kitchen while quietly looking at the photo of Onodera. He then began preparing dinner. He still did not know the identity of the girl who had made a promise with him 10 years ago, and he kept thinking about how to find her. He wished he had a photo that could serve as a clue. Suddenly, Issei mentioned that he might have the photo Raku had been searching for. Raku became curious about where Issei had kept it, since he had already searched the entire house without any luck. It turned out that the photo was stored in the back storage room. Issei asked whether Raku was looking for the photo they had taken during their trip 10 years earlier, explaining that there was still one copy left in storage. Raku was shocked to realize that this photo could bring him closer to the truth. On top of that, Issei also mentioned a photo of a girl holding a key and the existence of an important promise connected to it. Hearing this left Raku completely stunned. One morning at school, Raku looked irritated because he could not find the photo he was looking for in the storage room behind the school. That photo was supposed to be a clue to the identity of the girl connected to his childhood promise. Suddenly, Shu appeared in front of him and asked whether Raku had any plans after school. It turned out that Shu wanted to invite Raku to a group study session at Mickey D after school. Raku felt confused about why Shu was suddenly organizing a study session like this. Shu explained that the final exams were coming up soon, so he believed Raku must already have a solid strategy to deal with them. Raku looked uncomfortable hearing Shu address him so casually. He replied that he had already been studying hard every day, and especially that day he needed to look for something important, so he refused the invitation. However, once Shu mentioned that Onodera would be joining, Raku immediately decided to take part in the study session. After school, Raku went together with his friends to study. Chitoge looked extremely excited as she went out with everyone. Raku felt annoyed because he believed Shu had tricked him. Chitoge, who was in high spirits, kept shouting about how happy she was to go to Mickey D with her friends. In fact, Raku had once dreamed of going to Mickey D together with Onodera. At the same time, he felt that he was already close to finding the answer to who the girl from his promise really was. His memories were still vague, whether the girl had blonde hair or black hair, and what her defining features were. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. After they finished ordering and picking up their food, they began arranging their seats. Ruri suggested that Onodera sit next to Raku so she could ask him for help studying like before. Onodera looked nervous and refused, instead asking Raku to sit near Chitoge, since the two of them were officially dating. Raku felt confused because Onodera seemed colder than usual. Ruri glanced at Onodera and wondered if something had happened between them, but Onodera shook her head and smiled. Even so, Ruri was convinced that something must have happened. They soon started their second group study session. Shu asked whether Shukumi was the type of student who enjoyed studying. Shukumi described herself as just an average student, but Chitoge told everyone that Shukumi could get into almost any university she wanted. Onodera and Shu both praised her for that. Shukumi then questioned why Raku could not solve such an easy problem, especially since he was dating someone like a princess. Raku asked Shukumi not to worry about him, but Shukumi suddenly moved closer and explained how to solve the problem step by step. Raku was surprised by Shukumi's sudden behavior toward him. Shukumi's face turned red, and she looked unexpectedly sweet, leaving Raku momentarily stunned. Shukumi wondered why Raku was staring at her instead of listening to her explanation. Raku's heart raced as he sat close to Shukumi. He also praised the way she explained the problem, saying it was very easy to understand, and sincerely thanked her. Shukumi looked flustered and asked Raku to try solving the problem himself. After that, she returned to her seat. Chitoge asked which problem Shukumi had helped him with. Meanwhile, Shu wore a teasing grin that clearly annoyed Shukumi, and she reacted by firmly scolding him, making it clear she wanted him to stop. Chitoge and Raku were surprised to see that Shu and Shukumi seemed so familiar with each other. After that, Shu reminded everyone about their English homework and said he was counting heavily on Chitoge. He asked Chitoge to translate a dialogue from the textbook. The dialogue was about Anna asking George about a woman, only for George to say he did not recognize her. A jealous Anna then questioned which woman George chose, the other woman or herself. Raku could not understand what kind of dramatic story Kyoko had written. At that moment, Onodera could not hold back her laughter, and her expression looked adorable, which Raku found himself liking even more. Raku had a strong feeling that Onodera shared similar traits with the girl from his childhood promise. Onodera herself suspected that the boy she was searching for might be Raku. On the other hand, Chitoge did not match any of the traits of the promised girl, yet she possessed a key and knew about Zaza love. Thinking about all of this only made Raku feel more confused, so he tried to calm himself down, believing that everything would become clear once he found the photo clue. Suddenly, Shu asked what Raku liked more. Without thinking, Raku mentioned Onodera's name, even though Shu had actually been asking whether Raku preferred vanilla or chocolate shakes. Raku felt extremely embarrassed and quickly asked what flavor Onodera liked. Onodera admitted that she preferred strawberry. After that, Raku laughed and finally realized that he had almost confessed his feelings to Onodera by accident. He thought that no one had noticed what he said earlier. Unexpectedly, Onodera had noticed, but she was unsure about what Raku truly meant. Raku felt that Onodera seemed much closer to the image of the girl from the promise, while Chitoge did not match that image at all in his mind. At that moment, Chitoge was still reading out a translated English dialogue, and when she mentioned something about destined partners, Raku was caught off guard and accidentally spit out his drink, leaving Chitoge confused by his reaction. Raku realized that he could not keep dwelling on the thought, and that what he really needed to do was find the photograph. After returning home from Mickey's D, he immediately went to the storage room to search for it. Raku found a box that looked exactly like the one his parent had mentioned before. He carefully took it down and placed it on the floor. He was certain that the box contained a photograph from 10 years ago, and once he opened it, he would finally learn what the girl he had been searching for all this time looked like. His heart raced as he wondered whether the girl would turn out to be Onodera or Chitoge. Unable to hold back his anticipation, he slowly opened the box, only to be completely stunned by what he found inside. The photograph showed Raku as a child together with Issei and a young girl. The image only deepened his confusion. The girl in the photo was neither Onodera nor Chitoge, and Raku realized that he did not recognize her face at all. In the photograph, the young girl was holding a key in her hand, which meant that she was the one who had made the promise with him 10 years earlier. Feeling unsettled by the discovery, Raku immediately tried to find Issei to confirm the truth behind the photograph. One of the Yakuza members informed him that Issei had just gone out. Meanwhile, Issei herself was still thinking about the girl Raku had mentioned, and she seemed to recognize the girl in the photo. The next day at school, Raku was still preoccupied with thoughts about the girl from the promise. He had assumed that everything would become clear once he found the photograph, but instead, the situation only became more complicated. Not long after, Kyoko arrived to distribute the school trip photos that the students had ordered. Raku remained lost in thought, realizing that the promise he made in the past was likely not with Onodera or Chitoge. He struggled to remember anything clearly about the girl. Curious, he wondered whether Onodera or Chitoge might recall something about her, but it seemed that neither of them remembered ever meeting Raku during their childhood. Without him noticing, Shu quietly placed a photograph on Raku's desk. That day, heavy rain poured down. Chitoge was still at school because she had forgotten to bring an umbrella. Before long, Raku approached her. Chitoge was eager to go home because she did not want to miss her favorite television show. Raku offered to share his umbrella with her. Chitoge immediately refused and chose to walk through the rain instead of standing under the same umbrella with him. She used her bag to shield her head and hurried off, pushing through the downpour without paying attention to Raku. After a short while, Raku caught up to her, worried that she might get sick from being soaked in the rain. Chitoge's face flushed when she noticed how concerned he was. As the rain grew even heavier, they eventually walked together under the umbrella. Both of them looked awkward and shy, especially when a few students noticed them and teased them playfully. When rain began to soak Chitoge's shoulder, she instinctively moved closer to Raku so they could both stay dry. She explained that staying close was the only practical choice in that situation. Raku found himself confused by Chitoge's recent behavior and was unsure how to respond to it. Seeing Raku's troubled expression, Chitoge asked him not to misunderstand the situation. Raku insisted that his thoughts were completely innocent. Chitoge felt that she was already being considerate by acting that way for his sake. Raku reassured her that he had no strange intentions and that he had never asked her to do anything like that. Their exchange continued with lighthearted bickering, though Chitoge became irritated when Raku teased her with an unflattering nickname. Just as her frustration peaked, a loud clap of thunder echoed nearby, startling both of them. Raku was surprised by how close the thunder sounded. When he looked over, he saw Chitoge crouching down, clearly shaken by fear. He had never realized that she was so frightened of thunder. Raku remarked that she had more weaknesses than she let on. Chitoge warned him that she would not forgive him if anyone else found out about it. Raku promised to keep it a secret. Since the thunder continued and the rain showed no sign of stopping, they decided to stay sheltered there for a while. To help calm her nerves, Chitoge asked Raku to talk about something else so she would not feel so scared anymore. Raku invited Chitoge to look through the field trip photos they had bought. Chitoge suggested that they show each other the photos. She had purchased a total of 80 pictures. At that moment, Raku had already separated Onodera's photos from the rest beforehand. As Chitoge went through the stack, she was startled when she found a picture of herself asleep. Raku was surprised as well because he was sure he had never taken or kept a photo like that. He immediately became convinced that Shu must have slipped it in. Raku tried to explain the situation so Chitoge would not get upset, but it turned out that she understood he would never intentionally keep a photo like that. Raku was confused and a little amazed by how understanding she was. Chitoge continued flipping through the photos, while Raku felt that something about her behavior seemed different than usual. He praised her for being willing to spend so much money on the field trip photos, especially since she liked keeping memories and records of her friends. Chitoge said that many things had changed since she came to Japan, and that one of her regrets was spending her youth pretending to be Raku's girlfriend. However, she added that lately the fake feelings she had experienced did not seem so bad after all. Raku was completely taken in by what she said and admitted that he felt the same way. To his surprise, Chitoge revealed that she had just been teasing him. What she said earlier was nothing but a joke, and she laughed at Raku's expression when he thought she was being serious about him. Raku felt irritated and told her that she really should not tease him like that. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder echoed nearby. Chitoge was startled and instinctively clung to Raku out of fear. Their faces ended up very close, and they locked eyes for a brief moment. Just then, Issei appeared and commented that the two of them looked unusually close for the middle of the day. Raku and Chitoge were shocked and quickly pulled apart. Issei did not expect the relationship to seem this serious, especially since he had only told them to pretend to be a couple. Both Raku and Chitoge immediately denied the idea, insisting that they did not like each other in that way. Issei simply laughed at their reaction. He had actually been looking for Raku because he wanted to talk about something important. It turned out that Raku also wanted to speak with his father, but Issei said that his own topic was urgent and that he wanted to bring it up first. He felt awkward about revealing it, especially since Raku and Chitoge had been spending more time together lately. Chitoge quickly denied being close to Raku. Issei then explained that someone wanted to meet Raku the next day. Raku did not understand what his father meant at first. Issei finally said that the person who wanted to meet Raku was his fiancé. Both Raku and Chitoge were stunned by the revelation and could only stand there in silence after hearing such unexpected news. Meanwhile, the girl who was said to be Raku's fiancé was eagerly waiting for the day she could finally meet him and fulfill the childhood promise they had made 10 years ago. Raku still could not believe that he had a fiancé who was going to visit the next day. He questioned his father about it. It turned out that when Issei had been drinking with an old friend, that young lady had repeatedly asked about Raku, who had been her fiancé since they were both children. The young lady planned to come the next day and did not want to face rejection. Issei asked Raku to keep her company and make her feel comfortable during the visit. Raku was shocked and asked his father to cancel the arrangement. Issei explained that it was not that simple, because canceling it could cause serious trouble if the young lady felt offended. Raku said that he had never even met the girl, so he did not see how he could possibly handle the situation. Issei then mentioned that Raku actually recognized her, because she was the girl in the photo Raku had been looking for the day before. Raku and Chitoge were both stunned to hear that. Issei still could not change his decision and made it clear that he was relying heavily on Raku. The next day at school, Raku was still thinking about the girl and felt unsure whether he could handle what was coming. Chitoge hoped that things would not get any worse. That day, Kyoko informed the students that a new transfer student would be joining their school. Raku did not expect that his class would receive so many transfer students at once. Kyoko soon called the new student to the front, and the moment the newcomer entered the classroom, everyone was captivated by her appearance. The girl introduced herself as Marika. The male students reacted with loud excitement, impressed by how beautiful she was. Onodera admitted to herself that Marika truly was very pretty, while Shukumi wondered whether she had looked like that on her own first day at school. The male students continued to act overly excited. Raku felt as though he might have met Marika before. Kyoko asked the class to calm down. Marika's face lit up when she saw Raku standing there. She quickly approached him and wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace, expressing how much she had missed him. The entire class was shocked by the scene, and several of the male students looked visibly annoyed with Raku. Raku quickly stepped back, completely confused by Marika's actions. Marika apologized and explained that she had long dreamed of a moment like that. She wondered whether Marika knew Raku, and Marika responded with a smile, revealing that she was Raku's fiancée. The classroom erupted in chaos after that revelation. Raku himself had not known this, and he finally realized that Marika was the girl his father had been talking about. He also noticed that she looked exactly like the girl in the photo. Onodera was left speechless by what was happening. Shukumi told Marika to stay away from Raku, because he was Chitoge's boyfriend. Chitoge then pulled Raku closer and emphasized that Raku was her boyfriend at that moment. Raku apologized, explaining that he could not be with Marika. The tension in the classroom was thick. Marika insisted that she was more suitable to make Raku happy than Chitoge, making an unkind comparison that angered Chitoge deeply. Raku asked Chitoge to calm down. Shukumi became furious and stepped forward aggressively, creating an alarming situation. Unexpectedly, a group of police officers arrived to ensure Marika's safety and to de-escalate the conflict around Shukumi. Marika apologized for causing such a commotion. Marika then explained that her father was a police commissioner and extremely protective of her. Hearing this, Raku finally understood why his father had been too afraid to cancel the meeting, as doing so could have made the situation far more complicated. Marika then asked her personal attendant, Shinobu, to have the police stand down and leave the area. After everything settled, Marika suddenly looked weak and said she felt dizzy from overwhelming happiness. She had a very fragile constitution and asked Raku to escort her to the student infirmary. Marika took hold of Raku and led him there. Raku had no choice but to go along with her. At the same time, Shukumi was clearly irritated by Marika's behavior, and Chitoge also looked unhappy seeing Marika so close to Raku. Inside the student infirmary, Marika thanked Raku for bringing her there and said she felt much better thanks to him. She clung to his arm and began asking about their wedding date. Raku was completely shocked. He explained that until the day before he had not even known he had a fiancée, and he also admitted that he could not remember Marika. To him, someone he had not seen in 10 years felt like a stranger. He also thought that someone in Marika's position would usually resent being pushed into an arranged marriage by her father. Unexpectedly, Marika explained that she truly loved Raku, not because of the arrangement, but because she had fallen in love with him 10 years ago. Raku asked whether she remembered the promise they had made back then. Marika said she remembered everything clearly. Raku's face turned red as he realized that Marika was the girl from that promise long ago. Overcome with emotion, Marika hugged Raku again and urged him to marry her as soon as possible. Raku struggled to free himself and tried to put distance between them. Meanwhile, Chitoge and the others were listening from outside the student infirmary. From what they overheard, they misunderstood the situation and assumed something inappropriate was happening. Chitoge became furious and burst into the room. They saw Raku positioned awkwardly near Marika, which only worsened the misunderstanding. Raku tried desperately to explain what had really happened. Unfortunately, Chitoge, Shukumi, and Ruri looked deeply disappointed and lashed out at him with harsh words. Raku then tried to explain everything to Onodera, but she chose to walk away instead. Overcome with anger and frustration, Chitoge finally lost her temper and struck Raku in a moment of emotional outburst. The next day, Shinobu told Marika that she suspected Raku no longer remembered the promise from 10 years ago. Marika did not see that as a problem, because she believed she would be the one to make Raku remember it again. Marika truly wanted Raku to marry her. That morning, Chitoge arrived at school and headed straight to her classroom. She thought that Raku probably did not have the nerve to do anything inappropriate, yet she was confused about why she felt so frustrated about it. Chitoge realized that she might have gone too far when she hit Raku the day before, and she planned to apologize to him. As soon as she entered the classroom, she was shocked to see Raku being hugged by Marika. The other students could only stay silent as they witnessed Marika's behavior toward Raku. Chitoge wondered why she felt the need to hide because of something like that. Raku scolded Marika, explaining that her actions had caused him a lot of trouble. Earlier that morning, he had noticed the girls busily gossiping about him, and during physical education class, especially while playing dodgeball, the male students kept targeting him. Marika was surprised to learn that Raku was actually quite popular at school. She wanted to talk with him more, so she decided to invite Raku on a date. Raku immediately refused and said that he already had a girlfriend. Marika looked deeply saddened, especially because she had been waiting for Raku all this time, and she was sure her father would be disappointed to hear about the rejection. Raku did not want a group of police officers causing trouble for his family, so he finally decided to accept the date. Marika was overjoyed when she heard his answer. Chitoge, Shukumi, Onodera, and Ruri all found out about their date. The next day, Raku waited for Marika at the shopping mall. He thought this would be his chance to ask her about the promise from 10 years ago. He left without telling Chitoge. Raku looked around for Marika, since she had not specified where they were supposed to meet. Before long, he saw several patrol cars escorting Marika. Marika greeted the waiting Raku with a bright smile, and soon after, the police officers left. Raku thought that the girl who liked him really did bring him a lot of trouble. At the same time, Onodera and Ruri were watching the two of them from a distance. Shukumi also arrived to keep an eye on Raku. She was dressed in a very feminine way, making people around her think she was a model. Shukumi wanted to monitor Raku's actions so she could report them to Chitoge. She was not doing this out of curiosity, but for Chitoge's sake. Raku suddenly approached her and asked where the nearest restaurant was. After that, Raku and Marika headed straight to the restaurant. Raku complimented Shukumi on how beautiful she looked, without realizing that she was actually Shukumi. Shukumi became irritated because Raku did not recognize her at all. Meanwhile, Chitoge was wearing a mask and dark sunglasses. She thought that with such a disguise, no one would recognize her. But suddenly 2 police officers called out to her. Chitoge immediately ran away to avoid them. At the same time, Raku and Marika were enjoying their meal at the restaurant. Suddenly, Marika tried to feed Raku, which startled him. Marika explained that this was normal behavior for an engaged couple. She then asked whether Raku was still thinking about his girlfriend, but Raku denied it. Marika could not understand why Raku chose a partner who seemed rude like Chitoge. Raku said that Marika might not be entirely wrong, but to him, Chitoge still had a good side. He was even confident that Marika and Chitoge could become good friends. Marika immediately rejected the idea, saying that she did not like girls with long hair. Raku was confused, since Marika herself had long hair. Marika then said that she really wanted to talk to Raku in private, and she pulled him along to another place. At that moment, Ruri and Onodera realized that Raku and Marika were no longer at their table. They began trying to look for them as well. Marika took Raku to a park and apologized for suddenly bringing him there. She asked what Raku wanted to talk about. Raku showed her a small photograph of the two of them. Marika was overjoyed when she saw the photo. She never expected that Raku had kept it, and that meant he still remembered her, which deeply touched her. Chitoge managed to find them and continued to secretly observe their conversation. Raku explained that all he remembered was making a promise to a girl 10 years ago, and he wondered if Marika might be the girl he had been searching for. Raku was willing to talk about the promise from 10 years ago and showed the key that he had. In return, Marika asked Raku to break up with his girlfriend. Chitoge became upset when she learned about the condition Marika demanded, and she was curious about what Raku would do. Raku said that he could not agree to that condition because he could not leave Chitoge for such a selfish reason, and he would never accept that demand. Chitoge's face turned red when she heard Raku's answer. Marika said that it was a beautiful response, but she admitted that it only made her fall even more in love with Raku. Unexpectedly, Marika noticed Chitoge listening in and pointed it out to Raku. Chitoge showed herself and explained that what she had been doing was an investigation into possible infidelity. She brought up the promise from 10 years ago, but Marika suddenly hugged Raku and claimed that she and Raku had also made a promise 10 years earlier. Because of that, Marika insisted that Chitoge should break up with Raku, who was her fiancé. Chitoge firmly stated that she would never leave Raku. Marika argued that Chitoge was not the right woman for him, and Chitoge became so irritated that she could not say anything in response. Marika stayed close to Raku and asked him to continue what they had been doing before they were interrupted. Chitoge grew extremely upset with Raku. Raku tried to beg her to listen to his explanation, but Chitoge, overwhelmed by her emotions, reacted physically toward him. After that, Chitoge left the place. She felt relieved knowing that the girl who had made a promise with Raku long ago was not her, yet she was confused about why she felt so irritated by him. Raku was also confused and wondered why Chitoge seemed jealous of him. Afterward, Marika said goodbye and admitted that she had been very happy spending time with Raku. Raku did not understand Marika's attitude at all. Marika accidentally left her bag on a park bench, and Raku quickly picked it up and went after her to return it. Marika later met Shinobu. Shinobu said that Marika had been pushing herself too hard and believed that she must have been suffering because of the heat. She wondered why Marika had not worn a hat outside. It turned out that Marika had intentionally chosen not to wear one because she wanted Raku to keep looking at her face. Shinobu then left to get some medicine. Not long after that, Raku arrived and asked about Marika's condition. Marika was surprised to see him there. Raku immediately returned the bag she had left behind. Marika said that she only felt a little dizzy and that there was nothing to worry about. She then asked what Raku liked about Chitoge, considering her blunt way of speaking and her difficult personality. Raku explained that Chitoge often acted however she pleased, was quick to confront troublemakers, had strength comparable to a mountain gorilla, got angry easily, and constantly teased him in her diary. Even so, Chitoge was someone he could truly trust. Marika believed that Raku would trust her as well if he could remember her, but Raku did not remember Marika at all. He could not even recall ever meeting someone with such a distinctive way of speaking. Raku also could not remember what he might have done in the past that made Marika care for him so deeply. Marika then changed the way she spoke and asked whether Raku still did not remember her. She felt frustrated that Raku could not remember her, even though she had liked him ever since 10 years ago. She had tried growing out her hair and changing the way she talks so that Raku would like her. After hearing this, Raku finally realized that the girl standing in front of him might be Mary, his childhood friend. Raku was completely shocked when he realized that the Marika standing in front of him was actually Mary, his childhood friend from the past. He only recognized her after Marika deliberately changed the way she spoke back to how she used to talk years ago. Even though Marika had promised herself that she would never speak that way in front of Raku again, she felt she had no choice but to do it so that he could remember her. Raku suddenly recalled that he once used to play with children who spoke in that distinctive way, and he also remembered that one of those children had very poor health. Marika admitted that she had met Raku during the summer 10 years ago. Raku then realized that this meant Mariko was the same as Onodera and Chitoge, who had also met him during that same summer 10 years earlier. Marika explained that she had been physically weak since childhood, which was why her father had taken her to a mountain sanatorium with fresh, clean air. At that time, Marika had been extremely bored from spending all her days inside a hospital room. One day, Raku suddenly appeared by the window of her room. Because of her illness, Marika rarely had the chance to play with other children outside. Raku came to see her and invited her to play. They introduced themselves to each other, and Raku called her Mary. Every day after that, Raku returned with small items he found in the mountains. Marika said that Raku's kindness always made her happy. One day, Marika's father asked whether she liked Raku, and if that was true, he intended to ask Raku to make a promise to marry her someday. The next day, Marika asked Raku what kind of girl he liked. Raku explained that he liked girls who were feminine and had long hair. From that moment on, Marika pushed herself with all her strength to learn and practice things she truly disliked. She worked tirelessly to master polite and refined manners of speaking. Marika did all of this so she could become the woman Raku dreamed of. Everything she went through was for the sake of meeting Raku again one day, and the promise she had made with him kept her moving forward. She apologized for changing so much, but explained that she only wanted Raku to understand her feelings. The photograph she kept was taken shortly before they were separated. Marika was happy that Raku still remembered the promise they made 10 years ago. Raku never imagined that Marika had gone that far for his sake, and he realized that the promise meant far more to her than he had ever expected. Marika admitted that she had acted selfishly just to make sure Raku remembered her, and she asked him not to force himself to remember if it was too painful. Raku felt guilty and immediately tried to concentrate harder to recall his memories of her. Marika looked genuinely happy seeing Raku make that effort, but deep down, she wanted him to remember the version of herself from that moment, someone who had grown into a charming young woman in his eyes. She wanted Raku to pay more attention to her and truly notice her presence. From that point on, Marika made up her mind that she would never allow Raku to forget her again. She casually pointed out that there was rice on Raku's face, causing him to panic and touch his own cheek in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Marika gently kissed his cheek. She did it intentionally, hoping it would become a beautiful memory for both of them. Raku was left frozen and unable to react. Shortly after that, Marika quickly said her goodbyes and left. Raku's face turned bright red as he reacted in complete shock. Marika then walked toward Shinobu, feeling much better and believing she no longer needed her medication. The next day at school, Raku explained that he had met Marika 10 years ago, along with Chitoge and Onodera. He said that he learned this information from Chitoge's father. Even though they had been close back then, none of them could clearly remember it now. Chitoge wondered why Raku's face kept turning red, while Onodera admitted that she had felt a sense of closeness with Chitoge from the very beginning. Raku explained that he had simply been waiting for the right moment to tell them both. Chitoge was surprised to learn that Onodera also possessed a key like hers. Onodera admitted that she did not truly understand what the key meant. According to Chitoge, it seemed likely that both she and Onodera had met Raku 10 years ago and made some kind of promise with him, which explained why they each had a key. Raku still could not remember the details, but he was certain that he had only made a promise to one person. Both Chitoge and Onodera felt confused and curious about what kind of promise it could have been, since neither of them remembered anything at all. Marika later admitted that she clearly remembered the promise she had made with Raku before they were separated, which was a promise to marry in the future. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Chitoge asked Raku if Marika was truly the person he had been searching for all this time, but Raku still could not say for certain. Onodera began to wonder whether she might have made a similar promise with him long ago. Chitoge never expected a childhood promise to carry such serious weight. Raku questioned why there were 3 keys in total, feeling confident that Marika must know something about it. Marika admitted that she did not know the reason either, and she was just as confused about why anyone else would have the same kind of key. She also recalled that Raku once told her he had played with other children besides her. Marika openly admitted how deep her feelings for Raku were, which was why she had made such a serious promise in the first place. In her view, only one of the 3 keys was real, while the others must be replicas. Onodera suggested that the only thing they could do for now was wait until Raku's pendant was fully repaired. No matter what happened, the most important thing for Marika was her belief that Raku would eventually marry her, especially since they had shared an intimate moment. Chitoge immediately doubted that claim and believed it was nothing more than an exaggeration. Raku fell silent, his face turning red once again. Seeing his reaction, both Chitoge and Onodera were stunned. Raku tried to explain that the situation was not what they were imagining, and that it had happened unexpectedly. Chitoge became extremely irritated and criticized Raku harshly for being careless with someone he had only recently reconnected with. Marika stated that it was already obvious that she was the one who suited Raku the most. Chitoge responded by calling Marika a shameless girl who was trying to steal someone else's boyfriend, but Marika confidently claimed that she was far sweeter compared to someone as rough as Chitoge. The two of them continued to argue, each insisting that she was the most suitable person to stand by Raku's side. They even brought the question to Onodera, who looked startled and unsure how to respond. Marika then asked how Raku appeared from Onodera's own perspective, adding that it seemed like Onodera had once made a promise to marry him as well. Onodera was reminded of the photo of Chitoge that Raku had bought before. She admitted that she had once shared such a promise, but for her, Raku was now someone she considered a close friend. Hearing that answer, Marika invited Onodera to become her friend, but Chitoge immediately objected, saying that Onodera was already her close friend. Raku felt slightly disappointed because he was seen as nothing more than a good friend. Onodera had indeed met Raku in the past, and he might have been her first love, but she understood that at the time, Raku likely had feelings for Chitoge. Chitoge found it strange, especially since Raku did not remember anything about Marika at all. Suddenly, Marika began speaking in the same refined manner she had used before, which surprised both Onodera and Chitoge. The next day, Marika approached Raku at his desk and urged him to meet her father so they could decide on an engagement date. Chitoge was clearly irritated by this. Raku pointed out that he had not even decided who his fiancé would be, but Marika confidently said that their engagement would not be cancelled. She also tried to act overly affectionate toward him, but Raku explained that he was still too young to even think about marriage. Chitoge wondered how Marika could say such things so casually in front of someone who was supposed to be Raku's girlfriend. Marika instead thanked Chitoge for taking such good care of her future husband. From Chidoge's point of view, since Raku did not even know about the engagement, it could not be considered valid. Marika explained that in the past, engagements were often decided by an agreement between parents, and if Chidoge wanted to object, the only way was to speak directly to Marika's father. Later that afternoon, while taking care of the plants, Chidoge asked Raku what he planned to do. Raku admitted that he did not know, especially since Marika was pressuring him so strongly and he found it hard to refuse her. Chidoge criticized him for being too soft and indecisive. She firmly stated that if Raku went to Marika's house, he would likely come back with an officially decided wedding date. Raku, on the other hand, was confused by Chidoge's behavior, which had seemed strange lately. Chidoge admitted that she was worried about what might happen if members of the Beihai group found out about the engagement, and Raku could not even imagine how Claude might react. The following day, Raku walked with Marika to meet her father. He remembered Chidoge's advice, hoping that Marika's father might be willing to cancel the engagement. They arrived at a tall building, and Marika explained that the upper floors were her family's residence. Before entering, Raku asked what her father was like. Marika described him as a very kind man who always worried about her, and she was confident that Raku would like him. They took the elevator to the top floor, and the moment Raku saw Marika's father, he was shocked. Her father had an intimidating presence, even more frightening than someone from an organized crime background. Marika quickly introduced Raku to him, while Raku nervously greeted Marika's father, stumbling over his words. Her father was surprised to see that Raku, the son of Issei, had grown up and looked so much like his father. He invited Raku to sit down and started a conversation, asking about Issei while pointing out a scar on his own face. Raku commented on the scar and asked whether it had been obtained during an assignment. Marika's father revealed that the scar had actually been caused by Issei. He even admitted that seeing Raku, who resembled Issei so closely, stirred up old emotions. He acknowledged the strength of both sides, despite being on opposing paths, and they shared drinks together. Even so, Marika's father admitted that his long-standing wish had been to see Issei brought to justice. Raku concluded that Marika's father was far more intimidating than anyone he had ever met, making it impossible for him to gather the courage to cancel the engagement. Marika's father believed that Raku must have noticed how deeply Marika cared for him. Marika then mentioned that Raku had forgotten about her entirely. Hearing this made her father visibly upset, frightening Raku even more. He realized that this was the reason Raku had never known about the engagement in the first place. Marika's father was irritated that Issei had allowed such an important promise to be forgotten. He then questioned whether Raku might be interested in another girl. Raku tried to avoid answering, but Marika openly revealed that Raku already had a girlfriend. This news made her father furious, but Marika insisted that it was not Raku's fault. She also stated that she was not bothered by it and had already resolved to win Raku over fairly, believing that only by doing so would she be worthy of marrying him. Marika's father asked whether Raku was truly that close to Marika. Overwhelmed by fear, Raku could not tell the full truth. He chose to say that he and Marika would maintain a respectful and careful relationship. However, Marika brought up their past closeness in a way that made her father even angrier, leaving Raku completely terrified. Marika then excused herself to prepare tea, while Raku was left alone, feeling deeply anxious and unsure of how he could possibly explain himself to Marika's father. Marika's father explained that Marika used to be a good girl, but back then she constantly bragged about Raku and often lied about small, trivial things. He also mentioned that Marika still kept some old scrap items that Raku had brought to the hospital long ago. Raku never expected that Marika would still be holding on to those things. Raku then admitted to Marika's father that there was someone he liked, and that person was not Marika. It was not that Raku disliked Marika, but he had already fallen for that girl a long time ago. He sincerely apologized to Marika's father for being honest about his feelings. Hearing this, Marika's father felt relieved that Raku was finally able to speak openly with him. He told Raku not to dwell too much on the matter. Marika's father then asked whether that girl was Raku's girlfriend at the time. Raku was unable to admit it, and Marika's father began to suspect that Raku might be unintentionally confusing people's feelings. Raku tried to explain that the situation was far too complicated. Marika's father did not seem concerned about the details and believed that a promise was still a promise, so he expected Raku to do his best to make the stubborn Marika happy. Some time later, Raku hurried back home, where Marika asked about his earlier conversation with her father. Raku felt that Marika's father was actually kind and truly cared about Marika, even though he came across as intimidating. Marika was pleased to hear that Raku got along well with her father, especially since she believed that her father would one day become Raku's father-in-law. Raku was shocked by that idea and also deeply impressed by how far Marika was willing to go. In Marika's view, the only way to win someone's love was to take the initiative first. She expressed herself openly and tried to become the kind of girl she thought Raku would like. She was even willing to change herself completely for Raku and follow everything he asked of her. Raku told Marika that she was already sweet just the way she was. He praised her for being amazing, since not everyone could do what she did. To him, Marika looked equally charming whether she had long hair or short hair, and whether it was the way she spoke in the past or the way she spoke now. Hearing this, Marika's face turned red and she became extremely embarrassed. She tried to avoid him and asked Raku not to look at her. Raku could not understand why Marika suddenly acted so differently. Marika then hid herself, and Raku assumed that she was simply feeling shy around him. Marika denied that assumption and asked Raku not to come any closer. Marika later complained to her father that Raku had made her uncomfortable. After hearing this, her father confronted Raku and expressed his displeasure. Raku insisted that he had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Chitoge was still lying alone in the sun, looking gloomy, while Claude watched over her with deep concern. One summer day, Onodera was spending time with Ruri. Ruri could not understand why there had still been no progress in the relationship between Raku and Onodera. She felt that Onodera was being too passive. All this time, Ruri had been trying to create opportunities for Onodera, so she suggested that Onodera should simply invite Raku to go out together. Feeling shy, Onodera said that Raku had actually promised to stop by her house the next day. Ruri was completely shocked when she heard that. Earlier, on the last day of school before the summer vacation, Onodera had met Raku and asked whether he had any plans for the upcoming weekend. Raku initially thought that Onodera was asking him out, but it turned out that she was inviting him to work a part-time job with her instead. One of the employees at her family's business was unable to come in, and Onodera's mother was looking for someone who was good at cooking. Onodera did not know anyone else who could cook well besides Raku. Raku was genuinely happy to receive that offer. Raku never expected that he would be able to see Onodera during the summer vacation. He had never worked a part-time job before, but he wanted to show his abilities in front of her. He soon arrived at the traditional Japanese sweets shop owned by Onodera's family. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Onodera's mother speaking angrily on the phone. Raku felt intimidated by the atmosphere, especially when she sharply questioned why a student had come to her shop. Not long after that, Onodera arrived and calmed her mother down, explaining that the boy was her friend and that he would be working there part-time. Raku was captivated by the sight of Onodera wearing the shop's employee uniform, which made her look especially sweet. Onodera's mother was surprised to learn that the person Onodera claimed was good at cooking was actually her classmate. She doubted Raku's abilities, believing that the kitchen was a serious place meant for skilled professionals, and that it was unlikely for a high school student to be truly proficient at cooking. Onodera explained that Raku cooked large meals for his family every day. Wanting to see proof, her mother asked Raku to make something for her. She implied that his skills would be judged by the taste of what he made. Raku had studied Japanese sweets before, but he had never practiced making them directly. He looked very nervous, but when he glanced at Onodera, she kept encouraging him and believed that he could do it. Raku immediately got to work. Onodera's mother watched as he carefully cleaned the water splashes from the bowl. She realized that Raku was probably not very familiar with making Japanese sweets, but she could tell that he was accustomed to cooking in general. Before long, Raku successfully completed a Japanese sweet. When Onodera's mother tasted it, she was very pleased and suddenly expressed strong approval of Raku, even suggesting that he would make a good future partner for her daughter. Raku was completely taken aback by that reaction. Onodera's mother smiled and remarked that Onodera had brought home a dependable young man. She felt that Raku had excellent skills and the potential to help manage the family business in the future. She accepted Raku as a part-time worker at the shop and asked Onodera to teach him how to make simple sweets. She decided to watch over the shop while they worked together. She also wondered why Onodera's face had turned red whenever she was near Raku, and she teased her for taking advantage of the opportunity to introduce him to her mother. Onodera felt extremely embarrassed by the teasing. Although she was flustered, Raku commented that Onodera's mother was an impressive person. Onodera asked Raku not to worry too much about her mother's remarks, and then she began explaining how to make the sweets. Onodera explained each step carefully on how to make delicious Japanese sweets. Raku continued stirring the mixture and was surprised that Onodera remembered every single step. He asked whether she often made sweets. Onodera denied it, saying that she never helped with cooking because she was not good at it. Since childhood, She had simply enjoyed watching the process. She once had the chance to make sweets herself, but the people who ate them ended up feeling unwell, and the shop had to close for 3 days afterward. Raku never imagined that Onodera had such an extreme story from her childhood. Onodera added that there was one thing she was praised for, which was the finishing touch. She was especially skilled at decorating sweets and making them look more beautiful. Raku praised the appearance of the sweets that Onodera shaped. At that moment, Raku had just finished preparing the mixture. Onodera suggested that Raku focus on adjusting the flavor while she handled the appearance. That way, they could create delicious Japanese sweets together. To Raku, her words sounded almost like a proposal meant for the future they might share. Just then, Onodera's mother mentioned that she needed to step out for a short while and reminded them to take good care of the shop while she was gone. Raku felt as if a powerful tremor had struck his heart, making him want to stay right where he was and imagine building a happy family someday. Not long after that thought crossed his mind, a customer arrived at the shop. The elderly man looked genuinely delighted to see Onodera taking care of the store. The customer was Yoshino, a man who had been a regular at Onodera's family candy shop for a very long time. Onodera prepared Yoshino's usual order, just like she always did. As usual, Yoshino lightly teased her by suggesting they spend time together sometime, but Onodera simply responded with a warm smile. Raku felt uncomfortable with Yoshino's behavior, so he stepped in, gently pulled Yoshino away from the counter, and handed him his change. After that, Yoshino left the shop without any trouble. Raku never expected that even an elderly customer could behave in such a playful way. Onodera smiled and calmly explained that some customers were just like that. She then asked whether Raku was still dating Chitoge. Raku almost denied it out of reflex, but he quickly caught himself and admitted that he was still in a relationship with her. Suddenly, Onodera revealed that she had actually known the truth about Raku and Chitoge's relationship for a long time. Raku was shocked and immediately wondered how she could have known. It turned out that Chitoge had told her everything a long time ago, and Onodera had assumed that Raku already knew she was aware of it. Raku could not understand why Chitoge had never told him about that. Onodera then realized why Raku had continued pretending to be Chitoge's boyfriend whenever he was alone with her. However, she still did not understand why Raku had been hiding Chitoge's photo, and she did not yet have the courage to ask him about it. Meanwhile, Raku began to wonder whether this meant he might finally be able to confess his feelings to Onodera. His heart started pounding intensely, but he knew that confessing was not something he could do so casually. He would need the right moment. Outside, the wind was blowing fiercely, and even the weather forecast had warned of a storm that day. Soon after, heavy rain began pouring down, and Raku started worrying about Onodera's mother. Not long after that, Onodera's mother called and explained that she could not make it home because the storm was too strong. She asked Onodera to take care of the shop and also suggested that Raku stay over for the night. Raku was completely caught off guard by that suggestion and reacted with extreme surprise. He never imagined he would be allowed to stay at Onodera's house. He asked whether anyone else was home. Onodera explained that her father was away on business and could not return, while her younger sister was living in a dormitory. That was when Raku learned for the first time that Onodera had a younger sister. After thinking it over, Raku felt that staying over might not be necessary. He borrowed an umbrella and decided to head home, but the storm had grown far too dangerous. Realizing the situation was unsafe, he returned inside, feeling confused about how things had turned out this way. Raku wondered what Onodera might be feeling at that moment. She might have been nervous as well. Her face turned red, and she could not stop smiling. Her heart was beating faster than it had earlier when they were working together. Onodera tried to act normal and asked what they should do about dinner. Unexpectedly, Raku pointed out that she had been smiling non-stop. Onodera brushed it off by saying that she had just remembered a funny TV show. Still, she could not fully hide her reaction, and Raku became convinced that she was feeling nervous. Trying not to panic, Onodera suggested that they talk in her room. Raku was startled by the suggestion, and even Onodera herself seemed surprised that she had said something so bold. Raku asked whether she was really sure about letting him into her room. Looking flustered, Onodera said she needed to tidy it up first. She quickly rushed to her room to clean it as fast as she could. After that, she changed her clothes and came back out, making sure to hide the photo of Raku that had been sitting on her desk. Not long after that, Onodera's voice was heard inviting Raku to come in. Raku felt a little nervous because this was the first time he had ever entered a girl's bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, Onodera greeted him warmly. Raku took in the sight of Onodera's room, which felt cute, neat, and pleasantly scented. Onodera soon went downstairs to prepare some tea. While waiting, Raku looked around the room, from the bed to the study desk, that Onodera usually used. His thoughts briefly wandered to the idea that this was the space where Onodera spent her private daily routines, and he immediately shook his head, lightly scolding himself for letting his imagination go in an inappropriate direction. He then noticed a photo placed on Onodera's desk and guessed that it might be a picture of a boy she admired. Curious, he slowly leaned closer to take a look, but just as he did, Onodera returned with the drinks. Raku quickly stepped away from the desk. Onodera served the tea and invited Raku to chat with her. However, as time passed, neither of them managed to say a single word. The silence made the atmosphere awkward. Suddenly, Onodera suggested playing a word chain game. Raku declined because he felt that they had not actually run out of things to talk about. According to Onodera, the situation itself was making them nervous, even though they normally talked to each other without any trouble. Raku did not want to confuse Onodera any further, and he felt that, as a guy, he should take the initiative. He asked whether Onodera still had their middle school yearbook, thinking it might become a good conversation starter. Onodera immediately brought out the middle school photo album, and the two of them began reminiscing about their time back then. Even though it had only been about half a year since they graduated from middle school, they genuinely missed those days. Onodera showed a photo of herself with Ruri from a first-year class game competition, explaining that it was when she first became friends with Ruri. Raku and Onodera talked about how they had been in the same class since second year, but only really started talking during their third year. Raku looked closely at the photos of Onodera from middle school and thought she looked incredibly sweet. Every photo of her felt charming to him, and he found himself easily spotting her in each picture. Raku then wondered why there were no photos of himself in the album. Onodera showed him several pictures where he appeared, and even though he looked younger and smaller in some of them, she had no trouble finding him. Onodera mentioned that Raku stood out and was quite popular during middle school. Raku denied it, and said that Onodera was actually the popular one. Onodera also added that Raku was a genuinely kind person. Suddenly, Onodera mentioned that she knew there had been a girl who liked Raku back in middle school. Raku was surprised and became curious about who that girl was. Onodera only smiled and kept it a secret. Raku wondered why she would not tell him and tried to persuade her, saying that he probably would not even meet that girl again. Onodera explained that she could not reveal it unless the girl herself allowed her to. Onodera then asked how long Raku had known Shu. Raku explained that he and Shu had been close ever since they were in kindergarten. Onodera was surprised to learn that their friendship went back that far. Raku looked at Onodera and realized how enjoyable it was to talk with her. He found himself wishing that they could keep talking like that forever. Onodera suddenly looked outside through the window and noticed that the rain had stopped. Raku felt disappointed that the storm was over because he still wanted to stay in Onodera's room. Even so, he decided to excuse himself, thinking it would not be appropriate for a guy to stay alone in a girl's house for too long. Deep down, Raku wished he could stay over and even hoped that Onodera might ask him to remain, but instead, she agreed that it was better for him to go home since the rain had ended. Raku felt regretful, but he had no other choice. Onodera walked Raku to the front of the house. Raku said his goodbyes and hurried off. He did not know when they would meet again, especially since it was summer vacation. After taking a few steps, Raku stopped and pointed out that they did not have each other's email addresses yet. Onodera smiled and suggested that they exchange them. Raku felt genuinely happy, and after they shared their email addresses, Onodera's face turned red. She had not expected Raku to ask for her email. That day made her truly happy, even though she had no idea when they would see each other again. Later, Onodera typed a message admitting that the girl who liked Raku during middle school was herself, but she deleted it because she was not ready to say it yet. After that, Raku finally left, his face looking bright and cheerful. He could not believe that after 2 years of friendship, he had finally gotten Onodera's email address. Raku immediately sent her a message, and Onodera replied right away, wishing him good night. Raku was surprised to see her quick response and realized that he was not the only one feeling excited. Meanwhile, Onodera got ready for bed, feeling sure that Ruri would praise her when she found out that Onodera had exchanged email addresses with Raku. That night was the night of the summer festival. A huge crowd gathered to enjoy the full lineup of festival events, and countless food stalls filled the area. At that time, Raku was busy cooking food to be distributed to Yakuza members at another stall. Raku truly was a kind-hearted guy. He did this so they would let him off for the night, since he had an important mission to carry out. That mission was to obtain a super-ultra matchmaking item, a love charm. According to rumors, the charm was incredibly effective at keeping romantic relationships strong and lasting. Because of that reputation, it was extremely popular and usually sold out right away. While walking through the festival, Raku suddenly ran into Chitoge. Chitoge mentioned that she only wanted to enjoy the festival, yet she wondered why she had to run into Raku there. Raku explained that he was helping out at his family's stall. Not long after that, one of the Yakuza members came over and asked Raku to deliver some beer. When he saw Raku together with Chitoge, he became deeply moved that Raku was still willing to help the stall, even though he was spending the festival night with her. He told Raku that there was no need to help anymore, since bringing a girlfriend to a festival was considered one of the 3 biggest dreams for a man. He hoped that Raku and Chitoge would enjoy the festival and have a great time together. Chitoge felt annoyed that she had to walk around with Raku, even though she had been excited to explore the summer festival on her own. She then asked Raku to treat her to some takoyaki. Raku took her to his family's takoyaki stall and requested the food directly, so he did not have to spend any money. He confidently guaranteed that the takoyaki tasted great. Chitoge was surprised to learn that so many people lived at Raku's place. Raku explained that the Yakuza members were running many of the festival stalls. Chitoge wondered if that meant she could eat as much as she wanted, and she even suggested going on a date with Raku so she could enjoy free food. Raku did not expect Chitoge to be that focused on material benefits. From Chitoge's point of view, Raku felt like a walking free pass during the festival. Raku found it strange, especially since Chitoge was the daughter of a very wealthy family yet acted like that. Chitoge ran off cheerfully toward the food stall she wanted to visit. At that moment, Raku felt as if he sensed Onodera's presence nearby. Onodera was wearing traditional clothing, but she was hiding because she still did not have the courage to show herself in front of Raku. She wondered if buying a love charm might be able to change her destiny. Suddenly, Marika noticed Onodera and called out to her. Marika asked whether Onodera had also come to buy a love charm, but Onodera denied it. Marika then spotted Raku walking together with Chitoge. She felt irritated seeing them, especially since Raku had turned her down the day before when she invited him to watch the festival together. Marika suggested bothering them, but Onodera stopped her. At that time, Chitoge looked extremely happy as she looked around at the various stalls. Raku often stayed close to Chitoge because from the beginning, they had been asked to pretend to be a couple. Raku felt that their relationship was very strange. Chitoge overheard some girls praising her sweetness, and her face even turned red from embarrassment. However, some boys were disappointed that Chitoge was dating someone they saw as weak like Raku. They assumed that Raku was just playing with her feelings. Raku felt very annoyed hearing those comments, while Chitoge laughed it off. Raku realized that anyone watching them would naturally assume they were a real couple. Before long, Chitoge also heard people wondering why she was not wearing a yukata. She became curious about whether a yukata would look good on her. According to Raku, a yukata always looked good depending on who wore it. Meanwhile, Marika and Onodera continued observing Raku and Chitoge from a distance. Marika thought they looked very happy together. Chitoge invited Raku to play a goldfish scooping game. She almost managed to catch a fish, but it fell back into the water because the paper net was extremely thin and easily torn when wet. Raku suggested that Chitoge stop playing, especially since she probably did not know how to take care of fish anyway. He then used the torn net himself and quickly caught many fish. Chitoge admitted that Raku was impressive. Raku explained that he had practiced that kind of thing often at home and confidently claimed that he was unbeatable at festival games. The fish stall belonged to one of the Yakuza members, and because Raku kept winning, the owner had prepared an unusually large fish. Even so, Raku managed to catch that big fish as well. Chitoge once again acknowledged how amazing Raku was. Raku only gave her 2 small fish, believing she would not be able to take care of more than that. Chitoge smiled and thanked him. At that moment, Mariko was about to cut open the plastic bag holding Chitoge's fish, but Onodera stopped her. Chitoge noticed a crowd gathering at one of the stalls and wondered what was happening. It turned out that it was time for the sale of the love charms. Marika got ready to buy one and asked Shinobu to help clear a path in front of her. Seeing that, Onodera admitted to herself that Mariko was impressive, especially in how straightforward she was about her feelings for the person she liked, and that realization made Onodera feel a little jealous. Onodera then encouraged herself to do whatever it took to obtain a love charm. Raku wanted to buy a love charm and asked Chitoge to wait nearby. Chitoge worried that they might get separated, so she held Raku's hand and stayed close to him. Raku felt confused about why he suddenly became nervous while holding Chitoge's hand. They kept pushing their way through the crowded area. Even though Raku had come to buy a love charm because he liked Onodera, he ended up going to buy it together with Chitoge instead. Raku reminded Chitoge not to let go of his hand. He kept trying, and in the end, he managed to get the charm. Chitoge then urged them to head back right away, but suddenly her hand slipped out of Raku's grasp. Raku looked around for her, and not long after that, he saw a hand reaching out. He thought it was Chitoge's hand, but when he grabbed it, he realized it was Onodera's hand instead. They stared at each other in surprise, and Raku could not believe that Chitoge had somehow turned into Onodera. At the same time, Chitoge managed to get out of the crowd and felt confused as she searched for Raku. Onodera wondered what Raku was doing there, and Raku asked her the same thing. Onodera noticed the love charm in Raku's hand and realized that he had come to buy it. Raku then wondered if Onodera had also come to buy a love charm. Onodera denied it and explained that she had simply been swept along by the crowd by accident. Raku quickly let go of Onodera's hand, clearly feeling nervous. Onodera thought back to how Raku had been with Chitoge earlier. Raku explained that Chitoge had indeed been with him, but they had suddenly gotten separated, and he began to worry about whether Chitoge was okay on her own. Chitoge kept calling out Raku's name, feeling irritated because Raku himself had asked her not to let go of his hand, yet they still ended up separated. She noticed that many of the girls at the festival were wearing yukata. Meanwhile, Raku suggested that he and Onodera move out of the crowd so it would be easier to look for Chitoge. Raku found it strange that after buying a love charm, he somehow ended up alone with Onodera. He even wondered if it might be the charm's influence. He felt guilty toward Chitoge, yet at the same time, he felt happy to be with Onodera. Moments later, he questioned why he felt guilty at all, since Chitoge technically had nothing to do with it. Onodera also felt happy, even though she had not bought a love charm, because she was able to spend time alone with Raku, and she wished that moment could last longer. Suddenly, Raku bumped into someone, causing his love charm to fall to the ground. Onodera picked it up for him, but at that moment, the strap of her sandal snapped. Raku immediately lifted Onodera and carried her so she would not fall. Onodera could hardly believe what Raku was doing, and her face turned red as she became extremely flustered. Raku checked to make sure that Onodera was okay. She nodded and apologized, thinking that she must be heavy. Raku brushed it off and said it was not a problem. Onodera could not believe that her wish had come true, and although she felt happy, she was also very embarrassed. Raku then fixed Onodera's sandal, and afterward, he decided to look for Chitoge again. Onodera searched for Raku's love charm, which had been there just moments earlier, and realized that it had been taken by a cat. Raku immediately ran after the cat at full speed. The cat dashed away and stopped near Marika. Marika looked annoyed because she had failed to get a love charm after they had sold out. Suddenly, Raku called out to Marika. She smiled brightly as she greeted him. Raku asked Marika not to move. Marika's face lit up, thinking that Raku had chosen her over Chitoge. Raku reached toward Marika and told her again not to move. Marika's face turned red as she misunderstood his intention and thought he was about to kiss her. Raku moved even closer, and Marika closed her eyes, but instead of what she expected, Raku tried to grab the cat. The cat quickly slipped away and ran off, with Raku continuing the chase. Marika was left completely confused about what had just happened. Meanwhile, Shukumi looked gloomy at the festival. She felt frustrated because she had failed to get a love charm even though she had waited in line. She played a shooting game, but unfortunately, she missed her target. Shukumi became irritated with the toy rifle, thinking that if she had been using a real one, she would have hit the target without a problem. Suddenly, the cat that had stolen Raku's love charm crashed into her, causing the charm to fall to the ground. The cat immediately ran away. Not long after that, Raku arrived and asked whether Shukumi had seen a striped cat. Shukumi pointed in the direction where the cat had just run. Raku thanked Shukumi and then quickly hit the target in the shooting game. He gave the prize to Shukumi as a token of his gratitude. After that, Raku went back to chasing after the cat once again. Shu was at the festival with his two friends when not long after, a cat carrying a love charm suddenly jumped onto him and dropped the charm right on his head. Shu was startled as he realized what had landed on him and stared at the love charm in surprise. As he looked around, his eyes caught sight of a girl wearing a yukata who appeared attractive. He tried to tease her, only to discover that the girl was actually Ruri. The moment Ruri recognized Shu's irritating expression, she immediately reacted and pushed him away in annoyance. The love charm was sent flying into the air and landed near someone else. Raku continued searching for his missing love charm. While he was still looking around, Chitoge suddenly called out to him and handed the charm back. Raku was instantly captivated by the sight of Chitoge wearing a yukata. Chitoge reminded him to take good care of the charm. Raku asked when she had changed her outfit, and Chitoge explained that she had asked Claude to bring the yukata to her. Raku found it strange that Chitoge had suddenly changed her appearance. Chitoge said that she simply wanted to try wearing a yukata at the festival. It was Chitoge's first time wearing one, and she felt that the obi around her waist was too tight, making it difficult for her to walk comfortably. She wondered why so many people enjoyed wearing yukata in the first place, and was unsure whether it suited her or not. Feeling a bit shy, Raku told her that she looked great in it. Hearing that made Chitoge think that she might want to wear a yukata again next year. After walking for a while, Chitoge noticed a sign explaining the meaning behind the love charm. She learned that in the past, when a man gave a love charm to a woman, it symbolized a marriage proposal. Chitoge laughed, convinced that Raku would never find someone to give such a charm to. Raku, still confused about why Chitoge had suddenly worn a yukata, began thinking that it felt strange for a guy to be the one holding onto a love charm, since items like that were usually kept by girls. He then handed the charm to Chitoge. Chitoge was clearly surprised when she received it, and Raku did not understand her reaction. Chitoge wondered why Raku had chosen her to receive the charm, while Raku noticed that she seemed unusually flustered and that her face had turned red. Chitoge asked if Raku truly meant what he was doing. Raku replied that he was serious about giving her the charm. This made Chitoge even more nervous, as she started to wonder if this meant Raku was proposing to her and if he had feelings for her. Meanwhile, Raku simply thought that maybe Chitoge really wanted the charm. Chitoge asked since when Raku had started looking at her that way, and Raku answered that he had intended to give it to her from the start. Chitoge assumed that Raku had fallen in love with her and immediately proposed, leaving her unsure how to handle something so sudden. At that moment, the obi on Chitoge's yukata loosened slightly. Raku moved to help her, but Chitoge became extremely embarrassed and asked him to step back. She explained that she was not dressed properly underneath because she had misunderstood how yukata were usually worn. Chitoge assumed that Raku might be imagining inappropriate things, but Raku quickly denied it. He then carefully helped fix the obi. Chitoge asked whether Raku had truly thought through why he gave her the charm. Raku did not understand what she meant at first, but when he noticed the sign explaining the meaning of the love charm, he finally realized the misunderstanding. He was so shocked that he almost caused Chitoge's yukata to come loose again. Raku immediately explained that he had no idea about the charm's meaning and that he had no strange intentions when giving it to her. Meanwhile, Onodera, Marika, and Shukumi were spending time together. Onodera wished she could spend more time with Chitoge. Marika was still confused about why Raku had acted so harshly toward her earlier, and Shukumi happily enjoyed the snacks Raku had won for her during the shooting game. That day, Raku went to the beach with his friends. Raku praised Shu for managing to find a place to stay close to the shoreline. It turned out that Shu was able to get the accommodation at a low price because someone he knew had canceled their vacation plans. Shu wanted to spend their summer break at the beach since their holiday was almost over. Ruri suspected that Shu's real motivation was simply to enjoy watching girls in swimsuits. Onodera felt happy that everyone could go on vacation together. It was Chitoge's first time visiting a beach in Japan, while the last beach she had visited was in North Carolina. Marika mentioned that the last beach she went to was in the Maldives. Raku felt confused by the way Chitoge and Marika talked, as it sounded like both of them were celebrities. Chitoge was extremely excited and could not wait to enjoy the beach. Chitoge and Ruri immediately ran toward the water. The girls showed off their cute swimsuits and looked genuinely happy as they enjoyed their beach vacation. Shu commented on Shukumi, noting that it was unusual for her to wear something so eye-catching. Shukumi explained that she originally wanted to wear her own swimsuit, but Chitoge had chosen one for her instead, which made her feel very embarrassed. According to Chitoge, the swimsuit suited Shukumi perfectly for the beach. Shukumi felt shy about her appearance and tried to cover herself, while Chitoge insisted that Shukumi should feel confident about herself. Marika then playfully teased Shukumi by comparing their looks, making Shukumi flustered by the attention. Chitoge and Marika continued joking around, which made Shukumi feel overwhelmed and ticklish from all the teasing. Shu seemed to enjoy watching the scene, while Raku thought that they had forgotten there were boys around. Raku then noticed that Shu had been busy using his binoculars for quite some time. It turned out that Shu was openly staring at the girls around the beach, paying far too much attention to their appearances. Ruri did not hesitate to hit Shu with her stick to stop his behavior. Shortly after that, Marika called Raku and asked him to apply sunscreen for her so her skin would not get sunburned. Raku wondered why he had to do it, and why she did not ask Shinobu instead. Marika explained that Shinobu had suddenly developed an allergy to sunscreen. Chitoge became irritated because Marika kept teasing her boyfriend. Chitoge even offered to apply the sunscreen herself. Marika accepted Chitoge's offer, but confidently claimed that Chitoge would not be able to do it, as well as Raku. Marika then stood very close to Raku and continued asking him for help. Chitoge became furious upon seeing this and ended up hitting Raku out of frustration. Chitoge walked toward her belongings, still annoyed after seeing Raku blush so much. When she opened her suitcase, she found the love charm that Raku had once given her. Chitoge felt confused by Raku's actions, since he did not even understand the meaning of a love charm but still wanted to buy one. She felt foolish because of it. Chitoge did not know what she would do if giving a love charm truly meant a marriage proposal. She laughed to herself and thought that it was impossible anyway, since their relationship was just pretend. She wondered why she had not given Raku an answer back when he handed her the charm. Later, Shu decided who would be responsible for buying ingredients for the barbecue that evening by drawing lots. Raku and Chitoge ended up being chosen. Marika looked clearly unhappy with the result. Chitoge questioned why she had to be paired with Raku again. Raku and Chitoge walked together while carrying the groceries. Chitoge realized that ever since she first came to Japan, she had always been by Raku's side because they were pretending to be a couple. Raku asked Chitoge to help with the preparations, and she said she could handle it. Raku peeled the potatoes and asked Chitoge to cut them into bite-sized pieces. As they worked, their hands accidentally touched while reaching for the potatoes. Chitoge immediately scolded Raku, accusing him of touching her on purpose, while Raku insisted that it was actually her hand that touched his. Chitoge continued blaming him, and Raku chose to give in. The same thing happened again, causing Chitoge to panic and scream. She did not understand why she felt so nervous just from holding hands with Raku, even though they often held hands like a real couple during their fake relationship. Accidentally, Chitoge's finger was cut by the knife. Raku asked to see it so he could put a bandage on the wound, but Chitoge simply put her finger in her mouth and said it was nothing serious. Raku gently took her hand and checked the injury himself, knowing that Chitoge would not want a scar left behind. Raku treated her wound carefully, and Chitoge's face turned bright red. She could not say anything and simply let Raku take care of her. That evening, Raku and his friends enjoyed a barbecue together. Shu praised Raku's cooking, saying it was very different from a typical barbecue. Raku explained that the key was choosing the right ingredients and properly preparing the seasoning. Marika complimented Raku's skills, while Onodera noticed that Chitoge had gone unusually quiet. That night, Onodera approached Raku, who was sitting alone by the edge of the beach. She wondered if something had happened between Raku and Chitoge, since she had noticed that Chitoge seemed unusually low on energy. Raku himself did not really understand what might be wrong. He then asked where everyone else was. Onodera explained that the ones who lost the money game had to clean up, and Chitoge was with them, helping tidy things up. Onodera honestly did not expect to feel so nostalgic. Back when they were in middle school, she had also gone to the beach with Raku. Raku remembered that, even back then, they hardly talked to each other. He asked whether Onodera still could not swim and whether going to the beach was actually fun for her. Onodera replied that the fun part of being at the beach was building sandcastles. She then asked whether Raku was having fun. Raku admitted that he wished he could stay and play a little longer. The two of them quietly gazed at the beautiful ocean. Onodera felt incredibly calm while talking with Raku. She truly liked the atmosphere they shared and wished she could spend more time alone with him. Deep down, she wanted that moment to last forever. Meanwhile, after Chitoge and the others finished cleaning up the supplies, Shu suggested heading back to the inn. He asked where Raku and Onodera were. Chitoge immediately ran off to look for them. From a distance, she spotted the two of them and called out in their direction. At that moment, Onodera had been nervously asking Raku whether it would be okay if they could become a little closer in that quiet moment together. Hearing this, Chitoge froze in shock and stopped in her tracks. Onodera herself was startled by what she had just said. She panicked, realizing that she had accidentally voiced the thought that crossed her mind without thinking it through. She could not believe she had been so careless and worried that Raku might find her strange or feel uncomfortable around her. Onodera grew anxious when Raku did not respond at all. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Raku had dozed off, likely because he had struggled to sleep the night before. He then asked if Onodera had said something to him. Onodera quickly brushed it off and said that she wanted to rejoin everyone else. All of a sudden, she ran away from Raku, leaving him completely confused. From afar, Chitoge was still trying to process what she thought she had heard earlier. She had not heard it clearly and convinced herself that Onodera had probably been talking about kimchi, not anything serious. Shortly after that, Raku asked Chitoge what she was doing there. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Chitoge immediately left the area. The next day, while Chitoge was lying in the sun, she reflected on how things had become awkward between her and Raku since that night. Just a few days earlier, they had been talking like usual. Around the same time, Ruri asked Onodera why she had not come back with Raku the previous night. Onodera could not bring herself to answer that question. Instead, she asked what was going on with Chitoge, since Chitoge looked unwell to her. Onodera even offered to listen if Chitoge wanted to talk and gently asked whether she had fought with Raku. Chitoge replied that she and Raku were used to arguing almost every day. She then shared a story about a friend who, whenever she got close to someone, felt her heart race and her chest tighten, making it hard for her to speak. Chitoge admitted that she had been feeling that way lately but did not understand why. Onodera guessed that the person Chitoge was talking about might be Shukumi. She suggested that it sounded like that person might be in love. Hearing this, Chitoge was taken aback. Her face turned red as she thought about the idea of love. She realized that it did make some sense, but she tried her best to push the thought away. Suddenly, Onodera laughed softly to herself, wondering if 10 years ago, they might have talked about similar things. Chitoge's father had once mentioned that Chitoge, Onodera, and Raku used to play together often. As Onodera slowly began to recall those shared memories, she felt a sense of longing every time she talked with Chitoge. Chitoge felt the same way. Out of the blue, Chitoge mentioned that next time she would bring kimchi for Onodera. Onodera looked confused when she heard that, unsure why Chitoge suddenly brought it up. Chitoge smiled happily after chatting with Onodera, while the rest of their friends were busy playing together. Chitoge found herself thinking about love. She wondered why Raku kept appearing in her thoughts, and she questioned whether having these feelings toward him meant that she was actually falling in love. Her face turned red as she tried to push those thoughts away. Even so, she could not understand why her heart always beat so fast whenever she was near Raku. That night, Shu invited everyone to light fireworks to celebrate the end of their summer vacation. Suddenly, Shukumi mentioned that she could not find Chitoge. Onodera was about to look for her, but Raku offered to do it himself. Raku followed footprints in the sand, and before long, he spotted Chitoge sitting alone, looking downcast while playing with fireworks. Chitoge did not want to be near Raku because she felt nervous all the time. If things continued like this, she felt she might not be able to keep pretending to be in a relationship with him. She tried to calm herself down and waited for the fireworks to burn out. All of a sudden, Raku showed up and asked why she was there. Chitoge was startled and said that she was just bored, but Raku did not immediately believe her because he knew she was not the kind of person who would wander off for no reason. Chitoge felt confused by how familiar Raku acted toward her, but Raku explained that he knew a lot about her because they spent so much time together, both at school and outside of it. Chitoge reflexively hit Raku lightly, leaving him confused about why she suddenly seemed offended. Raku then asked if something was bothering her. Chitoge said that it was nothing important, especially since they were only pretending to date, so there was no need for them to be that close. She also mentioned that she knew Raku disliked her. Raku was surprised by this sudden topic and explained that he did not hate her anymore, unlike when they first met. He then asked whether Chitoge still hated him. Chitoge admitted that she truly did hate him, but Raku did not feel pressured by that answer. Chitoge then wondered aloud whether things would go smoothly if they were really dating. Raku was confused about why she would ask something like that. Chitoge insisted that he answer her question. Raku felt that something was clearly wrong, since Chitoge was acting unlike her usual self, and that made him uneasy. Even though the person he liked was Onodera, he noticed that he felt nervous standing in front of Chitoge. He also found her expression strange and assumed she might be joking. Raku explained that it would never work if they actually dated, because Chitoge was not his ideal type. He thought she was rough around the edges, lacked manners, and was not sweet at all. He also believed they would argue every single day. Raku suggested that Chitoge should try to be more mature and feminine. Without realizing it, Chitoge snapped at him, then quickly apologized and walked away. From that incident until the end of summer, Raku and Chitoge did not speak to each other at all. When the new semester began, Raku still could not understand why Chitoge had been ignoring him since that day. He could not figure out why she had suddenly gotten angry with him, and just thinking about it irritated him. Onodera looked at Raku, and felt that he seemed gloomy, guessing that he might still be fighting with Chitoge. Raku could not guess what Chitoge was thinking, and his mind kept returning to what she had said to him at the beach. He wondered why she had suddenly apologized back then, since that was not like her at all. Before long, Chitoge arrived in the classroom and quietly took her seat. Raku asked why she was ignoring him. Chitoge apologized and said that she had been dealing with a lot of personal issues. Raku did not understand why she had become so distant and asked why she had suddenly been upset with him. Chitoge said that she was not angry and told him not to make a big deal out of it because class was about to start. Raku was left feeling confused by her behavior. Day after day, Chitoge remained cold toward him and acted as if their previous issue had never happened. One day, Shu gathered everyone to discuss preparations for the school cultural festival. As a member of the festival committee, Shu explained that their class would be putting on a stage play for the event. The play they would perform was Romeo and Juliet. Shu immediately chose Raku and Chitoge for the lead roles, and the class agreed, but Chitoge stated that she would not participate in the play. Shu decided that Raku and Onodera would be cast as the main leads in the Romeo and Juliet drama that would be performed during the school cultural festival. Suddenly, Marika asked Onodera to give that role to her, believing that Onodera would not mind handing it over. Marika was extremely eager to play the leading role alongside Raku. She kept pleading with Onodera, hoping she would be willing to give up the part. Raku had already expected that things would turn out this way. Onodera apologized to Marika and explained that she could not give the role to her, because she also wanted to play it herself. Marika smiled and said that she would be ready to step in and replace Onodera if Onodera was unable to perform during the show. Raku asked whether Onodera had started to become interested in acting. Onodera admitted that she was a little curious about acting, and she smiled at Raku. Raku truly never expected to end up acting as a romantic partner with Onodera. Even though it was just acting, he still felt a bit nervous. At the same time, he could not stop wondering why Chitoge had turned down the role. At that moment, Chitoge was sitting alone, quietly lost in thought. After school, Raku and his friends were scheduled to practice for the play. As soon as classes ended, Chitoge quickly hurried away. Raku immediately chased after her and asked why she was in such a rush to go home. Chitoge explained that she was not participating in the drama, so she had no reason to stay at school. Raku said that they should go home together so that other people would not become suspicious about their relationship. Chitoge responded that acting that way differently for just one day should not be a problem. Raku then asked why she had refused the role of Juliet, even though they were supposed to be a couple. Chitoge said that she simply did not want to play the role, and after that, she quickly walked away. Raku wondered why Chitoge's attitude had suddenly become so strange. He questioned what had made her upset, but he could not understand what she was feeling when she chose to ignore him. Raku knew that he could not solve all of Chitoge's problems, but he still asked her to tell him what was going on. Chitoge said that it was nothing important and that she was not angry about anything. She asked Raku not to act overly familiar with her, since they were not a real couple. Because of that, she thought it would be better if they did not act close to each other when no one else was around. Chitoge then walked away, leaving Raku unable to understand why she was behaving that way, even though he was constantly worried about her. Raku returned to school afterward. Onodera invited him to start practicing, but Raku acted distant toward her. Onodera guessed that Raku might still be arguing with Chitoge. She was also still curious about the photo of Chitoge that Raku kept, and she wondered what Raku truly felt toward Chitoge. Onodera delivered a printed copy of the script to Kyoko in the teacher's office. Kyoko was surprised to learn that Onodera had been cast as Juliet and felt confident that the role suited her well. She said that she was looking forward to watching a great performance. When Kyoko opened a drawer, Onodera was shocked to see a photo of Chitoge inside. She asked what the photo was about. Kyoko explained that it was from a class trip during the previous semester. The photo had accidentally captured an awkward moment of Onodera in the background while she was changing outfits for an activity. Kyoko admitted that she had been careless and had not noticed it at first, but fortunately Raku had realized it and returned the photo to her. Kyoko was sure that no one else had seen it, so Onodera did not need to worry. Kyoko jokingly assumed that Raku had shown unexpected maturity in how he handled the situation, even though she had promised Raku that she would not tell Onodera about it. Kyoko then asked Onodera to keep the matter a secret from Raku as well. Only then did Onodera fully understand what had happened. It turned out that Raku had met her that day when he brought the photo back to Kyoko. At that time, Raku had still been thinking about Chitoge, but he tried not to dwell on it because he was with Onodera. Raku began practicing his scene, but Onodera became nervous, her face turning red when she heard Raku, as Romeo, expressing his love. Her thoughts drifted back to the photo, and she felt deeply embarrassed in front of Raku. Meanwhile, the students worked together to prepare various props for their drama performance. Raku practiced his lines as Romeo, declaring his love for Juliet, but Marika interrupted by reciting the lines along with him, which annoyed Raku. Marika did not mean to interfere and explained that she simply wanted to play Juliet. Raku was confused about why Marika kept interrupting, especially since many of her lines were incorrect. After all, Romeo and Juliet was a story about the heirs of two feuding families who fell in love, but were not allowed to be together by their families. Marika said that the story was similar to her own situation with Raku, which made her confident that she could play the role well. Raku asked Marika not to speak carelessly in public. Shugumi became irritated and scolded Marika, firmly stating that Raku was Chitoge's boyfriend. Marika smiled and said that it did not matter, since Chitoge was not playing Juliet anyway. Shugumi grew even more upset by Marika's words. Raku noticed Chitoge standing outside the classroom, but he tried not to think about it and focused on the drama practice instead. Unbeknownst to him, Claude was watching the situation from afar at that very moment. The practice session for that day had finally come to an end, and Shu asked all the cast members to gather together. Raku wondered if they were about to hold a meeting, but it turned out that Shu was organizing a costume fitting for the performers instead. Raku was immediately impressed by the outfits. He never expected that they were completely hand-sewn. The costumes had been carefully made by members of the sewing club. Meanwhile, Marika loudly questioned why she had not received a costume. Since she was only a standby performer, she did not get one. Raku, on the other hand, could not wait to see what kind of costume Onodera would be wearing. When he finally saw her, he was completely captivated. She looked incredibly sweet in her outfit, and Raku found himself nearly speechless because of how charming she appeared. Onodera smiled and wondered if the costume suited her well. Raku felt that it fit her perfectly. Onodera then returned the compliment, saying that Raku also looked good and that his appearance suited the role nicely. Raku smiled and thanked her. The Juliet costume had truly been crafted with great care and quality, and for a brief moment, Raku imagined how it might look if Chitoge were the one wearing it. He immediately pushed that thought away. Raku ended up hiding when Chitoge passed by the classroom. He did not understand why he was avoiding her, but he knew he struggled to deal with Chitoge's distant and indifferent attitude. At the same time, he felt nervous because Claude was constantly keeping an eye on him. Unable to take it any longer, Raku ran after Chitoge. He admitted to himself that the situation had become overwhelming, especially with Claude watching their every move. Raku wanted them to act closer in public again, since both the Yakuza members and their families were starting to worry about the lack of interaction between them. Unfortunately, Chitoge refused. She was exhausted from having to keep pretending to be Raku's girlfriend. Raku reminded her that what they were doing was not just for themselves, and that failing to keep up appearances could lead to serious consequences between their families. Chitoge firmly stood her ground, stating that she did not want to do something she truly disliked. Raku was confused by how uncaring Chitoge suddenly seemed. She admitted that she did not want to talk to him or deal with him at that moment. Raku then wondered if that was the reason she had rejected the role of Juliet. Chitoge made it clear that she did not want to play Juliet if Raku was Romeo, especially since their families did not truly share any real bond. Raku could not understand why she was acting this way or why he had to go through such an experience. He never imagined that Chitoge felt so strongly toward him. Raku reflected on the past, realizing that he still needed to uncover the truth about how they first met, as he felt there must have been some kind of connection. Eventually, Raku came to terms with the situation. He acknowledged that they did not truly know each other, had no real relationship, did not understand one another, and that all the memories they shared were nothing more than an act. He also convinced himself that the promise from 10 years ago was likely a misunderstanding caused by Chitoge's father, and that Chitoge was not the girl who had once promised him anything. If they could not get along now, then it seemed impossible that they had been close back then. Raku decided that it would be better for Chitoge to forget about the fake relationship entirely and to act as if they had never carried out those obligations. He even hoped she would explain everything to their parents. At that moment, the tension between them reached its peak. The sudden emotional outburst drew the attention of nearby students, who were startled by the situation. Chitoge quickly walked away, leaving Raku behind. Onodera called out to him, but Raku apologized and said that he needed some time to rest. Although Raku was used to Chitoge's rough behavior, what had just happened left him feeling deeply shaken. Meanwhile, Chitoge was filled with frustration. She repeatedly blamed Raku for being unable to understand her feelings. The day of the cultural festival finally arrived. The school was lively as students celebrated together, with each class presenting performances on stage. Onodera encouraged Raku as they prepared for the Romeo and Juliet play. Raku encouraged her as well, asking her to give it their best effort. Since the incident with Chitoge, Onodera had tried to ask Raku about what happened, but he never wanted to talk about it. In truth, Onodera was curious about what had occurred between Raku and Chitoge, and she wondered whether Chitoge would come to watch the play. At the same time, students from another class approached Chitoge and asked for her help, as they were short on people for their own class project. Chitoge agreed to help them without hesitation. Onodera peeked at the area in front of the stage from behind the curtain. She never expected the audience to be that large, and it made her feel nervous. It was the first time Onodera had ever stood on a stage of that size, but she believed she would do her best, especially since Raku would be there with her. She felt confident that everything would be fine because she had practiced hard and memorized all of her lines. At that moment, the other students were preparing the stage setup when one of them slipped from a ladder, and Onodera rushed in to help. As a result, Onodera twisted her ankle. Hyoko became worried about the condition of Onodera's bones and asked her not to perform in the play. Hyoko then asked where Marika was so she could replace Onodera, but it turned out that Marika had not come to school that day due to a fever. Onodera insisted that she could still perform, but Kyoko refused and told her to rest instead. Hyoko asked Raku to stay with Onodera so she would not act recklessly. She then said she would look for a solution and instructed the students to continue preparing themselves. Raku asked whether Onodera was really okay. He was certain that Onodera truly wanted to play the role of Juliet. Onodera felt guilty because if things continued this way, the play would be cancelled. She felt sorry for her friends who had worked so hard to prepare everything, and even the costume made especially for her would go to waste. Raku was deeply moved by Onodera's attitude, especially how she was still thinking about others during such a critical moment. He believed none of this was Onodera's fault, and he would feel responsible if the play ended up being cancelled. Raku immediately ran off to find a way to solve the problem. Meanwhile, Shido-ge was assigned to help at her class cafe. She barely understood what she was doing at the time because her thoughts kept drifting to Raku. Even so, she could not bring herself to express what she truly felt. She wondered why she had brought up the topic of not pretending to be a couple anymore, and she was not prepared for Raku's response, which did not match what she had imagined. From the beginning, it was true that Raku and Shido-ge's relationship had never gone smoothly. Their personalities completely clashed, and their relationship was nothing more than an act. Shido-ge did not regret it, because she believed that if Raku ended up disliking her, the relationship would eventually come to an end. Suddenly, Raku appeared and grabbed Shido-ge by the hand, asking her to replace Onodera as Juliet. He pulled Shido-ge along with him. Shido-ge questioned the reason behind Raku's request and asked him to explain what had happened. Raku explained that Onodera had twisted her ankle and could not perform, and Mariko was absent due to illness. If no one stepped in, the play would be cancelled. Raku said that there was no one else who could play Juliet besides Shido-ge. Shido-ge felt that it was impossible because she did not even know the script. Raku believed there was still a way. He understood that Shido-ge disliked him, but he also believed she could handle the situation. He trusted that Shido-ge could rely on improvisation, since they were already used to putting on an act through their fake relationship. Raku continued to plead with Shido-ge to take on the role. Shido-ge felt confused, especially since Raku had already made his feelings clear at the beach, which made her think their relationship would never work out. She believed that Raku did not truly want to perform in a play with her. Raku began to wonder if Shido-ge was still holding on to what he had said back then. They usually tease each other, but this time felt different. Shido-ge had genuinely been hurt, and since then, she had seemed constantly upset. Raku finally admitted that he did not hate Shido-ge. He apologized for what he had said at the beach and realized how careless his words had been. He acknowledged that Shido-ge was not his ideal type, that she could be rude and rough around the edges, but that did not mean he disliked her. Shido-ge smiled as she came to understand his feelings, and she agreed to take on the role of Juliet. 5 minutes before the Romeo and Juliet stage play was about to begin, Shido-ge was getting ready to put on her costume. She did not know how to express her true feelings. Raku was completely captivated by Shido-ge's appearance. Shido-ge wondered why Raku seemed to be zoning out while looking at her. Raku asked whether Shido-ge was doing okay, and whether she was nervous about her lines. Shido-ge smiled and looked confident that she had already memorized the important parts of her dialogue. Raku teased Shido-ge by calling her a refined and smart gorilla. Shido-ge shot him a sharp look, and Raku immediately apologized, worried that she might get angry. Unexpectedly, Shido-ge's face turned red, and she smiled as she invited Raku to get ready to perform the play together. Raku felt confused by the smile Shido-ge gave him, especially since she had looked annoyed just moments earlier, and he became convinced that something strange was going on with her. Soon, the play was about to start, and the audience could hardly wait for the performance. Raku's and Shido-ge's families were also there to watch. Shu read out the prologue narration of Romeo and Juliet, explaining that the two main characters came from families that had been in conflict for a long time. Shido-ge, playing Juliet, expressed her confusion about why her family and Romeo's family continued to fight and resent each other. She believed that their families could make peace and care for one another, just like the two of them did. She hoped that her family would understand her feelings, because then they would surely be able to accept Romeo. Raku admired how well Chitoge delivered her lines, even though she had only memorized the script recently. Unexpectedly, Chitoge forgot her next line, and Raku pointed out that she had missed an important part. The two of them ended up arguing on stage, which made the audience laugh in amusement. Shu did not expect that the scene would actually suit Raku and Chitoge so well. While they were arguing, Raku and Chitoge were startled to see their families in the audience. Wanting the performance to go smoothly, Raku tried to regain control and encouraged Chitoge to start again from the beginning. Chitoge looked cheerful and smiled brightly, but Raku reminded her that the way she spoke did not match Juliet's character. The audience immediately burst into laughter at their back and forth. Shu became increasingly enthusiastic as he managed the stage setup and continued reading the narration. In the next scene, Romeo attempted to sneak away to meet Juliet, but Shukumi, playing Raku's attendant, tried to stop him. Romeo remained firm in his decision because he knew Juliet was waiting for him on the balcony. Suddenly, Shu changed the storyline, turning it into a situation where the attendant also had feelings for Romeo, and even added that the attendant confessed those feelings. Both Shukumi and Raku were shocked to hear this. Shukumi was clearly upset because the narration Shu read was not part of the script they had practiced. However, seeing the large audience watching from the front of the stage, Shukumi chose to follow the new narration. The attendant, visibly nervous, attempted to express her feelings toward Romeo, but then tossed her hat aside and withdrew, realizing that such a future was not meant for her. The audience cheered loudly at the scene. After that, Romeo went to Juliet, and the attendant returned backstage. Raku felt deeply frustrated by Shu's antics. Unexpectedly, a mysterious woman appeared on stage, played by Marika. She claimed to be Josephine, Romeo's true love. The audience was clearly surprised by the sudden appearance of Josephine, and Shu added narration suggesting that Romeo had been involved in complicated relationships. Raku felt confused, especially since Marika had not come to school earlier due to a fever, yet she now stood on stage. The audience began to criticize Romeo, seeing him as someone unreliable. Romeo tried to explain that Josephine seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Josephine insisted that Romeo had forgotten something important, as he had once made a promise to her that she believed in deeply, only for it to end in disappointment. Shu continued to narrate in a way that cornered Romeo further, and Raku grew irritated because Shu kept changing the storyline on a whim. The audience also grew upset and expressed their frustration toward Romeo in an unkind manner. Romeo then explained that Josephine had continued to complicate matters, and he stated that a future together was not possible due to circumstances that made their relationship inappropriate. Josephine was shocked that Romeo could respond so calmly and cleverly to the unexpected storyline. Shu became even more excited by how Romeo adapted to the plot. Josephine insisted that love could overcome any obstacle and pressed Romeo to choose her. Meanwhile, Juliet, played by Chitoge, was confused by the strange exchange between Josephine and Romeo. Shu explained through narration that Josephine was a younger sister figure who cared deeply for her older brother. Raku, as Romeo, did not run out of ideas. He gently held Josephine's hand and conveyed that the path he had chosen would be filled with conflict between the two families, and because of that, he did not want to involve Josephine, who was physically fragile and gentle. Josephine's face turned red, surprised that Romeo had been considerate of her well-being. Josephine admitted that she truly cared for Romeo, but her weak condition caused her to step down from the stage. In the end, Raku successfully resolved the situation with Josephine. Romeo then ran toward Juliet's location, but his path was suddenly blocked by Claude, who claimed to be playing the role of Juliet's older brother named Friedrich. Friedrich stated that he had heard rumors about Romeo being a man who only wanted to break women's hearts by being unfaithful. Romeo firmly denied the accusation. Friedrich refused to let Juliet go with Romeo and challenged him, insisting on confronting him directly. Romeo kept running as Friedrich chased him recklessly. Seeing the chaos unfold, Juliet warned Friedrich to stop doing something so dangerous, but Friedrich told her not to interfere, claiming that Romeo was a dangerous man. Friedrich fully embraced his role as an overprotective older brother. He mocked Romeo for looking frightened and constantly avoiding him. Romeo grew frustrated because Friedrich was the only one using a real weapon. Friedrich's sword nearly struck Romeo's eye, and Friedrich declared that Romeo's struggle was over. Despite that, Romeo refused to give up and quickly grabbed several bricks, throwing them toward Friedrich. Unfortunately, none of the bricks managed to hit him. Suddenly, a section of the castle wall collapsed and fell on both of them. Shu became even more excited and dramatically commented that the intense clash between Friedrich and Romeo had caused the castle wall to crumble. Everyone stood frozen, eagerly waiting to see what would happen next. Juliet was deeply worried about Romeo, but to everyone's surprise, Romeo emerged from the rubble. Shu announced that the duel had been won by Romeo, and the crowd burst into cheers to support him. Juliet felt deeply moved seeing how hard Romeo continued to fight. Romeo stepped forward toward Juliet, and Juliet's face flushed as she watched his determination. Chitoge admitted that Raku, despite being foolish, was willing to go through so much for her, even ending up badly hurt. At the same time, she acknowledged her own foolishness for being afraid all this time to admit her feelings toward Raku. In the next scene, Romeo climbed up to the balcony where Juliet stood. Juliet questioned why Romeo was willing to do all of this when their love was blocked by their families. She was deeply touched by Romeo's devotion, as he was willing to abandon his name and family for her sake. Juliet then asked Romeo to take her with him completely. Romeo asked Juliet to become his lover and reached out his hand to her. Juliet accepted his feelings and held his hand, expressing that she loved him as well. Chitoge realized that she had truly fallen in love with Raku. The Romeo and Juliet drama concluded with their love finally coming together. The audience cheered joyfully at the happy ending. All the cast members and crew involved in the performance received enthusiastic applause from the crowd. After the play ended, Chitoge approached Raku and gave him a cold drink. Raku commented that Chitoge was once again acting however she pleased. Chitoge thought that it should be fine if she suddenly acted like a sweet girl. Raku suggested that she should try improving the way she spoke first. The drama was a huge success, and Raku even praised Chitoge for being able to perform so well without practice. According to him, it seemed like she had almost memorized the entire script, while he himself struggled greatly to remember his lines. Chitoge looked happy after receiving Raku's praise. She felt that the drama resembled their own situation, since their families were enemies and both of them were heirs who had become a couple. The real difference, however, was that unlike the drama, they were not truly lovers. Chitoge apologized for acting strangely over the past few days. She also expressed regret for her past behavior, including being harsh, speaking rudely, and hurting Raku emotionally. From that moment on, Chitoge said she had returned to her usual self. She promised to act like she used to, arguing with Raku every day and continuing their fake relationship. She then asked whether Raku was willing to forgive her. Raku was surprised and became visibly nervous. He thought their arguments were normal since they were only a fake couple. Chitoge reminded him that he had said before that he did not hate her. They ended up debating something trivial again, leaving Raku confused about whether Chitoge actually wanted him to hate her or not. Chitoge smiled brightly and said that she definitely disliked him. Her cheerful expression only made Raku more nervous. While they still had free time, Chitoge said that she would allow Raku to accompany her to watch the festival. Raku could not understand her behavior at all, especially since Chitoge kept looking at him. He noticed that she seemed far more cheerful than before. As Raku and Chitoge walked together toward the festival, other students greeted them warmly. Raku thought that Chitoge might have been feeling hurt all along because she believed that he truly hated her. Shu invited everyone to raise a toast together to celebrate the success of their drama. They were overjoyed because their class had become the talk of the school. They enjoyed a small party together while sharing snacks. The students praised Chitoge for delivering such an amazing performance despite not having practiced beforehand. Shu was convinced that Raku and Chitoge had reached some kind of conclusion in their relationship, and he asked whether they had made up. Raku replied that he and Chitoge were on good terms again. Shu mentioned that Chitoge's slap from the previous week had shocked everyone and made them think that Raku and Chitoge had broken up. He jokingly told others that Raku was a masochist, which clearly went too far. Raku looked irritated by Shu's excessive teasing. Shu then asked about Marika's whereabouts. It turned out that Marika was resting in the student infirmary after her body suddenly gave out, overwhelmed by happiness from performing in the drama alongside Raku. Meanwhile, Ruri never expected Onodera to twist her ankle right before the drama performance. Ruri could not wrap her head around it, especially since it was Onodera's chance to get closer to Raku. She quickly went to get a crepe for Onodera to help her feel better. Not long after that, Shukumi arrived and angrily confronted Shu for changing the storyline on his own. Shu apologized and explained that he only wanted to add a little flair to make the story more interesting. Shukumi was extremely upset and continued to scold Shu intensely, making her frustration very clear. Shortly afterward, Ruri asked Raku to deliver the crepe to Onodera. Raku was confused about why Ruri wanted him to be the one to do it. Ruri explained that she wanted to go buy some yakisoba, then firmly urged Raku to go see Onodera right away. Onodera was very surprised when she saw Raku coming to her. Raku handed her the crepe and asked about the condition of her ankle. Onodera said that she was feeling fine and then asked whether Raku and Chitoge had made up. She thanked Raku for bringing Chitoge onto the stage earlier, because without that, she would have carried guilt in her heart forever. Raku thought that it was not Onodera's fault at all, especially since she was not the only one who truly wanted to play Juliet. Onodera admitted that she really did want the role, because that moment would become the most precious memory for her. Hearing that made Raku feel deeply moved, and he began thinking seriously about how he could make her wish come true. Raku then told Onodera that if she truly wanted to play Juliet, he would make it happen. Raku took Onodera to a quiet place where no one else would be watching, so they could rehearse freely without interruptions. Onodera looked extremely shy, while Raku felt nervous himself. They soon began going through the dialogue together. Onodera's eyes sparkled as she watched Raku start the scene. She confidently played her role in front of him, her face filled with happiness as she looked at Raku with deep affection. Raku smiled gently as he watched her, and Onodera, overwhelmed with joy, expressed how deeply she loved him through the lines of the script. They continued rehearsing their dialogue until the sun slowly set. That day became an incredibly happy one for Onodera because she was able to create a beautiful memory with Raku through the drama. At the same time, Chitoge also felt that she truly enjoyed the day since she had managed to make up with Raku again. On a bright morning, Chitoge woke up from her sleep. As she opened her eyes, she realized that she was experiencing the feeling of falling in love. She quickly got ready for school, her heart light and full of excitement. There was a cheerful energy in her steps as she walked, a soft smile on her face. People often say that the world looks different when someone is in love, and that was exactly how she felt. Along the way, she noticed Raku walking while looking half asleep. Chitoge paused for a moment to check her reflection in a nearby glass surface, fixing her appearance before approaching him. She greeted him in her usual teasing way, calling him by a playful nickname. Raku found her behavior confusing, especially since she started teasing him so early in the morning. Chitoge then reminded him to cover his mouth when he yawned. Raku stared at her without blinking, which made Chitoge wonder what was going on. Seeing her in her winter uniform, Raku suddenly recalled the moment when she had struck him with her knee when they first met. Hearing that, Chitoge immediately demonstrated it again in a lighthearted way. Raku was puzzled by her actions, while Chitoge felt slightly annoyed because she expected him to compliment her appearance, considering that she was supposed to be his girlfriend. Eventually, Raku called her cute, and that simple compliment made Chitoge incredibly happy. They continued walking to school together. Chitoge could not understand why she felt so delighted just from hearing Raku's casual words. She began to notice small changes in herself, like starting to enjoy simple, everyday things more than before. When they arrived in class, Rory and Onodera greeted them. At that moment, Raku's face lit up when he saw Onodera's smile. Suddenly, Marika rushed over excitedly and clung closely to Raku. At the same time, Shukumi reacted strongly, stepping in with a protective attitude because she believed Raku had acted improperly. Raku was visibly startled by the situation. Seeing all of this, Chitoge started to think about her own relationship with Raku, a boy she once disliked. She wondered what their future would look like. She had come to realize that she was beginning to develop real feelings for him, but she had not yet figured out what the next step in their relationship should be. Being in a relationship meant they would naturally spend more time together. Even though their relationship started as something fake, it now felt real to her. She imagined what it might be like to walk home together after school, share meals, or go on dates during holidays. Then she realized that, in some ways, those things were not much different from what they were already doing. Chitoge decided that the first thing she needed to do was make Raku fall in love with her. Not long after, Shu arrived and greeted Raku, and the two of them started chatting. Chitoge noticed that she felt comfortable being close to Raku, yet something still felt incomplete. She found herself confused about what kind of relationship she truly wanted with him. Suddenly, Raku approached Chitoge and showed her that his pendant had been returned. Later that day, he told Chitoge, Onodera, and Marika that he finally had it back, which made him feel relieved. Onodera also looked relieved upon hearing the news, clearly happy that something important from their childhood had returned. Marika then eagerly suggested that Raku try opening the pendant using her key. Raku was surprised and quickly stopped her, but Marika insisted that it was the only way to discover who Raku's first love really was. She strongly believed that she was that person and felt excited at the thought of proving it, especially because of a promise from the past that meant a lot to her. She also believed that both Onodera and Chitoge were curious about it. Raku, however, asked her not to rush things. At that moment, Chitoge suggested that they should not open the pendant yet, and that everyone should take a moment to calm down. She pointed out that it was just a childhood promise from long ago. Raku found her reaction surprising, since she had previously been very eager to find out the truth. Marika assumed that Chitoge was simply afraid of facing the possibility that she was not the one destined to be with Raku, which made Chitoge feel irritated and deny it. Onodera admitted that she was also curious about who could open the pendant, especially since it was something tied to their childhood memories. For her, it was more about simple curiosity. Raku then explained that the pendant was still not fully repaired. According to the person who fixed it, something inside was still stuck, which made it impossible to open in the usual way. Marika suddenly tried to open it anyway, but Raku stopped her, emphasizing how important the pendant was to him. He believed that the locksmith who had been helping him would eventually be able to open it when the time was right. If there truly was no normal way to open it, then forcing it open might become the last option, as it could reveal clues about the past they had all been searching for. According to Onodera, it would be better not to force the locket open. Marika wondered what kind of small object could even fit inside it. Onodera believed they would eventually find out what was inside when they met again someday. Marika then guessed that it might actually be a wedding ring. Hearing that idea, the three of them were shocked, while Marika simply smiled at their amusing reactions. That afternoon, Raku and Chitoge walked home together. She asked what he planned to do about the situation now that things had gone this far. Chitoge could not help but feel curious about what would happen if the locket were finally opened. She wondered what it would mean if her key turned out to be the one that unlocked it, and what it would mean if it was not hers at all. She also questioned how she would feel if her feelings for Raku kept growing, yet he ended up finding another girl, the one he had made a promise to long ago. Even though it was just a childhood promise, the thought still weighed on her. Chitoge looked troubled, unsure of what kind of relationship she truly wanted. Raku noticed how quiet and down she seemed. Meanwhile, Chitoge felt that Raku would never realize her feelings if she kept everything to herself. Raku found it strange that Chitoge was acting differently that day. Just by looking at her, he could tell something was off. Hearing that made Chitoge blush, and she started wondering if Raku was beginning to notice her feelings, or if her expressions were simply too easy to read. For a moment, she convinced herself that there was no way he had figured it out, and that he would probably say something silly instead. Even so, her heart raced as she waited to hear what he would say. In the end, Raku casually assumed that she was just hungry. Chitoge felt completely silent after hearing that. Raku felt confident in his guess, thinking he understood her well. To him, whenever Chitoge looked troubled like that, it meant she was starving, especially since she had barely eaten during break earlier. He even suspected she might be dieting. Hearing that, Chitoge snapped and hit him in frustration. Soon after, she laughed it off, feeling like she did not need to overthink such complicated things. Smiling again, she invited Raku to go eat ramen together. Raku found it odd that even though she was supposedly hungry, she ended up treating him instead. The next day at school, Chitoge told her friends that her lips had been getting dry easily lately. One of her friends asked if she had been using lip balm. She then took out a new one she had just bought and offered it to Chitoge, suggesting that it would make her lips look brighter and feel softer. Chitoge quickly tried it, and her friends immediately said she looked even cuter, with a color that suited her perfectly. They even playfully squeezed her cheeks because they found her so adorable. Her friend ended up giving her the lip balm, saying it suited her better anyway, and that she already had plenty at home. She also mentioned that if Chitoge wore it, Raku would probably like her even more. That made Chitoge wonder if Raku would see her as cute too. Still, if he stayed as oblivious as ever, all her effort would be pointless. The following morning, Chitoge went to school with Raku as usual. She greeted him with a smile, but unfortunately, he did not seem to notice any change in her lips. At this point, that did not surprise her anymore. She brought up how winter was also known as a dry season and casually asked if his lips felt dry too. She intentionally steered the conversation toward lips, even slightly parting hers to draw his attention. However, Raku still did not notice anything. He simply said that his lips often got chapped during winter, sometimes even to the point of bleeding. Chitoge felt annoyed, especially since she had tried so hard to show it off. She began to wonder if she just was not attractive to him at all. When they arrived in class, Onodera noticed right away that Chitoge was wearing lip balm and complimented her. Chitoge quickly stopped her, hoping that Raku would be the one to notice instead. That night, while taking a bath, Chitoge thought about how to make Raku more aware of her. At the same time, she doubted whether someone as clueless as him would ever notice. She decided to use a high-quality shampoo that night. The next morning, she went to school with Raku again. After greeting him, she leaned closer and let her hair sway in front of him on purpose. She was curious about how he would react after she used a shampoo that cost over 5,000 yen, far more expensive than what she usually used. She was sure he would notice because the scent was so nice. Unexpectedly, Raku just sneezed and commented that the weather felt colder than usual. Chitoge felt extremely frustrated, as if her effort had been completely brushed off by that sneeze. She could not believe how oblivious he was. Still, she realized she needed to stay calm. After all, even girls might not always notice things like lip balm or shampoo. Her task now was to make those changes more noticeable to Raku and present herself in a way that would catch his attention more clearly. At that time, Shidageye had just painted her nails and felt confident that Raku would notice right away. In class, she deliberately returned an assignment she had borrowed from him while subtly showing off her fingers. Raku looked at her for a moment, and Shidageye grew curious about what he thought. However, instead of reacting to her nails, he focused on the paper. That caught Shidageye off guard. She pressed his face lightly with her finger, leaving him confused and a little uncomfortable, unsure of what she was trying to do. Shidageye asked for his opinion, but Raku still did not understand. She grew frustrated, wondering if he was just being clueless or if he actually noticed and chose to stay quiet. Either way, she found it incredibly annoying. The next day, everyone noticed Shidageye's new look, especially the ribbon she had changed. She felt certain that such a noticeable change should not escape Raku's attention. Onodera mentioned that the ribbon made Shidageye look different and even cuter, but Shidageye quickly covered Onodera's mouth, clearly flustered. Not long after, Raku arrived in class. Shidageye asked why he was late, and he casually explained that he had overslept. He sat down and started talking about homework as usual. Shidageye could not understand why he kept ignoring the obvious change, so she finally asked if he noticed anything different about her. Raku responded by saying she looked healthier, which left Shidageye speechless. She mentioned that her body still felt sore from studying all night, then stretched and leaned closer to him, hoping he would notice her ribbon. Still, Raku said nothing about her appearance. Shidageye could not believe how oblivious he seemed. When lunchtime came, Shidageye ate with Raku, but still could not get over the fact that he had not noticed her ribbon. Suddenly, Raku commented on her lunch, pointing out that it was not Kobe beef like usual. Instead, she had brought Iberico ham, which he noted was rich in vitamins. Shidageye was stunned that he paid attention to the food instead. She started to wonder if what she did really mattered less than something like meat. Even so, she still hoped Raku would notice her effort. On their way home after school, Shidageye said she wanted to test Raku as her boyfriend. She asked him to point out what had been different about her lately. Even as she asked, she questioned why she expected him to figure it out. Raku, confused, asked if she had really changed at all, which only made Shidageye more irritated. He tried to think about it carefully, but unexpectedly guessed that her weight had increased. Hearing that, Shidageye reacted by hitting him in frustration. Raku quickly apologized and continued guessing. He wondered if she had cut her hair, worn mascara, or maybe grown taller, but all of those guesses were wrong. Then he asked if she was referring to the lip balm she had used 3 days ago. To Shidageye's surprise, Raku had actually noticed everything, from her lip balm to her shampoo and even her nails. She asked why he never said anything about it. Raku simply replied by asking why he needed to. From his perspective, guys usually would not point it out if they already thought it looked good. Hearing that made Shidageye blush. She explained that things like that were important to girls, and if Raku wanted to be popular with them, he needed to be more aware of those details. She then asked if the changes suited her. Feeling a bit shy, Raku admitted that she looked more beautiful than usual. Shidageye smiled happily at the compliment and asked what he thought about her new ribbon. Raku looked surprised, realizing only then that she had changed it. A girl named Paula is an assassin. She sees Japan as a peaceful but somewhat boring country, and she comes there to meet Shukumi, whom she calls the Black Tiger. One day after school, Raku runs into Shukumi and passes along a message from Shidageye. She tells him that Shukumi can head home first because she has been asked by a teacher to stay at school and finish her homework after forgetting to bring it. Hearing that, Shukumi thinks it might be best to ask Claude to keep an eye on Shidageye at school. Raku thanks Shukumi because the problem she taught him actually showed up on a test, making it easy for him to solve. Shukumi feels genuinely happy hearing that, but she tries to hide it. Raku finds it strange that she does not respond to his thanks. Out of nowhere, a bullet lands right in front of Raku. Thankfully, Shukumi reacts quickly and protects him. She immediately returns fire. Paula easily dodges Shukumi's attack and starts closing the distance. Shukumi is surprised to see Paula there. Paula moves in and attacks, while Shukumi does her best to hold her off. Paula expresses how much she has missed Shukumi after not seeing her for a year. Shukumi is confused about why Paula is there, and Paula admits she has a lot she wants to talk about. They continue exchanging shots, both showing incredible and evenly matched skill. Raku starts to panic since they are fighting at school. He asks them to move somewhere safer, but they ignore him and keep going. As they get closer to each other, Raku steps in to try to stop them, but he ends up getting caught in the crossfire and falls down. Afterward, Shukumi tends to his injury. She scolds him for interfering in a dangerous situation without any protection, though she is relieved that his injuries are only minor. Raku admits he just could not stand by and do nothing. Shukumi tries to put a bandage on him, but he refuses. She explains that she does not want to feel indebted to him. At the time, they are in an apartment that Shukumi rents. She usually stays at Chidoge's place, but she still needs a private space for her assignments. Paula questions what is really going on with Shukumi. Even though Paula came with hostile intent, Shukumi instead brings her to the apartment and offers her a drink. Shukumi points out that Paula was the one who said she wanted to talk, which only makes Paula more frustrated since that was not what she meant. Raku is confused about the title Black Tiger that Paula keeps mentioning. Paula explains that Black Tiger was Shukumi's nickname in the underworld back when she was in America. She earned that name because, 7 years ago, she worked with incredible speed and precision, quickly surpassing Paula and rising to the top in her field at a young age. Paula herself is a high-level assassin known as White Fang from Beehive. Shukumi mentions that Paula used to be her colleague, though Paula clearly dislikes hearing her name spoken by Shukumi. Shukumi feels relieved to see that Paula is doing well after such a long time apart. She even invites Paula to cook together, trying to lighten the mood. Paula immediately shuts that down, telling her not to act friendly because she did not come for something casual. She came to settle things with Shukumi. In the past, Paula looked up to Shukumi, but now she feels disappointed. She has been quietly observing Shukumi and notices that her presence and intensity have faded. From Paula's perspective, Shukumi has let everything slip away. She is frustrated because Shukumi now seems like an ordinary girl living a calm life. Shukumi realizes that the presence she has been sensing lately was actually Paula. She explains that she is currently on a mission to protect Chidoge. Paula questions whether that is really all she is doing. She feels that Shukumi is no longer as sharp as before, comparing her to a tiger without fangs. Paula suspects that Shukumi may have failed at something in the past and become hesitant in dangerous situations. She even wonders if Shukumi has grown too comfortable with a peaceful life or possibly changed because of her connection with Raku, which Raku quickly denies. In the end, Paula cannot accept how much Shukumi has changed. To her, it feels meaningless that Shukumi once surpassed her. Shukumi, on the other hand, is confused by how obsessed Paula seems to be with her, and she believes Paula would be better off aiming to surpass someone even stronger. Paula wondered whether Shukumi might have forgotten about the very first time they worked together as a team. Back when they first met, Paula had complimented Shukumi for looking handsome, but Shukumi had mistakenly assumed Paula was a guy because of her flat chest. Paula had been confused and upset about that comment, especially since, in her eyes, Shukumi actually looked more like a guy. Remembering those words still made Paula feel down. Even though Paula and Shukumi were often assigned missions together, Shukumi always seemed to get the better roles. Paula could not just forgive her that easily, because she had made up her mind that one day she would prove herself and surpass Shukumi. Still, she could not help feeling insecure whenever she compared herself to Shukumi. Shukumi told her not to dwell on something like that, which only made Paula more annoyed. She challenged Shukumi to a match again, but unexpectedly, Shukumi simply served her some food instead. Paula found herself tempted by the nikujaga that Shukumi had prepared. Raku was surprised to learn that Shukumi could cook. At that moment, Paula could not deny how comforting the nikujaga tasted, along with the warm, homey atmosphere of Shukumi's apartment. She could hardly believe how much Shukumi had changed, considering that in the past, Shukumi had been known for acting recklessly in intense situations. Shukumi quickly denied that version of herself. Raku then asked Paula if it was true that Shukumi used to be that different. Paula explained that Shukumi was nothing like she used to be. She recalled how, 3 years ago, Shukumi had taken down an entire organization on her own, leaving their enemies shaken and amazed that the Beehive had such a powerful guardian. Raku realized that must have been around the time when Chidoge was kidnapped by a group of thugs. Shukumi was surprised that Raku knew about that incident. Paula went on to say that Shukumi's name had once been legendary, and since they often worked together, she could not understand why Shukumi seemed so much weaker now. Shukumi then served food to Raku, and he was shocked at how delicious it was. He ate eagerly and became curious about the recipe. He even commented that Shukumi would make a great wife someday. Hearing that made Shukumi blush deeply, and she reacted by hitting Raku in embarrassment. Paula then proposed a match. If she lost, she would accept defeat gracefully, but if she won, Shukumi would have to return to America and regain her former strength there. Shukumi agreed and asked what kind of competition Paula had in mind, whether it would involve shooting, fighting, or even arm wrestling. Paula set the rules. They would have 1 hour, the entire city would be the playing field, and the winner would be the one who managed to kiss Raku first. Both Raku and Shukumi were shocked by the unexpected condition. Shukumi questioned why Raku had to be involved in their match at all. Paula explained that charming a man was an important skill for an assassin. Shukumi blushed and tried to stop her, but Paula took that as a sign that Shukumi might back out. Shukumi quickly pointed out that Raku was Chitoge's boyfriend. Paula reminded her not to forget the Beehive's absolute rule. Once a match had been agreed upon, there was no backing out. She also promised to keep the result a secret, no matter who won. Paula believed that Raku's relationship might not be that serious anyway. She admitted to herself that she probably could not win in a straightforward fight, which was why she chose this type of challenge, especially after noticing how flustered Shukumi had been around Raku. Paula was confident she could win. Meanwhile, Shukumi found herself blushing at the thought of what winning would involve. She felt conflicted, knowing she could not go through with it, but also realizing that refusing would mean returning to America and leaving Chitoge behind. Raku became visibly nervous when Shukumi looked at him like that. Suddenly, Paula grabbed Raku and tried to get close to him, but Shukumi instantly fired a shot to stop her. She was surprised by her own reaction, as if her body had moved on its own, unwilling to let Paula get any closer. Every time Paula approached Raku, Shukumi's shots would immediately block her path. Raku panicked, feeling like this competition might actually put him in serious danger. He started running as fast as he could to get away from both of them and stay safe. Paula chased after him, while Shukumi continued to fire from above. Realizing that simply dodging would not solve anything, Shukumi landed in front of Raku to cut him off, determined to end the match quickly. As they faced each other, both of them turned red with embarrassment. Raku hesitantly asked whether Shukumi was really sure about going through with it. Just as Shukumi was about to kiss Raku, she suddenly threw a punch that sent him flying backward. At the same moment, Paula tossed a smoke bomb to block Shukumi's vision. Using that distraction, Paula managed to take Raku away and tie him up somewhere hidden. Paula was not entirely sure whether Shukumi would be able to find them. She told Raku that if he agreed to kiss her, she would go easy on him. Raku felt annoyed and struggled to break free. He did not want his first kiss to turn out like that. Paula casually mentioned that it would also be her first kiss. Hearing that, Raku questioned whether she was really willing to risk something like her first kiss just for a competition. Paula seemed confused about why a first kiss was such a big deal. From her perspective, a kiss was simply two people's lips touching, nothing more. She thought people in Japan tended to overthink it. Raku explained that a first kiss only mattered to those who believed it mattered. He also pointed out that Paula's real goal did not seem to be winning the match. Instead, he believed she just wanted Shukumi to acknowledge her abilities. Paula was surprised to hear that. Meanwhile, Shukumi was running around trying to find Raku and Paula, but she had not located them yet. The thought of losing weighed heavily on her, especially since it would mean returning to America and being separated from Chitoge. She felt uncertain about what to do, and the idea that Raku and Paula might have already kissed made her feel uneasy. She found it strange how restless she became at the thought of someone else kissing Raku. She could not bring herself to think any further. Suddenly, an explosion went off near Paula's hiding spot. Paula wondered if Shukumi had somehow found them, even though she believed she had gone far enough to avoid being tracked. Moments later, Shukumi appeared, walking straight toward them. Raku felt relieved and called out, asking her to help him. Both of them were caught off guard because Shukumi looked different than usual. Paula realized that Shukumi had entered her serious mode, the version of her that Paula admired the most. She even referred to her as the Black Tiger, radiating an intense and intimidating presence. Paula prepared herself for a confrontation, but in an instant, Shukumi vanished. Without warning, one of the building's support pillars collapsed. Paula was shocked that Shukumi had managed to destroy it with a single kick. At that moment, Paula realized that Shukumi's strength had not weakened at all. In fact, it had become even more formidable than before. Shukumi warned Paula not to get in her way, and Paula could not help but feel overwhelmed. Shukumi then approached Raku and gently touched his cheek. She slowly leaned closer, as if she was about to kiss him. Raku's face turned red as he anticipated what might happen next. However, at the last second, Shukumi simply used her fingers to mimic a kiss. After that, she told Paula that she had already kissed Raku, declaring herself the winner of the match. Paula protested, saying that what Shukumi did not count as a real kiss. However, Shukumi pointed out that their original agreement only stated that they had to kiss Raku, without specifying how it had to be done. She then asked Paula if she still wanted to challenge that decision. Feeling intimidated, Paula immediately backed down and apologized. Paula dropped to her knees in front of Shukumi. Shukumi then hugged her and praised her skills, acknowledging that Paula's kidnapping strategy and her ability to track her down were impressive. She admitted that Paula had grown stronger, and that made her genuinely happy. Hearing that, Paula's face turned red with emotion. She started crying openly and complained about how Shukumi had suddenly disappeared before. Shukumi apologized, explaining that Iwashita had urgently called her at the time, and Paula herself had also been on a mission. After that, keeping her promise, Paula said her goodbyes and prepared to return home. She expressed her hope that Shukumi would visit America someday. Raku commented that everything they had just gone through was exhausting, and he decided to head home to rest. Afterward, Paula asked Shukumi what she planned to do next, and pointed out that Raku was supposed to be Chitoge's boyfriend. Shukumi simply smiled as if nothing had happened. Raku, feeling confused, asked what they were talking about. Shukumi reassured him that it had nothing to do with him. Seeing that, Paula quietly thought that Shukumi could still act a bit like a child sometimes. One day at school, Raku and his friends were hanging out and chatting as usual. With Christmas just around the corner, Shu asked if anyone had plans to celebrate. Ono had nothing planned yet, while Mareka mentioned to Raku that her father would not be around on Christmas Eve. Raku said that he would be spending Christmas Eve with Chitoge. Hearing that, Shu suggested throwing a Christmas party together so everyone could enjoy it. Rory agreed as long as Shu was not the one organizing it. Raku then asked Chitoge what they were going to do, since it was obvious they had to be together on Christmas Eve. Chitoge suddenly looked nervous just thinking about it. On their way home, Raku asked what was making her so uneasy. Chitoge explained that her mother was coming home. She said that every Christmas Eve, her mother would return, and they would spend time together as a family, which made it impossible for her to join any Christmas party. Raku wondered why Chitoge seemed to dislike Christmas Eve so much, and he also asked where her mother lived. Chitoge explained that her mother traveled all over the world. She was a highly successful CEO who was extremely busy. Her mother owned companies across the globe, generating billions of dollars in profit, and her schedule was booked up to 10 years in advance. Even the Nikkei stock market was said to be influenced by her mood. Raku commented that Chitoge's mother sounded like a top-tier elite. What made her even more remarkable, according to Chitoge, was how intimidating she could be when she was angry. They stopped by a playground, and Raku pointed out that her mother must still care deeply about her if she made time to come home for Christmas. Even so, Chitoge admitted that she was not very close to her mother. Her mother had been very young when she gave birth to her and had stayed busy with work ever since. Chitoge only saw her a few times a year, and honestly, she did not really know what it felt like to have a mother. She even wondered why she was telling Raku all of this in the first place. Suddenly, Chitoge received a message from her father, saying that her mother would be arriving the next day. He also asked her to bring Raku along because he wanted to introduce him to her. Hearing that made Raku feel a bit nervous. The next day, Raku went to Chitoge's house. He saw chefs busily preparing dishes to welcome her mother, who was known as Madame Flower. Her real name was Hana Kurosaki. Raku showed up wearing a formal suit just as Chitoge had requested. He could not understand why everything had to be so formal for a simple welcome. Chitoge warned him that if he acted strangely, things could go very badly for him. That only made Raku wonder just how intimidating her mother really was. Chitoge planned to introduce Raku as her boyfriend. Raku also noticed that Chitoge always wore a ribbon with every outfit. He thought she might choose a different one this time, but she explained that while she had many ribbons, the red one was special because it was a gift from her mother. Not long after, Chitoge's father, Adelt, approached Raku and asked how he was doing. Adelt said that this was a great opportunity since he had never introduced Raku to Hana before. Suddenly, Adelt tried to excuse himself, saying he had a stomachache and asking Chitoge to handle everything. Chitoge quickly stopped him and insisted he stay. Raku found it strange that both of them seemed so nervous about meeting Hana. Before long, the car carrying Chitoge's mother arrived. All the staff lined up to welcome her. Hana stepped out of the car and walked past them with a commanding presence. Raku realized that she was incredibly beautiful and had a powerful aura. She even looked so youthful that she could easily be mistaken for Chitoge's older sister. Adelt expressed how much he had missed Hana, and they greeted each other warmly. He mentioned that she must have been working very hard and asked how long she would be staying in Japan. It turned out she would only be there until Christmas Eve, giving Adelt just a short window of time to talk about personal matters with her. From Raku's perspective, Chitoge's mother seemed kind, though clearly extremely busy. Adelt offered to let her rest and said he would prepare something for her, but she declined, saying she still had work to do. She then asked whether Adelt remembered a request she had made 2 months and 15 days ago, which involved finalizing a deal with a stockbroker from the Roman company. Adelt admitted that the matter still required a lot of handling. Hana calmly clarified that she only wanted to know whether the deal had been completed or not. Adelt looked uneasy and admitted that he had not finished it yet. Hearing that, Hana instructed her staff to have Adelt remain in his office until the matter was resolved, emphasizing firmly that he needed to complete his responsibility before Christmas. Raku never expected that Chitoge's mother would be that intimidating. Even someone like Adelt, who was known as a mafia boss, seemed genuinely shaken in her presence. Not long after, Hana approached Chitoge and asked how things were going at school. Chitoge explained that during the recent promotion exams, she had ranked 5th in her class. Hearing that, Hana immediately sensed that something was off. Hana reminded her that Chito-jae had graduated from a highly respected middle school in America and had even finished at the top of her class there. She questioned why Chito-jae was only ranked 5th now, even though she was attending a well-regarded school in Japan. Chito-jae looked extremely nervous and quickly promised that she would work much harder moving forward. Raku was shocked to see Chito-jae that frightened. It made him realize just how overwhelming Hana's presence was, with an aura that felt incredibly intense and commanding. After that, Hana turned her attention to the young man standing beside Chito-jae. With a shaky voice, Chito-jae introduced Raku as her boyfriend. Raku looked visibly nervous as he greeted Hana, then promised that he would be sincere in his relationship with Chito-jae. Hana advised him to take good care of Chito-jae. She made it clear that if he ever broke his promise, there would be serious consequences. Raku couldn't help but feel just how intimidating Chito-jae's mother truly was. Hana then reflected on how quickly time had passed, as Chito-jae now had a boyfriend. She also noticed that Chito-jae was still wearing the ribbon she had given her, even though it looked worn out despite having received newer ones. Hana encouraged her to take better care of her appearance so she could continue to look charming and confident. After that, Hana excused herself to take care of work matters, mentioning that she would talk with Chito-jae again on Christmas Eve. Raku admitted that Chito-jae's mother was like a storm, powerful and overwhelming. Not long after, one of Hana's subordinates reported that her current secretary had collapsed again. Hana wondered how many people had fainted that month just because of a 70-hour work schedule. When she asked how many replacements were left, it turned out that all of them were in the hospital. Because of that, Hana decided to assign Raku as her temporary secretary until Christmas. Both Raku and Chito-jae were stunned by the decision. Chito-jae asked if her mother was serious, and Hana confirmed that she was. She explained that she had no intention of wasting time relaxing with her daughter, and that this was also a good opportunity to test whether Raku was truly worthy of being Chito-jae's partner. Raku felt hesitant, but Hana warned him that if he refused, he would be sent on an unpleasant assignment around Tokyo Harbor the next day. Hearing that, Raku became even more anxious. Hana added that if he proved himself worthy, she would allow them to stay in the ultra suite of a top-class hotel. That offer left both Raku and Chito-jae completely surprised. In the end, Raku had no choice but to go along with Hana. Haru, who was present at the time, recalled that Raku was the same boy she had seen 10 years ago, which made her curious about how much he had grown since then. Hana then arranged for Raku to have a more mature appearance. Raku wondered if it was really okay for him to take on the role of her secretary. Hana told him not to worry, emphasizing that the most important thing was for him to follow her instructions. Haru then asked Raku to read a large number of books she had prepared, explaining that a proper secretary should be able to observe situations carefully and manage daily schedules efficiently. Raku was stunned by how packed Hana's schedule was. It was the first time he had ever seen something so detailed. During one of her online meetings, Hana even spoke in 5 different languages, leaving Raku deeply impressed by her abilities. Later, Hana asked Raku about the schedule for the day. Before long, they arrived at a very tall building. Hana told Raku to follow her inside. There she met 2 men who bowed deeply, asking for her help. Raku was shocked to see company executives showing that level of respect toward Hana. At one point, Hana responded to the situation with firm authority, making it clear that she expected complete accountability. Raku instinctively addressed her as mother, but Hana corrected him, saying it was too soon for that and that he should simply call her by her name. Unsure of what to do next, Raku asked for instructions. Hana then gave him his first task, to buy her a cola, and she gave him 3 hours to complete it. Raku headed downstairs to buy a cola from the vending machine, thinking the task he had been given would be easy. Out of nowhere, Hana called him and told him to buy a doll that was only sold at Tokyo Disneyland for the daughter of one of her clients from Canada. On top of that, she also asked him to purchase every limited edition Chanel bag available in Japan. Raku was confused. Since Disneyland was incredibly far away, Hana did not care about the distance and insisted that he figure it out, even telling him to spend as much money as needed. She warned him that she would not forgive him if he was late. Raku immediately rushed off to Disneyland to fulfill Hana's requests. As if that was not enough, Hana also told him to pick up some sweets from a small shop and an action figure from a store in Akihabara because the daughter of a company CEO in Paris wanted one. Raku ended up traveling by plane, moving from place to place, and somehow managed to buy everything right on time. Hana praised him for his effort, but unfortunately Haru pointed out that Raku was late by 30 seconds. Because of that, she was also late by 30 seconds, which meant a business negotiation that should have succeeded would now fail. Hana firmly stated that time was not money because time could not be bought with money. The next item on the schedule was a product meeting with Company AB, which was located right next door. Raku was about to go downstairs to call for a car, but Hana stopped him, saying it would take too long. Unexpectedly, Hana had already prepared transportation to the neighboring building. They used a pulley system to reach a room in the next building, arriving in just a matter of seconds. People were already waiting at the meeting table, and Hana immediately began the important discussion. Meanwhile, Chidoshe was outside and felt like she heard Raku's voice coming from above. Not long after, Raku called her. Chidoshe was surprised to hear how heavy and tired his voice sounded. Raku clearly seemed exhausted, but also relieved that he could finally take a short break. He admitted that Chidoshe's mother was truly on another level, which made Chidoshe laugh. Raku had called just to make sure Chidoshe felt a bit more at ease. He knew that earlier she had hoped her mother would be happy to see that she was still wearing the ribbon. Chidoshe responded that it had nothing to do with Raku. However, Raku had no idea how serious Hana had been when she allowed them to stay at the hotel on Christmas Eve. He believed that Chidoshe really wanted to spend time with her mother. Chidoshe admitted that she was actually worried her mother no longer cared about her. She explained that every time they met, her mother would ask her age, and no matter how many times Chidoshe reminded her, she still could not remember. On top of that, her mother would always come home upset and never once praised her. To Chidoshe, her mother always seemed distant, and she was worried that Hana would not be able to spend Christmas Eve with her. Raku felt that it was unlikely Hana did not want to see her own daughter. He thought Hana was simply too busy with work, even though she always came home during Christmas. He suggested that Chidoshe should directly ask Hana to celebrate Christmas together, believing that Hana would respond if Chidoshe was honest about her feelings. That night, Chidoshe tried to contact her mother and say what she had been holding back. Unfortunately, before she could clearly express herself, Hana misunderstood and assumed that Chidoshe wanted to spend time with her boyfriend. She also said that she was extremely busy with work. At that moment, Raku asked Hana why she rejected Chidoshe's request. Hana replied that she had to work and that there was no need to gather together on Christmas Eve anymore. Raku then suggested that Hana should at least give Chidoshe a gift, but Hana dismissed the idea, saying it was unnecessary and that finishing her work was what mattered most. Raku could not understand why Hana kept prioritizing work above everything else. Hana explained that working was the only thing she could do, and as long as she was needed, she would keep doing it. Raku was left speechless by her answer. After all, Hana was the only person who meant the most to Chidoshe. At the same time, Chidoshe looked deeply saddened and slowly removed her hair ribbon. That day, Raku was busy handling his duties as Hana's secretary. Hana asked him about an item she had requested earlier, and Raku handed it over without hesitation. She was clearly satisfied with his work. Still, Raku couldn't shake his frustration toward Hana, since he saw her as a parent who seemed distant from her own daughter. He had quietly made up his mind to help change Hana's way of thinking for the better. Meanwhile, Chidoshe was getting ready to go shopping with Onodera and Rory. They were surprised to see her without her usual red ribbon. Onodera wondered if Chidoshe was trying out a new look and mentioned that it suited her really well. Chidoshe then asked about the Christmas party idea Shu had come up with. Onodera explained that the event would be held the next day, and they planned to invite their classmates. That day, they were also going to buy a large gift for the party. Chidoshe decided she wanted to join in and celebrate with them. At the same time, Raku had finished arranging dinner reservations and organizing Hana's entire schedule. He then asked for his next assignment. Hana was surprised by how quickly he had completed everything. She promised to give him payment along with a bonus for his efficiency. Raku asked if he would really be paid, and Hana confirmed that anyone who worked hard deserved compensation. She even mentioned that she had already booked a hotel room. Hana said that Raku had passed her expectations, and she felt relieved knowing Chidoshe was with him. She encouraged Raku to enjoy his time with Chidoshe like a normal high school student. However, Raku said he did not need any payment, including the hotel arrangement. What he really wanted was for Hana to take some time off from work on Christmas Eve and spend it with Chidoshe. He believed it was possible. In his view, if he kept working as hard as he had been, Hana would definitely have free time that night. He directly asked whether she was willing to go or not. Hana admitted that it might be possible for her to spend time with Chidoshe. After that, Raku immediately returned to work, pushing himself even harder. Raku realized he might have been overstepping, but he simply could not stand seeing Chidoshe feeling sad. He was not even sure whether bringing Hana and Chidoshe together would truly make things better. Even so, he wanted to do whatever he could. Meanwhile, Hana quietly observed how dedicated Raku was as he continued working. The next day, Raku wrapped up all of his assignments for that month. He had even completed Hana's request to buy gifts for her clients. Hana admitted that she was impressed. Raku said he had done everything he could, and once again asked Hana to go see Chidoshe. Unexpectedly, Hana said she could not. Raku was confused. Hana clearly had free time now, so he did not understand why she refused. He hoped she would at least meet Chidoshe and give her a present. Raku had already prepared a gift, a scarf, for that purpose. However, Hana insisted that it was unnecessary. She felt that Raku had gone too far by interfering in someone else's family matters. That made Raku wonder if Hana truly had no intention of seeing her daughter. Hana said that was not what she meant, but Raku began to realize that Hana had never really tried to pay attention to Chitoge from the start. Haru pointed out that Raku had managed Hana's schedule so well that she now had time to focus on other things. Raku was almost frustrated, but then he was caught off guard when Hana revealed that she had actually prepared Christmas gifts for Chitoge. However, she felt unable to give them. Over the past 10 years, many gifts had piled up, never being delivered. At one point, Raku was surprised to see Hana holding what looked like a cigarette. It turned out to be chocolate-shaped like one. In reality, Hana had quit smoking ever since she was pregnant with Chitoge. Raku admitted that he had always thought Hana did not care about her daughter, which surprised her. She asked why he would think that. Raku explained that Haru often asked about Chitoge's age whenever they met, which made him assume Hana might have forgotten. Hana firmly said that she remembered Chitoge's age and even wondered why Chitoge still wore the ribbon Haru had given her 10 years ago. She seemed a bit hesitant as she tried to say that there were many other things Chitoge could have worn at her age. Hana then described Chitoge as an amazing and talented girl. She repeated her belief that those who have talent carry the responsibility to use it well. She was certain that Chitoge had great potential, and if she truly applied herself, she could surpass both Hana and Adelt. Hana also acknowledged that Chitoge's beauty resembled her own. In the end, Hana admitted that she had been too strict while raising Chitoge. Without realizing it, Chitoge had stopped calling her mom. Hana believed that Chitoge must have hated her back then. Raku then asked if that was the reason Hana allowed Chitoge to go to a hotel with him. Hana replied that she thought it would make Chitoge happy. After that, Raku finally understood the situation. Without thinking, he slapped Hana and called her foolish. Hana was shocked and immediately scolded him. Raku firmly said that everything Hana had assumed was completely wrong. He explained that Chitoge did not hate her at all. In fact, she always needed her mother, and what she looked forward to the most was spending Christmas Eve together with her. Even when they were apart, she still called her mom with affection. Raku begged Hana to go see Chitoge while there was still time. Hana replied that she had to return to the United States that day. Raku quickly asked how much time she had left. Hana said her flight would depart in 3 hours. Raku then asked her to wait at the luxury hotel while he went to pick up Chitoge. Without wasting another second, Raku rushed toward Chitoge's house. Raku could not help but feel puzzled. He had always seen Hana as someone extremely capable at work, yet he could not understand why she seemed so careless when it came to something this important. That night, Chitoge was at a Christmas Eve party with her friends. They were happily watching the snowfall, creating a beautiful white Christmas. Shu commented that it truly felt like a perfect holiday, and everything seemed to be going well. Onodera wondered where Raku was, and Shu confidently said that he would show up soon. At that moment, Chitoge recalled a warm conversation she once had with her mother when she asked for a ribbon. Her mother had told her to take good care of it. Chitoge began to wonder when their close relationship had started to fade. Back then, they used to talk comfortably and share warm moments together. Now, it felt like those days were long gone, and they had slowly drifted apart. Suddenly, Raku's voice could be heard calling out her name. His sudden arrival surprised Chitoge, and he quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Their friends watched in confusion. Chitoge asked why he was acting so suddenly and where they were going. Raku told her that they were heading to the royal suite at an upscale hotel. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Chitoge blushed, clearly flustered, as Raku hurriedly led her into a car. Meanwhile, Hana received a notification that her flight schedule had been moved earlier due to the heavy snowfall. The roads were heavily congested and traffic was at a standstill. With no other choice, Raku switched to riding a bicycle to get to the hotel faster. Chitoge protested about going to a hotel with him, but Raku insisted that her mother was there, so she needed to trust him and come along. Chitoge was confused about why her mother would be there. Raku explained that Hana had made a lot of mistakes, but deep down, she truly cared about her daughter. Chitoge found that hard to believe, but Raku asked her to trust him just this once. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the hotel, Raku was shocked to find that Hana was no longer there. He soon learned that her flight had been moved up because of the worsening snow. Without hesitation, Raku urged Chitoge to head to the airport with him. At the same time, Hana's subordinates were urging her to prepare immediately. They reminded her that missing the meeting would cost the company billions of yen. Raku pedaled as fast as he could, even crashing into a barrier at the airport in his rush. Sadly, by the time they arrived, the plane had already taken off. Raku quickly called Hana and begged her to cancel the meeting. Hana said she could not do that, but she thanked Raku because at least now she understood Chitoge's true feelings. Raku urged her to think about what truly mattered and asked her to reconsider her priorities. He then handed the phone to Chitoge so she could hear her mother's response directly. Chitoge called out to her mother, her voice filled with deep emotion. Then suddenly the plane turned around and began heading back toward the airport. Startled, Raku and Chitoge instinctively moved to a safer spot. Hana stepped off the plane and walked toward Chitoge. Slowly approaching her daughter, she asked if Chidori still loved her. Chidori tearfully expressed that she loved her mother very much, even though her mother often seemed intimidating, rarely visited, got upset easily, and did not always show her care in ways she could understand. Through her tears, she admitted that her love had never changed. Hearing that, Hana was deeply moved. She stepped forward and embraced her beloved daughter. The two of them held each other tightly, crying together under the falling snow. Raku watched quietly, knowing all along that they truly cared about each other. Hana apologized sincerely to Chidori. Raku then handed Hana the hotel key so they could spend the rest of Christmas Eve together comfortably and talk as much as they needed. He chose to leave and take care of other matters at the office. Hana commented that what Raku had done was incredibly admirable. Raku, not expecting the compliment, was left surprised by her words. That night, Hana and Chidori spent time together celebrating Christmas, while Raku stayed busy taking care of his work. It was a genuinely happy moment for both of them, enjoying a kind of togetherness they had not felt in a long time. Hana gave Chidori a Christmas gift, a brand new hair ribbon. She felt relieved, knowing that Chidori had taken good care of it. Chidori thanked her, but she chose to keep using her old ribbon instead because it held so many important memories from her life. Hana believed that Raku would be happy to hear that, especially since it was actually him who inspired Chidori to start wearing a ribbon 10 years ago during the summer. Back then, one of the characters in Chidori's sketchbook wore a ribbon, and Raku casually mentioned that Chidori would probably look good wearing something like that. After hearing that, she rushed home and asked for a ribbon right away. Learning that story for the first time made Chidori blush. Hana then suggested that she should go see Raku, since he was the reason Hana and Chidori were able to have such a long and meaningful conversation that night. After that, Chidori went to Raku's office and found him completely exhausted, fast asleep on a bench. She gently rested his head on her lap and quietly looked at his face. In that moment, Chidori expressed her gratitude to him for everything he had done to help her. The next day, Raku and Chidori accompanied Hana to the airport. Hana thanked Raku and admitted that she felt deeply indebted to him. She had never expected that he would go so far as to help her with her business matters. She was also surprised to realize that she had met him before, the same boy who used to play with Chidori 10 years ago. Raku asked if Hana had been there back then as well. She explained that she had only stayed for a few days, but she clearly remembered him. Raku then asked if she knew anything about his locket, but unfortunately, Hana did not have any information about it. Before leaving, Hana quietly told Raku that she knew the truth, that he and Chidori were only pretending to be in a relationship. That revelation shocked him. It turned out she had noticed it from the very beginning. Raku felt embarrassed and a bit foolish for trying so hard to hide the truth. Seeing how caring he was toward Chidori made Hana wonder if his feelings were really just an act. After saying her goodbyes, Hana reminded Raku to take good care of Chidori. Not long after, Shu called Raku and asked him to come back to the party. It seemed that Shu and the others had misunderstood the situation about Raku and Chidori staying at a hotel. Marika, Shokumi, and Onodera started asking what had really happened between them. Even though Raku and Chidori tried to explain the truth, no one seemed fully convinced, and the Christmas party quickly became chaotic. Meanwhile, on the plane, Hana suddenly remembered something. The locket Raku had asked about earlier. It had actually appeared in Chidori's sketchbook before. She smiled to herself, thinking that she would explain everything the next time she met him. However, she still was not sure when she would be able to return to Japan and see Raku and Chidori again. That day was the announcement of the semester exam results, and Raku and his friends quickly headed over to check the notice board. Raku ranked 63rd out of 207 students, and he realized just how tough it was to break into the top 50. Chidori placed 5th, while Shukumi also ranked highly. Raku admitted that both Chidori and Shukumi were basically geniuses. Not long after, Onodera showed up and asked about Raku's ranking. As usual, she placed 88th. Surprisingly, Wori ranked 23rd and Shumeko came in 22nd. Everyone then looked for Marika's name, only to find she ranked 185th. Oddly enough, Marika smiled when everyone saw her result. She openly admitted that she was not good at studying. Raku had actually assumed she was smart before. Marika explained that she simply lacked motivation to study and preferred focusing on becoming a great woman so she could one day be Raku's wife. Raku was completely caught off guard by that statement. According to Shu, if Marika's grades kept dropping like that, she might not pass to the next grade. Their teacher had even warned her earlier that if her next math test score fell below 40, she would have to attend remedial classes. Because of that, Marika asked Raku to help her study after school. Chidori objected, pointing out that Marika could study on her own. Marika insisted that her grades would not improve without help from someone else. Hearing that, Chidori offered to tutor Marika herself, especially since she ranked 5th. However, Marika doubted that Chidogye was the type of person who could teach others. She kept persuading Raku to help her study, mentioning that her father was not home so they could study freely until morning. Raku said he did not mind helping her, but he refused to stay overnight. Marika reminded him that the math test would take place the next day. That afternoon, Raku and Chidogye went to Marika's house to study. Marika was confused about why Chidogye came along. Chidogye explained that she was just there as a friend to help Marika prepare for the test. Marika reluctantly accepted it, though she referred to Chidogye as an unwanted distraction, which clearly annoyed her. Raku, on the other hand, felt relieved that Chidogye was there with him. They began studying right away. Chidogye said she would help if Marika struggled with any questions. Marika responded that she never asked Chidogye to teach her. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Raku and said there was a problem she did not understand. Seeing that, Chidogye quickly pulled Marika away from him. She firmly told Marika not to cling to Raku, but Marika argued that she understood better when sitting close. Raku felt even more grateful for Chidogye's presence in that moment. Raku then asked which part Marika did not understand and began explaining factoring to her. Marika slowly started to get it and even compared the three of them to variables in the problem. After that, Marika suddenly asked to study modern Japanese. She said she wanted to understand how a girl feels while waiting for her husband to come home in the reading. Raku explained that the girl in the story was not just waiting, but also took the initiative to go and meet him. Marika seemed happy to hear that, then shifted the topic by asking about a girl who had loved Raku for 10 years and wanted to confess her feelings. Raku grew frustrated and told her to focus on studying. At one point, Raku struggled to explain a problem, and Chidogye questioned how he could teach Marika if he did not fully understand it himself. She stepped in to go over the problem with him, but Marika gave her a sharp look, which caught Chidogye off guard. Chidogye asked Marika not to interrupt while she and Raku were working through it. Marika wondered out loud whether Chidogye was more bothered by the studying or by having her time alone with Raku interrupted. She made it clear that she would not hesitate to step in if she felt ignored. Chidogye questioned whether Marika was actually serious about studying and reminded her that without effort, she would not get good results. Marika responded that if she was bad at something, she would probably always be bad at it. Raku found that hard to believe and wondered how she even got accepted into their school. He even joked that maybe she had bribed her way in. Marika explained that she had studied all night before the entrance exam and luckily passed. Raku pointed out that she was not incapable of studying, just unmotivated. He believed that if she put in even a little effort, she could do well. Hearing that, Marika was touched. Raku reassured and encouraged her, adding that it would be a serious problem if she ended up repeating a grade. Marika's face lit up at that, and she asked if Raku would feel lonely without her. His comment had clearly motivated her, though Raku quickly clarified that she had misunderstood what he meant. Marika admitted that while Raku was helping her study, it brought back memories from 10 years ago when they had spent time together. Chidogye wondered if it was really true that Raku had once taught her back then. Of course, Raku could not remember anything from that time, since he had only been in kindergarten. Marika explained that Raku had taught her many things, including how to enjoy herself even when she was alone. Back then, he used to talk about music and friends, and those memories made her feel incredibly nostalgic. That night, Raku suddenly woke up. He had fallen asleep while studying with them, and both Marika and Chidogye had also dozed off. He gently covered Chidogye with a blanket, but just then he heard Marika murmuring that she cared deeply about him. Raku was surprised and could not understand why someone like Marika would feel that way about him. He realized that even though she could be a little unusual at times, she was kind, beautiful, and well-known. In his mind, someone like Marika could easily win over any other guy. That was exactly why it felt strange to him that she had chosen to like him. Raku then covered Marika with a blanket as well. Suddenly, she shifted in her sleep and began mumbling in a way that made him uncomfortable. He quickly realized she might not actually be asleep. Sure enough, Marika opened her eyes and smiled at him. Raku asked her to stop fooling around like that. The next morning, Marika woke up and noticed that Raku had covered her with a blanket during the night, which made her realize how kind he was. She also found food and drinks he had prepared, along with notes marking the pages she should focus on because they often appeared on tests. She leaned in closer and quietly told him how much she liked him. Later that morning, the math test began. Marika felt exhausted after staying up all night, but then she recognized that the questions on the test were similar to the ones she had practiced with Raku. That gave her confidence, and she believed she could handle the test and score at least a 40. Unfortunately, she only scored a 38 and had to attend a remedial class. Even so, she mentioned that she seemed much better than before. Raku looked over Marika's test paper and noticed that some of her answers had been changed, even though her original answers had been correct. Marika then asked Raku to teach her again since she had to take the remedial class. Shidogae felt annoyed by that request and told Marika that she should try studying on her own, but Marika insisted that it was not possible. That afternoon, Marika walked home with Shinobu. Shinobu was worried about her health because she had stayed up all night. Marika reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. Shinobu reminded her not to push herself too hard and explained that she was not just there as a bodyguard, but also to keep an eye on her condition. Marika acknowledged that she understood. The following day, Marika asked Raku to take care of her pet bird because she was going on a one-day trip with her father. Raku did not mind at all, especially since he actually enjoyed taking care of animals. Marika thanked him and mentioned that her bird was very smart and could even repeat what she said. She then handed him a set of care instructions, saying that she was really counting on him. When Raku asked for the bird's name, he was shocked to find out that it was also named Raku. Raku could not understand why Marika would casually give her bird the same name as his. He started to wonder whether she was being serious or just teasing him. When he tried calling the bird, he felt a bit irritated because the bird's expression, combined with having the same name as him, made it seem a little goofy. It was his first time taking care of a parrot, and he was curious to hear it speak. To his surprise, some of the phrases it repeated sounded a bit inappropriate, which made him even more annoyed at Marika for teaching it those kinds of words. He then tried to feed the bird, but it refused to eat. Raku quickly checked the notes and discovered that the bird would only eat if he said "ah" in a very affectionate tone. He was completely baffled, wondering what kind of training Marika had given the bird. However, when he followed the instructions and fed it that way, the bird finally opened its mouth and ate. That night, Raku became curious whether the parrot could mimic his own words. He tried saying that Raku was a really cool guy, and surprisingly, the bird responded as if it already knew that. Raku was amazed at how intelligent the parrot seemed, since it could respond in a way that matched what he said. He kept trying out different phrases and ended up having a great time playing with the bird. Meanwhile, some of his father's subordinates secretly watched him from a distance. They were confused by his behavior, wondering why he seemed so entertained, and even gave his pet the same name as himself. The next morning, Raku woke up from his sleep. The night before, he had dozed off while having fun playing with and teaching a parrot how to talk. He was shocked when he realized the parrot was no longer in its cage. Panic quickly set in as he figured out the bird had gone missing. Without wasting any time, he rushed out to search for it, calling the parrot by name over and over, which made him sound a little ridiculous. Not long after, he finally heard the parrot's voice. Unfortunately, the things the bird was saying were inappropriate and embarrassing, making Raku feel extremely flustered. He started thinking that he needed to fix this situation as soon as possible. At the same time, his father's subordinates looked worried about him. They misunderstood the situation and assumed Raku was going through a phase of adolescence. Meanwhile, Raku kept chasing after the parrot as it flew toward the city. The parrot eventually landed near Chidogae, startling her. She quickly figured that the bird must have escaped from its cage. She commented that the parrot's face was annoying and oddly reminded her of Raku. Suddenly, the parrot mentioned Raku's name and said something inappropriate right in front of her, which made Chidogae furious. Raku soon arrived and asked if she had seen the parrot. Chidogae questioned whether the bird belonged to him. Raku explained that he had been asked by Marika to take care of it. Without any hesitation, Chidogae reacted harshly toward Raku out of frustration and then stormed off, leaving him confused about what had just happened. Not long after, Raku spotted the parrot again and felt confident he could catch it this time. However, the bird flew off and landed near Onodera, who was walking with her younger sister Haru. Onodera admired how beautiful the bird looked. Haru wondered if they should try to catch it. When Onodera gently called out to the parrot, it immediately perched on her hand. Haru pointed out how easily Onodera seemed to connect with animals. Onodera wondered if the bird was lost and who its owner might be. Suddenly, the parrot spoke up, saying it belonged to Raku. It once again said something inappropriate, which caught Onodera off guard. Raku, feeling extremely embarrassed, rushed over and tried to explain the situation, hoping Onodera would not misunderstand. Fortunately, she said she was not bothered by it. Then the parrot suddenly shouted that it loved Marika, before flying off again and leaving Raku behind. He felt frustrated because he had wanted to clear up the misunderstanding with Onodera, but he had no choice but to continue chasing the bird. As Raku ran again, he ran into Shukumi on the street and asked for her help. However, her expression looked intimidating. She scolded him, assuming he had done something inappropriate involving Marika. Upset, she began attacking him, forcing Raku to run for his life as he tried to dodge everything. While running, Raku realized that simply chasing the bird would not be enough. He took out his notes to check what he should do if the parrot escaped. His frustration grew when he realized he had to shout out what was written in Mariko's notes. Meanwhile, Shukumi continued chasing him, making the situation even more stressful. With no other option left, Raku finally shouted that he loved Marika. His voice echoed throughout the city, and people nearby clearly heard him. Not long after, Marika arrived in her car and happily confirmed that her parrot looked safe and healthy. She seemed confused about why everyone else was there. Her friends then scolded her for teaching the parrot inappropriate phrases that had caused so many misunderstandings. Raku felt a huge sense of relief now that everything was finally resolved. After that, Marika said her goodbyes and prepared to head home. However, it turned out she had secretly recorded Raku's earlier confession. She had actually planned the whole situation. Then she instructed her parrot to learn and repeat what Raku had said. Thinking back on everything that had just happened, Raku could not help but feel completely shaken. One day, Chidoshe was trying to make chocolate, but she was clearly struggling because it would not hold its shape. She started wondering if she had made a mistake somewhere in the process. Instead of giving up, she decided to try again. At the same time, Marika was busy working with her tools, putting in a lot of effort to make her own chocolate. Meanwhile, Onodera had just finished hers and decided to taste it. To her surprise, it turned out really delicious. She could hardly believe she had made something that good, and she planned to give it to Raku. The next day was Valentine's Day. Raku told himself not to expect any chocolate from girls. That morning, when he arrived at school and opened his shoe locker, Shu suddenly asked if he was hoping to get any chocolate. Raku denied it, saying there was no way anything would be in his locker anyway. Shu just smiled and said he hoped his friend would get some. When Raku got to the classroom, he went straight to his seat and checked his desk drawer, quietly hoping to find something inside. But there was nothing there. He had never received chocolate on Valentine's Day before. He started wondering if Chitorie might give him some, especially since they were supposed to be dating. He also thought about whether Onodera might give him chocolate. Still, he tried to push those thoughts away. Not long after, Chitorie arrived and greeted him. Raku kept staring at her, which made her ask if he needed something. He quickly denied it. Chidoshe then noticed how excited the male student seemed and asked if something special was going on that day. Raku asked if she really did not know about Valentine's Day, explaining that it was the day when girls gave chocolate to boys. Chidoshe immediately asked if he was expecting chocolate from her. She firmly stated that even though they were pretending to date, she had no intention of giving him any. Raku realized he could not expect anything traditionally feminine from Chidoshe. Meanwhile, Chidoshe blamed herself for acting that way, knowing her attitude was only making it harder for her to give him chocolate. Soon after, Onodera came into the classroom and greeted both of them. She tried to start a casual conversation about the weather with Raku, but it quickly fell flat. She felt awkward and did not know what to say next, while Raku thought she was acting like her usual self. During the school break, a shy girl approached Shugumi and handed over some chocolate. Shugumi did not understand what was going on. Rory explained that it was Valentine's chocolate. Shu added that Shugumi was actually quite popular. Shugumi then asked what Valentine's Day even was, which surprised Rory. Shu jokingly said that it was a day when people gave chocolate to those they disliked. Shugumi became confused, since she could not recall doing anything that would make the girl hate her. Shu then added, just to tease, that something good might happen if Shokome gave chocolate to Raku. Instead, Shugumi ended up giving the chocolate to Shu. Raku later came looking for Shu to ask for help, but he was shocked to see Shugumi giving chocolate to him. Misunderstanding the situation, Raku quickly apologized for interrupting and left. This only made Shugumi even more confused about his reaction. Eventually, Shu explained the true meaning of Valentine's Day. Meanwhile, Raku started to wonder if Shokome actually liked him. He realized that girls' feelings could be really hard to understand. Suddenly, Marika appeared, bringing a large chocolate shaped like Raku's body. The sight of it startled him so much that he ran away, while Marika chased after him enthusiastically. As they ran past Onodera, she thought Marika was amazing for being so honest about her feelings. Gathering her courage, Onodera decided to chase after Raku as well. Unfortunately, she tripped while running toward him. Embarrassed, she quickly got up and ran away. The chocolate Onodera had made was completely ruined and could no longer be given to Raku, even though it had turned out so well. Feeling sad, she ate the broken chocolate herself. At that time, Raku was looking for Onodera, thinking her behavior seemed a bit different from usual. Not long after, he heard Shugumi chasing Shu. Shu was running as fast as he could, apologizing while trying to escape. Shugumi was clearly upset about being tricked. She was surprised when she noticed Raku approaching. Raku found her behavior unusual and asked what was going on. Shugumi asked why he had come to her. Raku explained that he was looking for Onodera and asked if she had seen her. Shugumi said she had not, but mentioned that she wanted to tell him something important. Raku then admitted that he had assumed Shugumi liked Shu. Hearing that, Shukumi reacted strongly and immediately denied it. This made Raku even more curious about why she had given chocolate to Shu earlier. Shukumi explained that a girl had given her chocolate first, and she did not understand why. She guessed that the girl might not have known about Valentine's Day or perhaps had mistaken her for a boy. Raku felt pretty down because he did not get any chocolate at all, while even Shukumi had received some from a girl. That made him feel even worse, since no one had given him anything. Shukumi found it strange and wondered whether guys really cared about things like that. Raku immediately felt embarrassed for blurting it out in front of her. Shukumi's face turned red and she ended up giving him friendship chocolate. Seeing that, Raku became genuinely happy and thanked her. Shukumi did not expect him to look that excited over something like that. Raku said the chocolate felt truly perfect, since he had never received chocolate from a girl in his entire life. Hearing that, Shukumi was shocked that she had become the first person to ever give him chocolate, and she nearly lost her composure. Raku looked thrilled and promised that he would return the favor on White Day. Before leaving, he mentioned that Shukumi should not give away chocolate she received from someone else like earlier because the person who gave it must have gathered a lot of courage to express their feelings, so it deserved to be kept carefully. After Raku left, Shukumi found herself wondering if he would treasure the chocolate she had given him. At that moment, Raku suddenly realized that he had actually run away from Marika's chocolate. Yet he had just lectured Shukumi. He admitted to himself that he ran off purely on instinct. He was sure Marika had put in a lot of time and effort to make that chocolate, and he wanted to apologize to her. Soon after, Raku was shocked to see Marika's handmade chocolate had fallen apart. He immediately blamed himself, thinking it must have happened because he ran away. However, Marika suddenly apologized instead, saying she had accidentally ruined it because she got too excited. She promised to make it again and bring it another day. She then asked if Raku would accept it when that time came. Raku felt incredibly guilty. He wanted to apologize to Marika, who had gone through so much effort to make something so special for someone like him. Without hesitation, he picked up the broken pieces of chocolate and started eating them. Marika tried to stop him, saying he should not eat something that had gotten dirty. Still, Raku insisted, saying that if he did not do it, he would not be able to forgive himself. Marika said she understood how he felt, but she worried that he might get a stomachache if he kept eating it. Even so, Raku continued. Hearing that, Marika smiled softly and made a request as a kind of compromise. She asked Raku to forget about the whole chocolate incident. Despite that, Raku kept eating. Marika could not understand why he was acting that way, but Raku explained that her chocolate tasted really good and he wanted to eat as much as he could while he still had the chance. Meanwhile, Shu returned to the classroom and could not believe that Shukumi had gotten that upset. Rory blamed Shu for lying to Shukumi in the first place. Shu then asked Rory if there was anyone she wanted to give chocolate to. Rory said she had no plans to do that. Shu jokingly asked her to at least give him some Pocky for Valentine's Day, but instead, Rory handed him a used tissue. She told him not to bother her just because he did not get any chocolate. In response, Shu proudly showed off the chocolates he had already received. At that moment, Rory became concerned about Onodera. Not far away, Shitoshe approached Onodera, who was sitting alone while staring at her ruined chocolate. Shitoshe asked if Onodera planned to give chocolate to someone she liked and became curious about who that person might be. Onodera's face turned red as she insisted that the person was just a friend. Onodera explained that she had tried her best to make the perfect chocolate, but she ended up messing it up before she could give it to him. She did not know what to do anymore and felt like she no longer had the courage to give it. Shitoshe then tried a piece of the chocolate and found it surprisingly delicious. She admitted that she probably could not make chocolate that good herself. Onodera felt happy after hearing the compliment and then asked if Shitoshe planned to give chocolate to someone. Shitoshe admitted that the thought had crossed her mind, but she did not think she could go through with it. When Onodera asked if it was for someone she liked, Shitoshe nodded. Onodera then guessed that the person might be Raku. That caught Shitoshe off guard and her face instantly turned red. Onodera started to worry that she might have said something inappropriate. However, Shitoshe quickly denied it, saying it was not Raku at all. She explained that their relationship was just pretend, and besides, in her opinion, someone as uncool as Raku did not deserve chocolate. Even so, Shitoshe felt confused about why she had just lied to Onodera. She knew she would feel embarrassed if she suddenly admitted that she liked Raku. Meanwhile, Onodera found it a bit strange. Even though Shitoshe and Raku were only pretending to date, it still seemed like they understood each other really well. Shitoshe asked Onodera if there was someone she liked. Onodera admitted that there was, and she had originally planned to give that person some chocolate, but she had already given up on the idea. Shitoshe apologized for eating the chocolate earlier, but Onodera explained that it was not the reason. She had decided on her own not to give it after all. In fact, Onodera felt happy knowing that Shitoshe liked the chocolate she made. Shitoshe was surprised to learn that Onodera had feelings for someone. Onodera then pointed out that it must be troublesome for Chitoge to pretend to be in a relationship with Raku. Chitoge agreed and mentioned that Onodera was the first person she had told about the situation, which made her feel a bit nervous. Onodera also admitted that only Chitoge and Rorei knew about the person she liked, as she had been keeping it to herself all this time. Chitoge suggested that they keep the secret from everyone else and support each other until they each found their true love. Only then would they tell others. Onodera agreed, and they made a promise. After that, Chitoge encouraged Onodera to make chocolate again and give it to the person she liked, saying it would be a waste to give up so easily. Chitoge even offered to help her while also planning to give her own chocolate as well. They went to the cooking room and made chocolate together. They enjoyed their time cooking so much that they did not realize it had already become late afternoon. Onodera told Chitoge to go ahead and leave first because she was worried that the person Chitoge wanted to give chocolate to might go home. Chitoge hesitated since Onodera had not finished yet, but Onodera insisted that she would manage and make something delicious. Onodera also cheered Chitoge on as she went to give the chocolate to the person she liked. That afternoon, Chitoge quickly found Raku in the school hallway. Her face turned red as she brought up Valentine's Day. Feeling shy, she handed him the chocolate. Raku accepted it and said it was kind of her to give him some. He jokingly asked to make sure it was not dangerous, then went ahead and tried it. After taking a bite, he said it tasted pretty good, like real chocolate. Hearing that compliment made Chitoge blush even more. She looked away shyly and said that she expected something 10 times better in return someday. Chitoge felt relieved that she had managed to give the chocolate to Raku. Out of curiosity, she tried her own chocolate. The moment she tasted it, she was shocked to realize it was salty. She came to the conclusion that she was the type of person who needed to try many times before getting things right. Meanwhile, Onodera was still busy making her chocolate, and she was surprised when she tasted it. At the same time, Raku was sitting behind the school. He had been looking for Onodera everywhere but could not find her. Just as he decided to head home, Onodera suddenly approached him and gave him the chocolate she made. Raku was surprised that Onodera had made chocolate for him. Onodera asked him to try it. Raku, of course, was willing to eat it no matter how it tasted. After trying it, he said it was really delicious and that it was the best chocolate he had ever tasted. Onodera felt touched and relieved that Raku liked her homemade chocolate. Raku's face turned red as he asked if the chocolate was meant for someone special, like a romantic partner. Onodera denied it and said it was for a somewhat special kind of friendship. After that, she quickly left. Raku was left confused about what she meant by that. Onodera realized that her face looked flushed, probably because she had stayed up all night. She hoped she had looked sweet when she gave the chocolate earlier. Shukumi stared at her own chocolate while Mareka continued making chocolate again for Raku. Meanwhile, Chitoge was still lost in thought, thinking about the unexpected taste of the chocolate she had made. Spring is usually associated with warm breezes and cherry blossoms blooming in April. A girl named Haru had just started her high school life. She was incredibly happy to be accepted into a co-ed high school near her home, and she could not wait to begin this new chapter. She felt curious and excited about what high school life would be like. On her first day, she was greeted by clear blue skies and beautiful cherry blossoms, which made her even more cheerful. She had always dreamed of experiencing a sweet and memorable romance during high school. However, that hopeful image quickly faded. That very morning, Haru was suddenly surrounded by a group of intimidating boys who started bothering her. She felt extremely scared and froze, unable to do anything, silently wishing that someone would come help her. Back in middle school, she had attended an all-girls school, so she was not used to interacting with boys at all. When one of them suddenly tapped her shoulder, she panicked and screamed, her body going weak as if she might faint. Not long after, Raku showed up and confronted them. The boys seemed ready to challenge him, but Haru, already overwhelmed, could barely process what was happening. She vaguely realized that someone had come to help her, but she lost consciousness soon after. Just as the boys were about to escalate the situation, one of Raku's family associates arrived to return something Raku had left behind. Seeing this, the boys immediately backed off and ran away, clearly intimidated. Raku was surprised to see Haru unconscious. He did not know her, but he could not just leave her there. Noticing that she was wearing the same school uniform as him, he carried her to the student infirmary. After a while, Haru woke up and quickly made her way to Class 1A. There, she told her classmate Suzu about what had happened. She described meeting someone like a prince who suddenly appeared, helped her, and carried her to the infirmary. She felt convinced that the encounter was meant to be, and she happily said that the boy was very kind. Suzu realized that this explained why Haru had left her behind that morning even though she had been waiting. Haru apologized sincerely for that. Suzu then asked whether Haru really believed she would meet that prince again, especially since she did not remember his face or name. Haru replied that the boy had been wearing the same school uniform, which gave her hope. Her heart felt light and excited, and she really wanted to meet him again to thank him properly. Haru then went to the seat she had chosen and tapped the girl sitting next to her. She was surprised to see that the girl had mixed features and was very beautiful, making Haru wonder if she could speak Japanese. Feeling a bit shy, Haru asked for her name and the girl introduced herself as Paula. When Haru tried to introduce herself in return, Paula stopped her, saying she had no intention of remembering Haru's name. Haru was caught off guard by Paula's blunt attitude. At one point, Paula accidentally dropped a small metallic object from her pocket, startling Haru and making her think Paula was a bit intimidating. Despite that strange encounter, Haru reminded herself that there was something more important she needed to do: find the boy who had helped her that morning. Later that day, Haru was walking down the hallway carrying a stack of papers when two male students accidentally bumped into her, causing her to fall. She felt annoyed at them. Suddenly, Raku appeared and asked if she was okay. He quickly realized that she was the same girl from earlier and helped her up. Haru apologized for causing trouble. As they walked and talked on their way to the teacher's office, Haru started to feel that Raku might actually be the person who had helped her that morning. Raku, on the other hand, assumed Haru did not recognize him, but he did not mind. He preferred it that way, since he did not want her to feel like she owed him anything. Haru felt genuinely grateful toward Raku. She shared that she had previously attended an all-girls middle school, which made her nervous about starting at a co-ed high school. Still, meeting someone kind like Raku reassured her. She also mentioned again that a boy had helped her earlier that morning. Hearing this made Raku a bit uneasy. Haru admitted that she really wanted to thank that person, but she still did not know his name or what he looked like. She then mentioned that there was a second-year student she wanted to meet, someone who was apparently very well known at school. Suddenly, someone called out Raku's name. Hearing that name made Haru visibly nervous, and she stepped back slightly. She asked if there was anyone else at school with the first name Ichiju. Raku explained that he was the only one. Haru then hastily wondered if the person standing in front of her was Ichiju Raku, the son of a powerful Yakuza group leader, who was rumored to have an incredibly beautiful girlfriend, be surrounded by many attractive girls, and even secretly hold influence over the entire school because of his family background. Raku was shocked when he heard the rumor. Haru immediately shouted and told him to stay away from her. She even assumed that Raku's kindness was just a trick to attract girls. Haru truly did not expect this, especially since she had thought he was a good person. Raku tried to clear up the misunderstanding, but Haru warned him not to go near her older sister again. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past them and caused an embarrassing moment for Haru. Her face turned bright red and she quickly asked if Raku had noticed anything. In a quiet voice, Raku commented that even though she was already in high school, her choice of clothing was still quite childish. Hearing that, Haru reacted strongly and struck him, feeling upset and convinced that Raku was a terrible person. Onodera arrived after hearing the commotion and asked what was going on. Raku was about to explain, but Haru immediately called out to her first. Onodera looked confused about why Haru was there. Haru approached her and said that Onodera would be safe because she was by her side. Raku was surprised to hear Haru refer to Onodera as her older sister. Haru then introduced herself as Onodera's younger sister. Earlier, Haru had overheard Onodera talking on the phone with Rory and learned that the person Onodera liked was Ichiju Raku. Not long after, one of Haru's friends called her and warned her about a dangerous boy at her new school named Ichiju, who was said to be the son of a Yakuza leader. After meeting Raku in person, Haru became even more convinced that he was trouble and that she needed to protect Onodera from being deceived by him. Raku remembered that Onodera had once mentioned having a younger sister. Haru firmly told him to stay away from Onodera because she would not allow him to get close to her. Hearing this, both Raku and Onodera were taken aback. Haru urged her sister to open her eyes and realized that she had been misled by Raku. As the situation grew louder, Chitoye approached them and asked what was happening. Haru was instantly captivated by Chitoye's beauty. She admired her tall, model-like appearance and quickly assumed that Chitoye must be Raku's incredibly beautiful girlfriend. At that moment, Haru felt that the rumors might actually be true. Chitoye was surprised to find out that the girl in front of her was Onodera's younger sister. She tried to introduce herself, but Haru instead asked if Chitoye had been somehow influenced by Raku. In Haru's opinion, someone as beautiful, stylish, and admired as Chitoye did not belong with someone like Raku, whom she saw as dull and unimpressive. It seemed strange to her that Chitoye could be interested in him. Raku was stunned by her words, while Onodera quickly asked Haru to apologize. Raku then looked to Chitoye, hoping she would say something. Out of nowhere, Chitoye hugged Haru and gently said that she seemed like a kind and sweet girl. Not long after, Marika appeared and hugged Raku, inviting him to enjoy a cup of tea with her. Haru was completely shocked to see another beautiful girl being so close to Raku. Marika then asked who the pretty girl in front of them was. Once again, Haru was left confused about why so many attractive people seemed interested in Raku. She even began to suspect that Mareka might be one of the girls involved with him. Haru raised her voice, questioning why Mareka would casually hug a boy without considering others, especially when he already had a girlfriend. Mareka responded by saying that Haru was still naive. Haru, on the other hand, still could not accept what had happened when Raku accidentally saw her underwear. Everyone around them was shocked to hear Haru say that. At that moment, Mareka even found herself wondering what kind of underwear Haru had been wearing. Raku looked completely panicked, while Shitoshi put on an intimidating expression and demanded an explanation. Raku tried to explain that it had all been a misunderstanding, but Chitoge did not accept it so easily and reacted strongly out of frustration. After that, Haru could not stop thinking about how someone like Raku had seen her underwear. She also could not understand why Onodera refused to believe her. While she was lost in thought, Haru noticed a flyer on the school bulletin board advertising different clubs. One in particular caught her attention, the Animal Care Club. She imagined being surrounded by cute animals that could help calm her mind. Unexpectedly, Raku was also part of that club. He was busy feeding a swan when Haru arrived. Just as she was considering joining, she could not believe she had to run into someone like him in a place like that. Haru immediately felt like leaving, thinking there was no way she could handle being in the same club as Raku. Just as she was about to walk away, she overheard Raku quietly hoping that Onodera would come and take care of the animals with him so they could spend time together. Haru approached him and called him creepy. Raku was startled, not expecting Haru to hear him talking to himself. Haru grew even more upset. She could not believe that Raku, who already had such a beautiful girlfriend, was still trying to get closer to Onodera. This made her even more convinced that Raku was completely unreliable, and she refused to let her sister get close to someone like him. Suddenly, a swan lifted Haru's skirt by accident, and once again, Raku ended up seeing her underwear. Not knowing how to react, Raku froze, and Haru immediately slapped him in anger. That night, Haru and Onodera soaked in the bath together, something they had not done in a long time. Seeing Haru still in a bad mood, Onodera gently asked if she was still upset with Raku. Haru replied that Raku had seen her underwear twice. She could not accept what had happened and insisted she would never forgive him. She even regretted ever thinking he was a good person. Onodera, however, said that Raku truly was a kind person and maybe Haru just had not seen that side of him yet. Haru questioned what exactly made Raku seem kind. Onodera realized it was difficult to put into words, but she tried to explain anyway. She said that Raku always cared about others. Whenever he saw someone struggling, he would not hesitate to help, even if it meant ignoring his own needs. If someone else was happy, Raku would feel genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Haru responded that she had not asked what Onodera liked about Raku. Onodera remained confident that Haru and Raku could eventually get along, but Haru was certain that would never happen because she simply did not care about him at all. In Haru's opinion, Onodera was too kind, which made her unable to fully understand Raku. Haru felt it was her responsibility to always protect her sister. Onodera then asked about the prince Haru had mentioned earlier that morning. Haru immediately became excited and enthusiastically talked about her encounter with him. Meanwhile, Raku returned home after what had been a chaotic day. He could not believe that Haru actually hated him that much. Exhausted, he planned to take a bath right away. At the same time, Haru kept thinking about the prince who had helped her that morning. She assumed he must be a third-year student because he was so tall, and she wondered what his true personality was like. In her mind, he was someone reliable and kind-hearted. Haru hoped she would be able to find him again soon. Then she suddenly remembered an important clue about him. Elsewhere, as Raku was changing his clothes, he realized something was missing from his pocket. He quickly panicked, shouting when he discovered that his pendant was gone. The people working for his family were alarmed by his reaction. That same pendant was now with Haru, and she quietly hoped it would lead her back to the prince she was looking for. Part of that episode told a fictional story. Rory, in the form of a mouse, explained that starting that day, Onodera would become a cake witch whose duty was to help maintain peace in the world. Rory also mentioned that for a brief moment during her transformation, Onodera's clothes would disappear. She asked whether Onodera would be okay with that. Hearing this, Onodera was shocked. Without waiting, Rory swung her wand and transformed Onodera into the cake witch. Onodera panicked as her clothes suddenly vanished, but moments later she appeared in a magical outfit suited for her new role. Rory then reminded her that they needed to help people in trouble. At that moment, Onodera felt that this might become one of the hardest challenges she had ever faced. That day, Onodera prepared to carry out her duties as the cake witch. She chose to transform inside the bathroom so no one would see her in such a vulnerable moment. She felt uncomfortable with the idea of transforming in public as it would affect her confidence. Rory provided a curtain for her to use during the transformation. However, once Onodera tried it, she was surprised to find that the curtain did not really help at all. Suddenly, Marika appeared and questioned whether Onodera truly thought she was suited to be a magical girl. Onodera did not recognize her. Marika then asked if Onodera was ready to protect love and peace across the world. Confused, Onodera asked who she really was. Marika introduced herself as a love witch responsible for maintaining peace in a neighboring town. Onodera was surprised to learn that there were other magical girls besides herself. Marika pointed out that Onodera still seemed shy during her transformation and wanted to demonstrate what a true magical transformation looked like. With the help of Shinobu, who appeared as a dog, Marika confidently showed her transformation, leaping into the air and reappearing in a magical police-themed outfit. Watching this, Onodera was more puzzled than impressed, especially by how fearless Marika seemed. Rory suggested that Onodera should try to learn from Marika's confidence. Meanwhile, Chitoye, another magical girl, was walking with Shukumi, who took the form of a cat. Shukumi mentioned that Chitoye's magical partner should also have been present. She found it strange that Chitoye looked so cheerful now, even though she had been very excited earlier. Chitoye explained that her form as a gorilla witch did not feel cute at all, even though she had hoped for something with ribbons and a more charming style. Shukumi reassured her that she was actually very cute. She added that a magical girl's outfit reflects her hidden talents, so there was not much that could be changed. Chitoye then realized that she did in fact have a knack for smashing solid objects with her head. Shukumi suggested they go find the other magical girls. Chitoye hesitated, worried about drawing attention by talking to a cat in public. Shukumi then asked if she could switch to her human form, which surprised Chitoye as she had not known that was possible. Shukumi transformed into a cute girl, which made Chitoye even more frustrated because Shukumi's outfit looked much cuter than hers. Chitoye even suggested swapping outfits, but Shukumi explained that it was not possible. By chance, the two of them eventually met the other magical girls. Rory gathered them all together for an important reason. She wanted the three magical girls to form a team and work together to eliminate the recent troublemakers causing chaos. They needed to unite and give it their all. Marika agreed without hesitation, while Onodera felt happy to finally have companions. Chitoye, on the other hand, wondered whether the other two would even want to be friends with her. Rory then asked them to decide who would become the team leader. Marika argued that the leader should be chosen based on ability and experience, and she believed she was the best fit. Chitoye strongly disagreed, as she also wanted the role. The two continued arguing while Onodera tried to calm them down. Rory suggested settling it with a quick game of chance. Unexpectedly, Onodera ended up winning. Rory explained that the leader's role involved being the center of attention, taking charge in every situation and delivering the team's key lines and signature poses. Shukumi and Marika felt a bit jealous hearing that. However, there were also less exciting responsibilities, such as handling administrative tasks like writing detailed reports, managing the team's expenses, and registering the team officially in the magical district. After hearing all that, Chitoye and Marika felt relieved that they were not chosen as the leader. That night, a powerful enemy appeared in Bonyari town. Its large size and strength made it seem like a serious threat. The three magical girls were not confident they could defeat it. Rory explained that they needed to combine their powers into a final move. However, the requirement to activate it involved standing together and focusing completely for several minutes. The three girls were shocked. Onodera questioned why such a condition was necessary. Rory explained that the technique required gathering and releasing all of their magical energy at once, meaning they had to fully concentrate and synchronize with their magical abilities. Chitoye pointed out that doing something like that in public would be extremely embarrassing. Unfortunately, there was no other option, and if they did not act quickly, the situation could become much worse. Marika had no issue going through with the plan, and she considered Chitoye and Onodera to be too hesitant. In the end, Onodera reluctantly followed along. Rory said she would draw the enemy's attention while the others carried out their move. Onodera warned her that it was dangerous, but Rory calmly explained that she was capable of handling a fight on her own. She believed her powerful defensive magic could withstand even extreme attacks, and her offensive magic was strong enough to wipe out massive threats. Hearing that, Onodera could not help but wonder if Rory actually needed their help at all. Long story short, the three of them managed to defeat the enemy. They realized just how powerful their combined ultimate move really was. Afterward, Marika urged Onodera and Chitoye to leave quickly, but suddenly Shu appeared, taking on the persona of Dr. Meiku. He was revealed to be the one who had released the forces of evil, as well as a rogue scientist with ambitions tied to chaos and domination. In other words, Dr. Meiku, also known as Daiki, stood as the leader behind the trouble they had been facing. Onodera questioned why Dr. Meiku chose such a path. He admitted that he was not truly interested in ruling the world, but instead wanted to challenge magical girls in battle. His excitement came from witnessing their transformations and unique outfits, which made Onodera feel deeply uncomfortable and determined to stop him. Dr. Maiku signaled the start of the fight, but Chidori did not seem fully motivated. He then used a device that could nullify magical abilities and aimed it at her. In an instant, her magical attire disappeared, leaving everyone shocked. He explained that his device could bypass magical defenses. Chidori grew frustrated and called him out for his inappropriate behavior. Marika quickly counterattacked using her magical restraints, but the attack backfired. Rory then suggested that they return to their normal forms, realizing they would not win in their current state. Onodera reverted to normal, unsure of how to defeat Dr. Maiku. Meanwhile, Rory pretended to struggle with her staff, luring him closer. The moment he approached, she struck him and sent him flying far into the sky. After that, Rory told the others to return to their base so they could come up with a better strategy. On another day, Onodera's mother, Nanako, found herself in a difficult situation when two of her employees could not come in on a Sunday. Haru quickly offered to help manage the shop and asked Onodera to assist her. Nanako then suggested that Onodera invite the boy who had helped them before. Onodera agreed and planned to ask him. Haru did not know who that boy was, but before long, Raku arrived. Nanako and Onodera greeted him warmly. Haru was confused as to why Onodera had invited Raku. Onodera explained that he had helped at the shop before, and Nanako confirmed that he was reliable. Haru still felt that they did not really need his help, but since he was already there was no point arguing. Haru could not hide her irritation toward Raku and suspected that he had been interested in Onodera all along. She was determined not to let him get close to her sister. Raku sensed Haru's wariness and hoped they could get along somehow. Onodera noticed the tension between them and wished they could become friendly. At one point, Nanako casually remarked that Haru and Raku seemed to be getting along, joking that Onodera might have a new rival. Both Haru and Onodera quickly protested her comment. Soon after, they got to work, starting with preparing anzu. When Onodera asked Raku to pass her a teaspoon, Haru quickly stepped in and handed it over herself, making sure there was no unnecessary contact. Raku felt that Haru had misunderstood him, but Haru firmly brought up past incidents that made her distrust him. Raku felt embarrassed, especially since the topic came up in front of Onodera, who did not know how to respond. Not long after, Onodera stepped out to deliver something. Raku looked a bit uneasy, while Onodera believed that everything that had happened before was just a misunderstanding. She felt that if Raku and Haru talked things out calmly, they could eventually get along. Raku was surprised that Onodera left, since he had hoped to spend the day with her. Haru teased him, thinking he had been brushed off. She admitted she was surprised he still had the confidence to show up after everything. Raku insisted that he had not done anything wrong, but Haru remained unconvinced and criticized his behavior. Haru then made it clear that she did not want Raku getting close to Onodera, especially since he already had a very beautiful girlfriend. She viewed his actions as careless and warned him not to hurt Onodera's feelings. Haru described Onodera as beautiful, innocent, feminine, and genuinely kind. Raku agreed, adding that Onodera was also friendly and always cared about others. The two of them got so caught up talking about Onodera that Haru became annoyed when Raku interrupted her, reacting by hitting him in frustration. She made it clear that she had no intention of letting someone she saw as insincere like Raku get close to Onodera. Raku did not want Haru to keep misunderstanding him, so he explained that he was actually the one who had helped her when she was in trouble with some delinquents the other day. Instead of calming down, Haru became even more upset because she felt he was disrespecting the image of the prince who had saved her. Even though she could not clearly remember that person, she was convinced it was not Raku. In her memory, that person was around 180 centimeters tall, looked like a Hollywood actor, and had a strong, confident voice. Raku was surprised at how much she had exaggerated the image. Haru still refused to believe him, and Raku eventually decided it was pointless to continue the conversation. He apologized and asked her to forget what he had said. Haru, however, could not believe that Raku would go that far just to make a claim like that. Raku then suggested they get back to work and asked what he could do to help, but Haru told him not to do anything. While watching her cook, Raku commented that she seemed really skilled, especially since he knew Onodera was not very good at cooking. Haru explained that it was true, and that she was the only one their parents had trained to help run the shop, which was why she handled most of the work. As he watched her, Raku became more convinced that Haru truly loved making traditional Japanese sweets. He noticed how natural and refined her movements were when using kitchen tools and preparing ingredients. In his opinion, her skills were impressive, and he was sure her sweets would taste great. Haru, however, looked irritated and insisted that his compliments did not make her happy. Even though Haru refused his help, Raku still wanted to assist. When he started working, Haru was surprised by how skilled he was. She asked if he often made Japanese sweets, and it turned out he had quite a bit of experience from working at Nanako's shop. Haru was shocked to find that the sweets he made were soft and delicious. When Raku asked what she thought, he explained that he used a daifuku recipe from Suzumiya. Haru turned out to like Suzumiya's daifuku as well. They ended up chatting comfortably about it, almost like they were getting along. Then Haru suddenly realized that she had been casually talking with someone she considered her enemy, which caught her off guard. Not long after, Nanako showed up and teased Haru, joking that she might try to take Raku away from Onodera. That made Haru feel both embarrassed and irritated, especially since she insisted there was no way she would ever like Raku. She told Raku to leave, saying she could handle everything on her own. As she tried to carry a stack of trays, she nearly lost her balance because they were too heavy. Raku quickly stepped in to help support them. Haru kept telling him to let go, but Raku refused because it was dangerous, insisting that she should just give in and let him help. Haru warned that she would call out loudly so Onodera could hear if he did not let go, but Raku did not back down. He believed it would be much worse if she got hurt because of him. His response surprised Haru, and she could not help but notice how strong his grip felt. At that moment, Onodera walked in and was surprised to see Raku and Haru closer than she had expected. Startled, Haru instinctively pulled her hand away, which caused all the trays of sweets to fall to the floor. Nanako quickly scolded them, saying they needed to be more careful while working. One afternoon after school had ended, Kyoko ran down the hallway in a panic and headed straight to Raku's classroom. Raku asked what she was doing, and she quickly looked around for other students. Unfortunately, everyone had already gone home, and only he was still there. Kyoko then asked Raku for help, saying that he had a lot of friends. She admitted that she had forgotten to inform the students about cleaning the swimming pool on Saturday, so she asked him to gather some friends to help take care of it. Raku was confused about why he had been chosen, but Kyoko pleaded with him, reminding him that she had helped take care of the animals when he was absent from school. In the end, Raku could not refuse her request. The next day, Raku asked Chitoye to help clean the pool with him. She did not mind at all, since cleaning the pool sounded like it could be fun. Chitoye then asked who else he had invited. Earlier, Raku had asked several male students, but only Shu agreed to join. Shu was already excited, looking forward to working alongside the girls. Not long after, Onodera arrived with Rory, Haru, and one of Haru's friends. Raku asked who the new girl was, and she introduced herself as Suzu. Rory seemed surprised to see Shu there as well. Chitoye looked especially cheerful when she saw Haru arrive. Raku tried to greet Haru, but she still gave him a cold, unfriendly look. Shortly after that, Shukumi and Paula also showed up. Chitoye commented that Shukumi's outfit suited her, though it turned out she was wearing clothes borrowed from Chitoye, which made her feel a bit embarrassed since they were quite tight. Raku was also surprised to see Paula there, and she calmly explained that she had come for Shukumi. Suddenly, Paula bowed deeply in front of Chitoye, saying that she felt honored to meet her. She introduced herself as a member of the Beehive and declared her loyalty, stating that she was willing to carry out any request. Chitoye looked surprised by Paula's intense attitude. Shukumi then suggested that they check the available cleaning equipment. Not long after, Marika arrived in a very lively manner and rushed toward Raku, but Chitoye quickly stopped her before she could get too close. Once everyone had gathered, Raku encouraged them to do their best, reminding them that the pool could be used again once it was clean. Everyone worked together to clean the pool. Some sprayed water, while others scrubbed away the dirt stuck to the bottom. Chitoye seemed especially happy, playfully spraying water around, even directing it toward Onodera. They all enjoyed working together. At one point, Shukumi slipped while trying to step into the pool, which made everyone laugh. Shu was thrilled seeing all the fun moments and wanted to record them, but Raku stopped him, warning that it might cause trouble if the others got upset. They continued working hard, and eventually the cleaning was finished. The pool was refilled with clean water, and afterward, they all sat down to enjoy the lunch that Onodera had prepared. Chitoye really liked the food and asked if Haru had made it. Haru explained that Onodera had arranged everything. She admitted that she had originally planned to make something simple, but after Onodera organized it, the lunch looked much more impressive. Haru then called out to Paula and invited her to join them, but Paula ignored her. Shukumi decided to bring some food over to Paula instead. At that moment, Paula was sitting quietly on a tree branch, lost in thought when Haru climbed up to join her. Paula seemed confused about why Haru had followed her and even brought food, but she still refused to accept it. Haru ended up eating the food herself, commenting that it tasted really good, which made Paula wonder why Haru was going so far just to talk to her. Haru then asked why Paula kept watching Shukumi and what kind of relationship they had. Paula responded that it was none of Haru's business. Haru explained that Onodera was her older sister. She described her as a bit clumsy at times, but also dependable, and said that she cared deeply about her. Onodera meant a lot to her, and she guessed that Paula might feel the same way about Shukumi. Paula once again insisted that it was none of Haru's concern. She could not understand why Haru was being so persistent in trying to talk to her. Haru then asked her not to push her away like that. When she noticed the others starting to swim in the pool, Haru invited Paula to join them. Paula did not respond and simply jumped down from the tree. Haru watched in surprise and commented that it looked really cool. At that moment, Raku felt confused when he saw Paula just watching everyone from a distance. Paula observed them through her binoculars, commenting that Chidori and Onodera looked inexperienced when handling the water guns. Without warning, Raku splashed Paula with a bucket of water. Paula got annoyed and demanded to know what he was doing. Raku casually replied that it looked like she actually wanted to join the others. Paula firmly denied it, insisting she had no intention of playing with them, but Raku pointed out that her expression clearly said otherwise. He also guessed that she was curious about that kind of social atmosphere. Paula admitted that she did not really understand what it meant to be part of a group. She had never played with that many people before, so she did not know how to act in that kind of situation. Raku lightly pinched her cheek and called her silly for not even trying. He wondered aloud if she was not curious about what caused such a big change in Shogumi. Then, he encouraged her to join the others, saying they were probably already waiting for her. As soon as Paula stood near the group, Haru immediately invited her to swim. Paula looked a bit shy. She glanced at Raku and said that she came to the pool on her own, not because he told her to, but just to relax. Before she could say more, Haru playfully pushed her into the pool and Paula struggled to stay afloat. She quickly made her way back to the edge. Haru was surprised to find out that Paula could not swim. Paula scolded Haru for pushing her in, and the two ended up arguing loudly while Kyoko, their teacher, simply watched them from a distance. The next day, Rory informed Raku that Onodera had come down with a fever. She wanted to visit Onodera, but since she had something to take care of, she asked Raku to go in her place. Raku hesitated and asked if it was really okay for him to visit. He was shocked when Rory said that Onodera was actually the one who wanted him to come. In the end, Raku decided to go to Onodera's house. On the way, Raku wondered if it was appropriate for a guy to visit a girl alone. That day, Onodera's family shop was closed for a few days. Raku entered through the back door, and after ringing the bell, he heard Onodera's voice. When Onodera opened the door and saw Raku, she looked surprised and immediately shut the door again, leaving Raku confused. Inside, Onodera panicked and tried to hold the door shut, but Raku kept knocking, asking her to open it. When she finally opened the door, Onodera asked why he had come. Raku explained that Rory asked him to visit her instead. Onodera said that Rory had not told her anything about it. Hearing that, Raku felt a bit annoyed, thinking Rory had set him up. Even so, he was still happy that he could see Onodera. Onodera invited him inside and Raku asked how she was feeling. She said she was a little better, although she still had a fever and had already taken some medicine. Raku asked why the shop was closed, and Onodera explained that her mother had gone on a trip with friends from the shopping district and would not be back for a few days. Raku could not help but think that meant it was just the two of them at home. Onodera gave him a gentle smile, but suddenly Haru noticed Raku and immediately called the police, thinking he was an intruder. Raku felt frustrated being accused like that. Haru tried to force him out, but Onodera stopped her and explained that Raku came to check on her, asking Haru not to be rude. Haru insisted that Onodera did not need anyone else since she was already there and continued trying to send Raku away. Raku then offered strawberry cake from Suzumiya. Seeing her favorite treat, Haru finally allowed him to stay for a short while. Onodera asked if she could use the kitchen because she wanted to prepare something simple like porridge, but Raku stopped her and headed to the kitchen himself. Surprisingly, Haru even decided to help him. While they were in the kitchen, Haru questioned Raku's intentions and wondered if he was taking advantage of Onodera while she was not feeling well. Raku quickly denied having any bad intentions, but Haru still found it hard to trust him. She could not understand why Raku, who already had a girlfriend, would come to visit Onodera, and she wondered if his girlfriend would not be upset. Raku struggled to explain because the situation was too complicated. Haru could not believe there was a situation that allowed something like that to happen. Raku started to feel that things were getting really difficult, and even having a simple conversation with Onodera might not go smoothly. Suddenly, Haru brought up the pendant connected to the prince. She made it clear that she would never give it to Raku because she intended to give it directly to the prince herself. Haru felt like she could not let her guard down, especially while Onodera was sick. Not long after, Haru brought the porridge to Onodera, but to her surprise, Onodera was cleaning her room. Haru quickly told her to get back into bed and rest since she was still sick. Raku, on the other hand, was surprised that he had the chance to enter that room again. Haru asked Onodera to eat the porridge she had just made right away, then gently fed her spoon by spoon. It seemed like Haru was doing it on purpose, just to tease Raku a little. She mentioned that Onodera's fever seemed to be going down and that she would probably recover soon. Haru reminded her to drink plenty of water and get enough rest. She also told Onodera to call her if she needed anything. After that, Haru urged Raku to leave Onodera's room with her. Onodera felt a bit confused, since her body still felt quite warm. Haru insisted that Raku did not need to help anymore and told him to just go home. Suddenly, Raku reached out and touched Haru's neck, which startled her and made her shout in surprise, accusing him of acting inappropriately. Raku quickly explained that Haru might have caught Onodera's fever. Haru denied it at first, claiming she felt completely fine, but when her temperature was checked, it turned out she was actually running a fairly high fever. Raku told Haru that she should get some rest immediately, but she refused because she was worried about Onodera. He explained that he did not have anything else to do and that he could take care of Onodera for her. Even so, Haru still hesitated to let him handle it. Raku then spoke firmly, saying that Onodera would definitely feel guilty if Haru ended up collapsing from exhaustion. He also reassured her that he had no bad intentions toward Onodera and would not do anything inappropriate. Hearing that, Haru finally gave in, though reluctantly. Raku could not help but think that Haru was a lot like Onodera, always pushing herself too hard for the sake of others. Later, Raku brought some porridge to Haru's room since she had not eaten anything at all. Haru refused at first, saying she was not hungry, but her stomach growled loudly enough for Raku to hear. He gently fed her, and even though she accepted it reluctantly, she was surprised to find that it actually tasted really good. Still, she insisted that it was not that great, even as she kept eating it eagerly. Before leaving, Raku gave her an isotonic drink and reminded her to get plenty of rest. Haru wondered why Raku was acting so kind, especially since she still doubted his situation and intentions. Her body felt increasingly warm from the tension and exhaustion, and before long, she fell asleep. When she woke up again, she felt a cool sensation on her forehead that made her feel more comfortable. Someone had been placing a compress on her head. She was confused about when she had fallen asleep, and she was surprised to see Raku right there beside her. She had not expected him to go that far for her. Haru began to question why someone like Raku would do something like that. She then remembered what Onodera once said about him being a genuinely kind person. Not long after, Raku woke up as well and looked surprised to see that Haru was already awake. He did not realize that he had fallen asleep in her room. He quickly reassured Haru that nothing inappropriate had happened while she was asleep, which made her blush in embarrassment. Raku asked how her fever was doing, and Haru admitted that it had gone down significantly thanks to him. He then headed toward Onodera's room to change her towel, but accidentally spilled some water from the basin along the way. Startled, he said he would clean it up right away. Haru could not help but laugh at how clumsy he was, realizing that he was even more unusual than she had first thought. Raku then pointed out that he had never seen her smile before, not even since the first time they met in the hallway. Hearing that made Haru blush again. Then, Haru suddenly took out Raku's pendant. She said that a lot had happened between them, which made Raku wonder if she was going to return it. Haru clarified that she only wanted him to keep it safe for now and that he should give it back once she finally met her prince. She decided to appoint Raku as her personal guardian of the pendant, and in return, he had to help her find that prince. At that moment, Haru realized that Raku was actually quite different from what she had originally imagined. After school, Raku and his friends were hanging out and chatting together. They felt really grateful to be in the same class again. Rory mentioned that on the day the class assignments were announced, Onodera looked incredibly happy. Hearing that made Onodera feel embarrassed. Rory added that it was actually a good thing since their seating arrangement ended up being the same as when they were first years. Shu confidently said that Rory probably could not bear to be apart from him. Rory got annoyed and told him to be quiet. Seishiro commented that things might be more peaceful if Shu had been placed in a different class. Shu responded by saying that Seishiro could be pretty heartless toward him. Meanwhile, Marika said she would have preferred Chido-ye to be in a different class instead. Shu then remarked that he had not expected their class to be filled with so many attractive girls, which made him feel very pleased. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew through the classroom, scattering papers off the desks. Since Raku and Rory were on cleaning duty that day, they gathered the papers and headed to the teacher's office. While walking down the hallway, Rory told Raku that he should do something about Shu because his presence felt like too much to handle. Raku replied that Shu had always been like that. Rory then commented that whoever Shu liked must have it pretty rough. She asked Raku if he knew who the girl Shu liked was. The next day, Raku asked Shu about the girl he liked. Shu told him to guess. Raku wondered if it might be the girl who gave him Valentine's chocolate. Shu admitted that was part of it, saying that he liked both of the girls who gave him chocolate. One of them was Tanaka from Class D. Shu described Tanaka as kind and well-informed. Raku felt that Shu's answer was still unclear. Shu insisted that he was being serious, but said his love and admiration for women went beyond what most people would consider normal. Raku thought that kind of statement would only make people criticize him more. He then asked why Shu would not just be honest with him. Shu explained that he had his own way of dealing with his feelings. He described the person he liked as someone far out of his reach, like a flower he could never touch. After saying that he had already given enough hints, Shu walked away, telling Raku to keep trying his best as well. Not long after, Shu ran into Seishiro and tried to approach her playfully. but she immediately knocked him away, sending him stumbling back. Seishiru then walked over to Raku and asked why Shu always acted so irritating. Raku looked at Seishiru thoughtfully, which made her feel a little uneasy. He kept thinking about Shu's hint about an unreachable flower. Raku then asked if anyone had ever told her that she resembled a flower. Seishiru was surprised and confused by the question. Raku continued by asking how she would feel if someone liked her. Hearing that made Seishiru blush, especially when Raku compared her to a flower that was hard to reach. Raku then asked what she thought about someone whose feelings could not be returned. He quickly apologized for asking something so strange, especially since Seishiru had never experienced first love. Seishiru answered that if she were certain her feelings would not be returned, she would keep them hidden. She would not tell anyone and would continue to hide those feelings until they eventually faded away. Raku thought her answer sounded very mature, like someone with a lot of life experience. He praised her and said that if she really wanted to, she could probably win over any guy she chose. Hearing that surprised Seishiru, and she immediately struck Raku in response. At that moment, Raku realized that the person Shu was referring to was probably not Seishiru. Later that afternoon, Rory was walking through the hallway, still feeling annoyed by Shu's behavior. She started to think that there might be something Shu had not told Raku about the girl he liked. Rory found it strange that she had become curious about it herself. At the same time, Shu was delivering textbooks to the teacher's office. Kyoko thanked him and apologized for often asking for his help. Shu said he did not mind, but jokingly asked her to add 5 points to his English grade. Kyoko quickly denied having any such deal and instead gave him some cake. Shu happily accepted it. Then, Kyoko suddenly shared that she would be getting married next month and would stop teaching after the end of the month. Shu was actually surprised, but he put on a cheerful and excited expression upon hearing the news. He felt relieved that Kyoko would finally be getting married in her 30s. After that, Shu headed home. The next day, Shu was lying down behind the school, lost in thought. He looked deeply sad as he remembered his moments with Ms. Kyoko. Earlier that day, Ms. Kyoko had announced her upcoming marriage to the students. Everyone was shocked, and the classroom quickly filled with excited chatter. They were all curious about what kind of man would be marrying their beloved teacher. At the same time, they knew they would miss her once she was no longer teaching them. Shu, however, appeared unusually cheerful, which left Rory confused by his behavior. That afternoon, Shu and Raku were together behind the school. Raku wondered out loud if they would ever get married someday. Shu casually replied that it would probably be Raku who got married first, and that he might even build a happy life together with Onodera. Raku felt it was unfair since Shu already knew who he liked. He asked Shu to reveal it, but Shu only promised to tell him if Raku could guess correctly. Out of nowhere, Raku mentioned Ms. Kyoko's name. He figured that Shu had always been close to her, and would feel lonely not seeing her anymore. Shu admitted it with a smile, saying that Ms. Kyoko was kind and loved by many people, so a lot of them would surely miss her when she left. Still, Raku could tell that Shu was not being honest, and that something was bothering him. Back when they were in 6th grade, Shu's mother had been hospitalized, and the expression on his face now looked exactly the same as it did back then. Shu was surprised that Raku noticed. Raku then asked when Shu had started liking Ms. Kyoko. Shu explained that it began the moment they entered high school, describing it as love at first sight. When Raku asked whether he planned to confess his feelings, Shu said it would be impossible since Ms. Kyoko was about to get married. He believed that confessing would only burden her. He did not want to act selfishly and instead chose to keep those feelings as a precious memory in his heart. Raku understood what Shu meant. He admitted that if he were in Shu's position, he would probably say goodbye without confessing. That thought made Raku realize that he might need to confess his own feelings to Onodera. He could not imagine her marrying someone else, but at the same time, if she truly loved someone else and wanted to be happy, he knew he would not stand in her way. Later, Raku approached Seishiru to ask for advice about loving someone he could not have. He wondered what she would do if she had one last chance to confess to someone who was about to get married. Seishiru was startled and briefly thought that Chidoshe might be getting married to someone else. Raku quickly denied it, saying it was just a hypothetical question. Seishiru answered that she probably would not confess because it would only cause trouble. Raku questioned whether she was truly certain about that, and whether she could carry that burden. Seishiru replied that it was not about whether she could handle it or not, but rather that there would be nothing left to do except accept it and move forward. Raku praised her for thinking so realistically, even though she had never experienced it herself. Embarrassed, Seishiru said she was simply doing what she believed was right. Raku realized that if Shu confessed now, it would not be the right time. Meanwhile, the girls in class were still curious about Ms. Kyoko's fiancé. She reassured them by saying that he was just an ordinary person, which somehow made everyone feel at ease. Suddenly, Shu showed up and suggested organizing a farewell party. Raku could not understand how Shu managed to laugh so freely while hiding his sadness. The next day, Raku met Shu again behind the school and reminded him that it would be Ms. Kyoko's last day teaching their class. He told Shu that he had always supported him when it came to love, so this time, he wanted to return the favor. Raku admitted that all he could do was support whatever decision Shu made. He even planned to treat Shu to a meal after Ms. Kyoko left. On her final day, Saishiru met Raku in the hallway to revisit his question from before. She admitted that her previous answer had missed the point and wanted to correct it. She explained that it was not about whether she could endure it, but rather a forced choice she might have to accept. That did not mean she truly wanted it, nor that she would be able to handle it easily. She might not even be strong enough, and she did not fully understand it herself. Still, she believed that was what love was supposed to be like. Raku was genuinely impressed by her answer. He thanked her, gave her a light pat on the shoulder, and then walked away. Not long after, Shidoche showed up and asked what Seishiru had been talking about with Raku earlier. Seishiru explained that she and Raku had only been discussing a metaphor about love. Raku then ran off to find Shu. Around that time, Ms. Kyoko said her goodbyes to the students. When Raku found Shu, he said it looked like Shu was struggling. Raku told him that the choice he made was the right one, even calling it a mature decision. Still, Raku believed Shu should do what he truly wanted and promised he would support him no matter what. Even if Shu chose to stay quiet, Raku said he would stand by him, quietly supporting him from the side. Shu was confused about why Raku would go that far for him. He felt like he had already experienced heartbreak and that there was nothing he could do once love had ended. Shu insisted that he had no regrets at all. However, Raku pointed out that no one had noticed Shu's lie except him. Shu then recalled when Ms. Kyoko had called him the most mature among them and told him to enjoy his youth. At that moment, Shu asked Raku to give him a push. Without hesitation, Raku kicked Shu forward and told him to hurry and catch up with Ms. Kyoko before her taxi left. Shu immediately ran as fast as he could. Soon after, heavy rain began to fall. Raku was not sure whether what he had done was something big or not. Meanwhile, Rory was carrying a stack of books that Shu was supposed to handle as part of his duties. Suddenly, Shu rushed past her at full speed. Rory tried to call out to him, but he had already run by so quickly that she wondered if it was really him. Just as Ms. Kyoko's taxi was about to leave, Shu called out to her. He managed to express everything he had been holding back. Ms. Kyoko smiled warmly and said that Shu had truly made the most of his youth and that she believed he would grow into a good man someday. After that, she said her final goodbye and left. Raku later approached Shu and asked if he had overstepped by getting involved. Shu denied it and instead asked Raku to treat him to takoyaki, just like he had promised. The two of them ended up eating together. Shu thanked Raku and admitted that even though what he did was not really his style, he did not mind it at all. Shu then turned the question back on Raku. He pointed out that Raku had pushed him to be honest with Ms. Kyoko, yet Raku himself had not done anything about Onodera, the girl he liked. Raku was caught off guard and said that things were complicated. Shu warned him not to end up with regrets by continuing to act the same way. He even said that if Raku's choice eventually led to regret, he would not let him hear the end of it. Raku realized just how amazing Shu was. He also understood that confessing his feelings to Onodera would not be easy. Suddenly, Onodera called out to him and asked where he had gone earlier that day. She admitted that she had been really worried about him. Raku replied that he had some things to take care of. Onodera simply smiled in response. Feeling a bit shy, Raku asked if she wanted to walk home with him. Onodera's face turned red as she wondered why he was suddenly asking. Raku said he just wanted to go home together with her. Onodera smiled and accepted his invitation. At that moment, Raku felt certain that someday, he would be able to tell Onodera how he truly felt. One day, Onodera tried some sweets made by her mom and Haru, and they tasted amazing, very much like something you would expect in the fall. Nanako asked what she thought about their homemade treats. Onodera said they probably could have been a bit sweeter. She also felt like it was a little too early to be making fall-themed sweets since summer had just started. Nanako replied that if they did not make them now, they might miss the chance later. Haru found it strange that Onodera was not good at cooking, even though she had the best taste among them. Onodera herself did not really understand why. Haru then teased her, saying it looked like she had gained some weight from tasting too many sweets. Onodera did not seem too bothered by it at first, even joking about it. Still, deep down, she realized her weight had been going up because she kept eating sweets, and recently she had not even checked her weight. Eventually, Onodera decided to step on the scale. As soon as she saw the number, she was shocked. Even though she knew what had caused the weight gain, she did not expect it to increase that much. She had not really noticed the changes in her body, but she was sure other people probably could. At that moment, she started thinking that maybe it was time to go on a diet. The next day in class, Onodera asked Rory if she looked like she had gained weight. Rory immediately poked at her stomach and said she looked the same as usual, but she also added that Onodera should probably pay a bit more attention to her weight. That comment made Onodera even more convinced that she had gained weight without realizing it. She began thinking about skipping breakfast and maybe starting some exercise. Not long after, Raku walked into the classroom and greeted her. Onodera did not want him to find out about her weight gain, so she felt like she had to do something quickly. She knew she had to stay away from sweets and resist the temptation of food. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly. Raku asked what that sound was. Onodera felt embarrassed and tried to pretend she did not know. She had skipped breakfast that day, but she did not expect her stomach to make such a loud noise. Raku then asked if she was okay because she looked really tired. Her stomach growled again, making her even more embarrassed, but she tried to stay strong and push through it. While walking down the school hallway, Onodera was suddenly approached by Chitoge and Shugumi. Chitoge excitedly mentioned that she could not wait for their plan. Onodera seemed confused and did not remember what Chitoge was talking about. Chitoge reminded her that they had planned to go eat as many cakes as they wanted. Hearing that made Onodera freeze for a moment. She remembered seeing a cake shop on TV recently that looked really good. She actually wanted to go with Chitoge, but she had already made up her mind to stick to her diet, so she apologized and said she had something urgent to take care of that day. Chitoge looked disappointed. At that moment, Shokumi reminded Chitoge that she had already eaten a lot of cake. Chitoge casually explained that she was just comparing cakes from different shops. Hearing that, Onodera could not help but look Chitoge up and down in disbelief. Chitoge wondered why Onodera was acting like that. Onodera was amazed at how Chitoge could eat so many sweets and still maintain her figure. As time passed, Onodera felt even hungrier, but lunchtime was still far away. She also did not want her stomach to growl again in class. In the end, she decided to eat her lunch early in a quiet corner of the school. Not long after, Raku found her and asked why she was eating in a place like that. Onodera felt really embarrassed about being caught eating early. Raku, on the other hand, started to feel like something was off. He wondered if she might be feeling unwell or dealing with something. Soon after, the bell rang and the students quickly left their classrooms for physical education class. Onodera felt motivated, thinking that exercising might help her lose weight. That day, the girls' activity was swimming. Onodera tried to pump herself up, believing that swimming would help her slim down. Rory found it unusual to see her so enthusiastic. She invited Onodera to practice together and said she would watch over her while swimming. Unexpectedly, Onodera ended up struggling in the pool during practice. Later that afternoon, Onodera walked home alone. She could not believe she had struggled so much in the pool. It made her realize that she felt weaker when she did not eat at all. After getting through the whole day like that, she had hoped her weight would go down, but she knew it was unrealistic to expect immediate results in just one day. When she got home, Onodera quickly stepped on the scale again. To her surprise, her weight had actually increased. She could not understand how that was possible, especially since she had barely eaten anything that day. The next day, Onodera seemed low on energy in class to the point where Raku asked if she was feeling sick. She said she was fine, but Raku was not convinced. He remembered that she had fainted during gym class the day before, and it made him worry even more. Wanting to help, he finally gathered the courage to do something. Raku had made Onodera's favorite snack, candied sweet potatoes. She was surprised and really wanted to try them. For a moment, she even wondered if he had made them just for her. She actually wanted to refuse because she was on a diet, but she could not bring herself to do it after seeing the effort he had put in. She thought about taking just one bite, but suddenly changed her mind and told him she was not hungry. Then she quickly walked away. This only made Raku more certain that something was wrong, especially since she had refused her favorite food. Meanwhile, Onodera stood behind the school building, thinking about the snack. She really wanted to eat it and was sure it tasted delicious. She felt foolish, knowing that Raku had made it especially for her. She also felt like she had hurt him because of her own selfishness, and she wanted to apologize. Out of nowhere, Raku showed up and handed her a bottle of tea. He apologized for getting too involved, but explained that he had noticed she had not been eating much lately, which was why he made her favorite food. He gently asked if something was bothering her and said he was willing to listen if she wanted to talk. Onodera had not expected him to care so much. She felt guilty and did not know what to do. She thanked him for being concerned and accepted the drink. Raku reminded her to eat regularly, mentioning that she looked thinner than usual. Onodera smiled, which only made Raku more confused. He could not figure out what had been going on with her lately. Onodera then said that everything was fine now and that her problem had been resolved. That night, Onodera checked her weight again at home and was shocked by the number on the scale. Suddenly, Nanako told her that the scale was broken. Onodera was surprised to hear that. The next day, the weather was bright and clear as Onodera walked to school. She met up with Rory and they walked together. Soon, their other friends joined them, and everyone headed to school in high spirits, enjoying the start of a beautiful morning. Back when she was in her third year of middle school, Onodera had fallen in love. The person she liked was her classmate, Raku. It was not because he was particularly outstanding in academics or sports. What drew her to him was his kindness. They first became classmates in their second year of middle school, and by their third year, they slowly started talking more often. Normally, they did not greet each other much, but one day, Raku began saying hello to her every morning and afternoon on the way to and from school. That simple habit became something Onodera looked forward to every single day. One day, Onodera was filling out a high school preference survey, planning to apply to an all-girls school. However, she overheard a conversation between Raku and Shu about their own plans. Raku had chosen Bonyari High School because it was close to his home, and Shu had decided to go there as well. That made Onodera start to worry. If she and Raku did not end up at the same school, she would no longer hear his greetings, the very thing she cherished every day. She wanted to spend more time talking with him. The next day, Onodera told Rory that she wanted to take the entrance exam for Bonyari High School. Rory was surprised and asked if she had not originally chosen Otori, the all-girls school. Previously, Onodera had said she picked that school because there was a great cake shop nearby. Rory quickly realized that Onodera probably just wanted to go to the same school as Raku. Rory became interested in applying there too, but she reminded Onodera that even though Bonyari was not as selective as other schools, it might still be difficult for her since her grades were quite low. Onodera promised that she would do her best. She began studying for the entrance exams at 15 years old. As a teenager, she chose a high school mainly because she wanted to attend the same one as the person she liked. It was the first time she had ever studied that seriously, all for the sake of getting into the same school as Raku. Rory, her best friend, consistently helped her study properly while they were at school. When the entrance exam day finally arrived, Raku and Onodera ran into each other there. Raku asked if Onodera was also applying to Bonyari High School. Feeling shy, she admitted that she was. Raku looked genuinely happy, and with a warm smile on his face, he encouraged her to do their best together in the exam. Seeing that sweet smile made Onodera blush, and she felt a strong sense of confidence that she could pass. Rory was surprised to see how calm Onodera looked, especially since she had expected her to panic before the exam. Onodera felt even more confident because she had studied hard and had Rory's help. Now all that was left was to give it everything she had, so she could be accepted alongside Raku. Unfortunately, when the results were announced, Onodera didn't pass. She felt like all her efforts had been pointless. She thought she would no longer be able to hear Raku say good morning or goodbye at school. Rory tried to push through the crowd to ask about Onodera's results, but Onodera, overwhelmed with sadness, ran off before she could say anything. At that moment, Raku also noticed how upset Onodera was after failing the exam. When she got home, Onodera looked so down that Haru felt worried just seeing her. Onodera was deeply saddened, thinking that she wouldn't be able to meet Rory and Raku at school anymore. That night, she sat alone outside as the snow fell, feeling overwhelmed with regret. She thought that if she had known things would turn out this way, she might have confessed her feelings to Raku. Not long after, Raku showed up and asked why she was there. Onodera was surprised and asked why he had come. He explained that he was getting ready for the school orientation the next day. At that moment, Onodera's heart started racing, and she felt like the most foolish person in the world. Raku mentioned that he already knew about her exam results. He didn't dwell on the topic, which made Onodera realize once again how kind he truly was. More than ever, she wished she could attend the same school as him. Raku then asked if she wasn't cold since she was only wearing her school uniform in the middle of the snowfall. He offered her his scarf. At first, Onodera refused because she didn't want him to get sick, but she suggested that they share it instead. They ended up sitting close together, wrapped in the same scarf. Onodera felt as if they looked like a couple. She commented that his scarf was surprisingly long. Raku mentioned that someone at his house had recently become very good at knitting. Onodera thought that this might be the perfect moment to express her feelings to him, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Just as Raku was about to say something serious, Onodera's phone suddenly rang, startling them both. It turned out to be her mother, who had exciting news. Onodera had been accepted from the waiting list at Bonyari High School, and the letter had just arrived. Hearing the good news, Raku was overjoyed. He even reacted with so much excitement that it was hard to tell whether he was happier for Onodera or for himself. Still, Onodera recognized that this was simply who Raku was, someone genuinely kind and caring. Raku was thrilled that starting the next day, he and Onodera could finally go to school together. Before heading home, he said goodbye, and Onodera responded with a bright, happy smile. From that day on, Onodera and Raku started talking more and grew closer. By the time they reached their second year of high school, Onodera's feelings still hadn't been fulfilled. Even so, her days remained filled with happiness, thanks to Raku, who continued to brighten her everyday life at school. One morning, Chitoge rushed out of her house on her way to school. She ran as fast as she could, not realizing that the ribbon in her hair had come loose and been carried away by the wind. That same morning, Raku was also close to being late because he overslept. He felt relieved when he made it into the school hallway just as the bell rang. As soon as he entered the classroom, Raku was surprised to see that Chitoge had already arrived before him. Onodera noticed that Chitoge looked unusually down and was shocked by her gloomy expression. Chitoge explained that she had lost her ribbon on the way to school and only realized it after she got to class. Shukumi was certain that the ribbon must have fallen off while Chitoge was rushing earlier. Chitoge wanted to go look for it right away, but Raku stopped her since class was about to begin. He told her to stay calm and promised that he would help her find it. The ribbon was very special to Chitoge because it was a gift from her mother, and Raku was determined to find it. Shukumi reassured her that she did not need to worry because she would help search for it too, along with their other friends. Chitoge thanked them all. Onodera helped tie Chitoge's hair temporarily, while Rory Miyamoto had already prepared tools to style her hair. She seemed excited to fix Chitoge's hairstyle, and believed she would still look beautiful even without the ribbon. Meanwhile, Marika commented that it was unlikely anyone would bother returning something like a ribbon and even suggested it might have ended up in the trash. Shukumi immediately scolded her for speaking carelessly. Hearing that, tears began to fall from Chitoge's eyes. Marika was surprised by her reaction and quickly asked her to stop crying, even promising to help search for the ribbon as well. Raku began to worry about whether Chitoge was really okay. After school, Raku and the others started searching for Chitoge's red ribbon. They looked along the road she had taken that morning, checked trash bins, asked people nearby, and searched through the grass along the roadside. Marika tried to comfort Chitoge, who was still feeling down. As the sky grew dark, they still had not found it. The next day, Raku and his friends talked about the ribbon again. Shukumi pointed out that an item like that was unlikely to be turned in to the police. Seeing how gloomy Chitoge still looked, Shukumi asked if she was doing alright. Raku hoped she would return to her usual cheerful self. Instead, Chitoge stayed quiet and unmotivated. Seeing that, Raku decided to treat her to a limited edition ramen dish that she liked. He was surprised when she turned down the offer, since she would normally never refuse. Chitoge seemed unusually low on energy, and it was hard for Raku to watch. At the same time, he could not help but notice that she looked different, softer and more feminine than usual. Out of nowhere, Raku challenged her to an arm wrestling match. Chitoge was confused about why he would suggest that, but despite her low mood, she still had enough strength to defeat him easily. Rory commented that Raku was being ridiculous. Raku started wondering what would happen if the ribbon was never found. Would Chitoge stay like this? Since the ribbon still had not turned up, it seemed like they needed to expand their search area. Raku could not stand seeing Chitoge so depressed and wanted to cheer her up, but without the ribbon, he felt stuck. Eventually, Raku began to think that even if someone had found the ribbon, they probably would not return it. With that in mind, he decided to buy a similar ribbon from a store. Even so, he felt guilty for planning to deceive Chitoge. Later that afternoon, Raku approached Chitoge while she was still searching. He told her that he had found her ribbon. Chitoge immediately brightened up and asked where he had found it. Raku explained that it had been carried by the wind and ended up near the hills. He handed the ribbon to her and reminded her not to lose it again. Chitoge was overjoyed and thanked him, but suddenly she realized something was off. She noticed that the ribbon was not actually hers because it smelled different. Raku was surprised that she could tell. Chitoge explained that it smelled like a brand new item. Raku quickly apologized for lying and admitted that he did not mean any harm. Unexpectedly, Chitoge smiled and did not make a big deal out of it. She believed that Raku had done it for her sake and even thanked him. Raku was caught off guard by her reaction. Normally, she would have gotten extremely upset and reacted harshly, but this time she stayed calm. It made him feel like he was seeing a completely different side of her. For a moment, he even thought that it might not be so bad if she stayed this way, since her usual attitude could be pretty intense. Still, Raku decided to keep searching for the real ribbon. Not long after, he finally spotted something. He called out to Chitoge and pointed upward. The ribbon was caught on a telephone pole. Seeing her ribbon hanging above, Chitoge suddenly burst with energy and ran toward it. She climbed up a telephone pole, but the ribbon was swept away by the wind. She kept chasing after it, refusing to let it go just like that. Raku was surprised by how quickly she sprang into action, but he felt relieved to see her cheerful again. The wind blew harder, carrying Raku's ribbon away as well. Meanwhile, Chitoge continued running after the ribbon, drifting through the air. It floated closer to the railway tracks, and at the same time, a train sped past. The ribbon hung above the tracks and was instantly torn apart when the train passed through. Chitoge broke down in tears as she watched her beloved ribbon destroyed right in front of her eyes. She could hardly believe what had just happened. She cried uncontrollably. Raku approached her and asked why she was crying so much. Through her tears, she said that her ribbon had been ruined. Raku explained that the destroyed ribbon was not actually hers, but the new one he had bought earlier. It turned out Chitoge had been chasing the wrong ribbon, since Raku's had also been blown away by the wind. Then Raku handed her the real ribbon, saying that she would definitely recognize it, even by its scent. Shidoshe gently smelled the ribbon and was overwhelmed with emotion when she realized it was truly hers. Tears of relief filled her eyes as she hugged Raku and thanked him. Raku's face instantly turned bright red. Suddenly, Shidoshe pushed him away, accusing him of taking advantage of the moment while she hugged him. She then promised that she would never lose her ribbon again. Raku felt relieved to see her back to her usual self, even if the moment ended a bit awkwardly. Shidoshe tied her hair with the ribbon again. Raku looked at her and commented that she looked more natural that way. Shidoshe felt confused about why he was smiling like that. When they got home, Shidoshe carefully repaired the ribbon that Raku had bought for her, treating it as something meaningful. The next day, Shidoshe was reading a romance comic in her room. It made her start thinking about confessing her feelings. She felt like she probably would not actually do it, but she became curious about what might happen if she confessed to Raku. She did like him, but she had no idea what she would do if they actually started dating. On the way to school with Raku, those thoughts kept lingering in her mind. She wondered whether confessing would change everything. She even considered trying it as a test, not seriously, just to see how it would feel. In class, Shidoshe kept staring at Raku until he started wondering why she was looking at him so much. She tried to push away the idea of confessing, but even thinking about it made her head feel like it might explode. She also worried about what would happen if Raku rejected her, especially since they still had to continue their fake relationship. The thoughts kept circling in her mind, overwhelming her completely. After school, as she walked home with Raku, she kept imagining what his expression would look like if she confessed. She wondered if he would be happy or if he would feel uncomfortable around her. She convinced herself that he would probably feel uncomfortable, especially since he had never considered her his ideal girlfriend. She could not understand why she kept thinking about it so much, even though she only intended to treat it like a test. Even then, she still could not bring herself to say anything. At home, Shidoshe tried writing a love letter, since saying it directly felt too difficult. Unfortunately, she did not know what to write. She thought about writing that she liked Raku and wanted him to be her boyfriend, but she could not bring herself to put those words down. Even though she knew the letter would not be serious, the idea still felt too embarrassing for her to handle. Her heart pounded rapidly as she wondered if everyone had to go through this before starting a relationship. In the end, Shidoshe realized that expressing her feelings through a letter was not something she could do either. Shidoshe practiced confessing her feelings in front of a stuffed toy. With her face blushing, she talked about love and even invited it to be her boyfriend. She felt relieved after finally saying it out loud. For her, even though it was embarrassing, what mattered most was that her feelings were expressed, even if it was only to a doll. Suddenly, Shukumi walked in and asked what she was doing. Shidoshe was startled and instantly flustered. She quickly said that she had just been practicing a scene from a TV show. She then scolded Shukumi for not knocking before entering her room, but Shukumi insisted that she had already knocked. After that, Shukumi quietly stepped out and closed the door again. Shidoshe realized that expressing her feelings was not easy at all. She did not expect it to be that difficult, even just for practice. That made her curious about what other people thought about confessing their love. During dinner with her father, Adult Wagner, Shidoshe asked who confessed first between him and her mother. Adult said that he was the one who confessed first. He then shared the story of how he first met Hana Kirisaki when he had business in Japan. At the time, Adult and his group were in a tense confrontation with a rival organization inside an abandoned factory. Out of nowhere, Hana casually appeared in the middle of the chaos, carrying a pizza and asking who had ordered it. Back then, she was still a hardworking student juggling many part-time jobs with incredible skill. She looked stunning, almost like an angel appearing in the middle of a battlefield. In that very moment, Adult fell in love with her. Right after that, he boldly confessed to Hana, but she immediately rejected him in a rather forceful way. Shidoshe was surprised to learn just how strong and impressive her mother was. Adult described it as love at first sight. After that encounter, Adult's work kept getting disrupted because he continued approaching Hana, even though she repeatedly turned him down. According to Shidoshe, her father's love for her mother had reached an extreme level. Adult explained that he simply could not hold back his feelings, and that honesty was what eventually caught Hana's attention. He was completely convinced that Hana was the person meant for him. Shidoshe realized that her father truly loved her mother. She wondered if she should try just as hard as he did. Still, she was not sure if she could confess her feelings to Raku. The next day, Shidoshe went out for a walk with Raku. Lost in her thoughts, she accidentally bumped into a signboard. Raku quickly put a bandage on her forehead. He called her careless for walking while daydreaming and asked what had been on her mind lately, since she seemed unusually distracted. He even offered to listen if she wanted to talk about it. Shidoshe was surprised that Raku was actually worried about her, and it made her feel happy. She said that she was fine, though deep down she was thinking about finding the right reason to confess her feelings to him. She looked hesitant, but she tried to convince herself that if she really liked Raku, then maybe that moment could be her chance. Raku then talked about how they had been together for a year. starting from when Shito-rie first came to Japan and they began pretending to date. He admitted that it felt strange how he had gotten used to such an unusual situation. Shito-rie questioned whether he was struggling to accept it, but Raku explained that he was just amazed by everything that had happened, including the many times Shito-rie had lashed out at him. Shito-rie insisted that those moments were his fault, while Raku argued that most of it was unintentional. He then asked what Shito-rie thought about everything they had been through. Shito-rie said that she could handle it because she was mature, though Raku seemed doubtful. He suggested that they should just enjoy what they had right now. Hearing that, Shito-rie realized that maybe she did not have to rush to confess her feelings just yet. As they walked home together, Shito-rie quietly hoped that if her feelings continued to grow, then someday she would confess her love just like her father did. She suddenly smiled at Raku and decided to treat him to ramen. Raku jokingly wondered if she was feeling sick because she was acting unusually nice, which made Shito-rie annoyed enough to lightly kick him in response. That afternoon, the two of them enjoyed ramen together at a small shop. Later that night, Shito-rie went back to reading her comic, feeling genuinely happy.